What's going on, family? Make sure you guys get them likes up. Get them likes up, family. Green Gang, I see you. I see you, Kelly. Savage.com Entertainment, I see you. I see you, Dale Matthews. Green Gang in the building. Hold down that chat, Cora. Shout out to you. She out there to teach. Big bad boy, I see you. I see you, American man. Green Gang in the building. Jedi Mike, what's good, brother? Larry Walker, Green Gang. Appreciate y'all, family. Hit that like button, y'all. Shout out to Kay and Kayla. Hope y'all ready to feel a tease, y'all. Feel a tease. Get ready to feel a tease. Shout out to the sponsor, Tease Handling. Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Tease Handling as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Tease Handling makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 5-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Tease Handling get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Tease Handling is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off the first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today. Hey, y'all ready? Y'all ready? It's the K and Kayla show, y'all. Let's get it going. Get them likes up, family. I see you, Self. Introducing Kay. We got Kayla. We got B Self. And me. I'm out of here.
I was about to say, wait a minute. I thought JR was just like impromptu joining us. What's up, B Self? Kayla's off cam. She'll be right here, y'all.
Here.
There you go.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes. Good to have you back. How you been?
It's good to be back.
How have you been?
Man, I love you girls, man. I've been April was rough April. May's gonna be good. A lot of projects getting done in April. A lot of rain, a lot of cloudy days. April was crazy.
Well, I'm glad you came back because I was like telling Kay, like, I really wanted you to come back. And I think that you were awesome. So
last show, we had a really good show about friendship.
Yeah. This is what, your third time or fourth? Third?
I think it's number 4. I think I came out with the fellas. This may be 3 or 4. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. So you already know how it goes.
Yeah.
You already know. You're here. You're comfortable. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
So, Kayla went to, Kayla, can you hear us? Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
I love your hair.
Thank you. Sorry, you guys. I am running a million miles a minute, so I had to like get myself together. But I'm here, super excited about this show.
I love your hair, Kayla. Like, I can't even stop. Like, this is my favorite hair look on you.
Thank you, Mama.
I love it.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
That's awesome. It is. Let me throw in a compliment as well.
I was just about to
let me get in here.
I was just about to bring up how you went to Houston and you were just flying in, so you didn't get a chance to like be here for the entire show. So if you just tell us more.
Yeah, last week I really came in towards the end just trying to be in the show in some way, but I was actually still in Houston at that time. But no, Houston was great. It was really fun. It was a good time to see everyone like affiliated that really cared about the show and like that watch and that, were invested. So I was super excited about it. It was good seeing everyone. And like, I think in person, it's definitely different vibes than in this talk setting, because for me, this is really talk setting, so being in person with people was very interesting. I had a good time. I think that next year, being able to have more space, more room, like it's going to be a good time in the other cities. So if y'all missed out, like y'all really missed a good time. I swear, it was so much fun.
Dope. I'm sure it was dope.
Yeah, the
Y'all gotta
pictures
come next time.
Everything looked fun. I'm looking
Pictures.
forward to being there for the next one in
Yes.
August
Mhm.
August 5th, I think.
August 5th is the next one. So I'm excited about the next one. I do feel like the next show will be able to get into some more nitty gritty in terms of like how we do here on Lapeef. And hopefully we'll have a lot more people, you know what I'm saying, that come in and you know, give their opinions and stuff like that. So I think it's gonna be interesting. Definitely come out August 5th. Yeah.
So Kayla and I talked about this topic that we're going to discuss today.
We did.
On the Thursday show, there were some things said about how men act in relationships in certain situations versus how women act in relationships in certain situations. And, you know, me and Kayla like looked at each other through the internet and we we had some thoughts about that because, you know, the common thing that you hear in these spaces is, you know, masculine energy, you know, is the one that leads and, you know, the man is the leader and all of that. Like, be self.
Right.
Have you heard that before? Men are the leaders. Men should do this. Men should do
I'm
that.
sure he has.
That's the talk of the day. Yeah. Alpha male, you know, high value energy and this, yeah, all that. Yeah, it's the talk of the town right now. You know?
What do you think about that? Before we get into it, what do you just think about that in general? That you know, men being the leaders and all of that.
I think men are natural leaders. I think men should be natural leaders. They have shoulders, you know. Shoulders are made to hold stuff, you know, pressure and whatnot. And I always tell, you know, like I always tell my lady, I say, you know, you got hips, not shoulders. You know, let me take some of that pressure and put it on my shoulders. I don't want you walking around always trying to, you know, the leaders take on a lot of responsibility, a lot of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think the natural biology of, you know, of man, one would say, could be made to take on stress or whatnot. The male body, you know, it's made for stress, one might say, you know. So, yeah, to answer your question, we the leaders.
Oh my gosh.
I'm kidding. I'm sipping. I'm kidding. Okay, yes.
No, I appreciate you giving your
the women
because
can be
I
leaders.
don't disagree. You know,
women can be leaders.
Yeah,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with anything you said so far.
Me either.
I do feel like, you know, we were built particular ways for particular reasons. So makes sense.
Yeah, but you say that today and it's just like, what do you mean? No, like that's blasphemy in certain rooms. Kayla, you know that, you know, believe in that way. You could be labeled a pick-me.
I don't really think so because we're talking about nature.
Yeah, even saying nature. So, I mean, really? Just playing devil's advocate there, you know?
No, I just don't think that kind of language, if someone would say you're a pick me with that. No, I just don't.
I wouldn't.
I don't. I really don't.
I'm sure there's a young 22-year-old college student that would disagree with you somewhere at some liberal arts school.
Don't come from the liberal arts schools. What did they do to you?
Oh.
There are some people who, you know, would disagree, but like, you know, Kayla and I, despite what people may think, we are in line with that, you know, train of thought that you just had, be self. So the interesting part is that, you know, we look at the masculine energy, feminine energy, you know, people talk about them both. Often people discuss femininity as like the weaker one, right? Like a lot of people talk about it in that way. And last week's conversation really made me think like, all right, so the conversation we were talking about was who's more rash versus calculated in like a domestic situation, whether it be an argument or something, God forbid, get physical or, destroying of property, all these things. Who acts more rationally versus who is more rash and just like fueled by emotion? Who is more calculating, like who plans it and they're just like, you know what, I'm just going to take a step back and plan something for later, versus who just like throws something at the wall in the heat of the moment. So like that was the conversation. Some people were saying that men are more, weren't they saying men are more heat of the moment?
Yeah, men are more heat of the moment. Men are more rash. They were saying like when it comes to something like if a man were to break your promise, like, that's different than women because that's just rash. You know what I'm saying? Whereas women are calculated, will like calculate it to like heat your car or do something to your tires, whatever.
Yeah, well, I could see what like a man may, in the heat of the moment destroy property, but a woman might plot out something to get you fired from your job, and that may take 3 months.
I understand that. I just think that overall that both genders are very calculated when it comes to vengeance. I don't think vengeance has a gender. I think people are vengeful. Some of us aren't, because like to me, I just can't bring myself to stoop so low, right? But a lot of people, get consumed with vengeance and do things that are calculated, both men and women. And Kay really pointed out that when you look at like crime and you look at like the different issues when it comes down to like things that actually happen to people out here, the majority of these things are happening by men, and they're very calculated. They're very, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I really think that people don't think about that aspect. Like they don't think about that part. They just say, oh, men don't, but men, I mean.
So you saying the men are perpetuating the crime, but the females are the co-conspirators. They're the ones who sneak the guns in the clubs for the men. They're the one who when the kids gang banging, they're hiding the guns in the book bags. So the females are right there with them. They're not, and if you want to give that example of violence, I believe that.
I meant more so like violence against one another.
Yeah,
not necessarily violence just out here in general. But I think violence against one another. When we watch like some of those shows and we see wives that do things to like their husbands or whatever, it's usually like they couldn't take it anymore and they snap, heat of the moment. Whereas like with men, they stalk, they do all types of stuff. They do a lot of calculated things. And I see that more so, you know what I mean? Like they will calculate on how to make sure, like if you leave me, I will put 2 and 3 and 4 together to make sure that you like are out on your ass. Like I feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of
I don't feel it's a gender thing. I think it's a personality trait.
I think
maybe.
I believe it's a personality trait. I believe, you have calculated women and you have calculated men.
Agreed. That's what I was saying on the show on Thursday. Like, it doesn't matter who, any person can be calculating. Any person can be, act in the heat of a moment. It doesn't really matter the gender. Like you said, personality, 100% agree with that.
Yeah, but I do believe that women do have a tendency to risk being violent in the heat of a moment, situation quicker than a man would.
Can you explain that further? Why do you think that?
Well, I just see what like just being involved with nightclub life and watching how like quickly a female fight can escalate, from how best friends can come in the club and they're taking pictures and like an hour later they're just you know, going at it with each other. And I'm like, you all were just in a picture together. So it's just, you know, just the snappiness of, you know, the female brain, so to speak. No, I'm just kidding, but I don't want to say that. But it's just, you know, women can take it there in the blink of an eye, you know.
But think about it, be self. We're from the same place, so all the things that go down on a regular basis, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. Why are most of these things happening at the hands of men?
Were happening in the hands of men, but the playing level is starting to be even. Women are starting to get active, but I guess, you know, you want to go with men in general. Like, men have a tendency towards violence. Men like violent movies. Men like to break stuff. Men like to fight each other. You fight, you know. We like to wrestle. Men are violent. You know.
Do you think that's inherent? Like, do you think that men are just like that, or do you think it's socialized that men learn to be this way?
I don't think it's social. I think it's inherent. I think it's in your DNA I think it's built through testosterone. I think you got this thing called testosterone that says, you know, I need to put someone in the suplex and slam them. You know, it's just that testosterone just tells you I need to dominate something. You know, I need to be challenged. I need to challenge something. We see it in the animal kingdom, you know, all that talk, they challenge each other, you know. Humans are the same way, you know. I believe so.
Okay. So with the whole, I heard you say earlier, like a few seconds ago, it wasn't really like earlier, but you said that it's a personality trait versus a gender issue, as it relates to like who's more calculating, right?
Mm-hmm. I did.
So the thing that made us want to talk about this today is that I think sometimes when it's a situation that paints women negatively, it's like, yes, women are the more logical ones and they're more calculating and they, you know, plan things out. But then when it's something that wants to paint men negatively, it's like, no, they just couldn't help it. They, you know, make rash decisions, like that whole type of thing. And I see that sometimes, you know, in these spaces, people will say things that contradict each other. Oh, women are the softer ones. Women are naturally nurturers. Women are naturally this. And men are naturally more aggressive. Men are naturally that. But then when you start hitting people with facts that men commit more violent crimes, people will say something like, no, it's even. How can it be both ways? Do we think that women and men have the same tendency to do things and it just depends on the person? Or do we really think that there is a difference in those aspects? And I know, B Self, you brought up testosterone and men being, I think you said men, yeah, because I asked you, you said men are inherently more aggressive.
Yeah, well, men have inherently had to be protectors. So if you had to be a protector, you know, you have to hone your protection skills. And you have to hone your protection skills on one another. How do you get protection skills if you don't, you know, you don't hone that craft on something? You know, through jujitsu, through, you know, do you have the discipline arts? But, you know, if you don't have access to discipline arts, you street fighting. You know, you honing those skills in the high school, on the playgrounds, where I, you know. So but the thing is, these days you have more and more women. That's what says more and more society is pushing for more and more women to get involved with violent activities. That's would be my thought on this, through MMA, women's MMA, and women's boxing, and women's combat in general has been promoted. You know, just seeing women in combat activities of combat. You know, whether it be rugby or, you know, football, whatever. You just see more and more women getting involved with, you know, things that could get them hurt.
I do think that is interesting, because I was just gonna say I was trying to listen to you talk and think about what I was gonna say.
No, go
but
ahead.
I don't know. I feel like women have a sense of being able to protect as well, because as mothers, I've seen nothing. There's nothing like a mother, right, that loves their kid in terms of protection. She will do anything. You know what I'm saying? And I just think that instead of it always being a competition, it's like supposed to work together. Women have their strength that they're supposed to, we can say, oh, men have shoulders. Our body is made to endure stress. I don't know what's more stressful than having a baby.
Yeah.
I don't know what is more stressful on the body. I don't know if there is anything more stressful on the body. To have to grow life, that's a freaking miracle inside of your body. So I do think that when men and women just have their strengths and their magic is just in different ways. And instead of always comparing like whichever, because at the end of the day, we're humans. So humans have emotions and feelings. And I know a lot of men try to get around that, but we all have feelings. And when it comes to men, men's feelings, because they are more innately aggressive, come out in aggressive ways. Whereas women, we're not necessarily, aggressive. It comes out in different ways. So when people come and say, oh, women are catty, women are always like da, 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 da. And it's like, because that's how women are. When we fight back, we're women. We don't fight. You know what I mean? So we're fighting with our words. That's our strength. And for men, they, there's only so long the conversation is going to go on before it gets physical when it comes to men. They're not going to sit here and argue back and forth for too long. If they're both, really about that life. So I think that it's just different. It's not like a competition or anything like that, or trying to use one to insult the other, because we need both. You literally need both to freaking exist, but there's a part of femininity that is divine in a different way than masculinity. And it's very, very powerful. And so if men stop seeing it as something that's competing with theirs and seeing it as the partnership that it is, because it's supposed to be this like this, you know what I mean? We have two of every, some of the most important things. And they're supposed to work together. They're supposed to work together. So being a strong man that has strong masculinity with a woman that's strong, that has strong femininity, should be like the goal. So yeah, I'll yield there, but little something.
No, I'll agree. Capitalism gets in the way of our true identities. They have people, capitalism makes us act outside of ourselves, trying to, get money to have, women taking on roles that they responsibility roles that they would normally not want to, and that their grandmothers or their great grandmothers didn't have to.
Are you talking about like working?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the responsibilities of women now. You have women, single with 3-4 kids, and just taking on a load of responsibility with it's just a lot of pressure on today's women. That's all I'm trying to say. It's just hella pressure on the women today, and I think that's a strength that we overlook. How much pressure is just the financial pressure that's put on women today.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this conversation about like women's roles and working and things like that. And I definitely get what you're saying in terms of this country. Most people have to work. Like in households where there are two people, two parents to children, like generally both parents are working.
Yeah, making money could be hella stressful,
because that has to be the case, because people aren't, it's not like back in the day where one person's salary might be able to take care of a whole family. But if we think globally, women have always been hard workers, doing all types of things, like for family, women have always been hard workers. And I think sometimes when people think about, oh, the good old days when women were just, at home and men went out to work and they were at home with vacuuming in their pearls. Like, I don't think that that is a realistic view, especially if we're talking globally. Like, women have always been viewed as important. Women have always been viewed that way until certain things started to happen. So, like, with that being said, if we're looking at masculinity, the strength of masculinity, we also need to be looking at the strength of femininity. And it doesn't always look one way. Like, Kayla, me and you often people say that we're not feminine, right? People say it often. And it's like, why? Like, let's dig into that. Why do people think that? Why do you think people think that, Kayla, about us?
I think people think that because of these reasons, right? When you look up what people believe feminine encompasses, there's intuition, nurturing, healing, expression, wisdom, patience, emotions, and flexibility, right? These are the things. Now, when we're in a space, when we're in a talk space and we're debating topics, or we're even having personal conversations about people's personal lives, I think that people think that there's a certain way that women should remain regardless of things that are happening. And just like I said before, that doesn't make any sense, because women talking, that's what we do. That's what we do. So when that's how we fight, via the talk. You know what I'm saying? So I just think that in doing that with men in the men's space, like they can't comprehend it the same, because their feelings are that anytime they're in the space of women, that they should be have intuition and nurturing them and healing them and being patient with them and being flexible, right? With them. They think that that's what we should be doing with them, but this is not that space. This space is about this. It's about arguing one's point and making whatever it is that you felt known, or having to defend your life, whatever it is. So I just think that because of the space, that's just what it is. But people who've met me in Houston and people know in real life, it's totally different, because we are not debating topics. You know what I'm saying? We're just being just chilling, like enjoying. I'm just living life. Okay. Someone played the Kourtney Kardashian freaking meme, like just living life, enjoying oneself. So I do think that that is the reason why, because people in my personal life know I am very much feminine and very much spoiled and very much like I need help with everything in reality. So, and that is what it is. So yeah.
I've seen comments like, sometimes when we have like 10 people on the panel on Thursday, it's hard to get a word in, right? So like sometimes I'll sit there like quietly, and I have literally seen people saying, Kay hasn't talked for like however many minutes. She's so feminine. What? Like, the fact that like people equate like silence, not saying that like, if we're talking like what's it called? Not symbolically, but like abstractly. Like, I understand that like silent versus loud, like masculine, feminine. I get that. But like that people see women who just sit there as automatically feminine.
Yes.
Like, regardless.
But don't say anything. Mute, silent. What do they say? Meek.
It's just, feminine. But then as soon as
this is just not the space for that. That is not the space for that.
Women should be able to influence the conversation in different ways without even speaking.
What was the first part you said?
A woman could, because it could be said that women should be able to influence the conversation in different ways without necessarily speaking.
Or with speaking.
A woman can influence the conversation with a stare, a gesture. A subtle.
Yeah, but don't you? But don't you think, sorry to interrupt, don't you think that is more of a little bit of a personal thing? Because that does happen in my real life. You know what I mean? There'll be times that, like, you know, in previous relationships or like even with my family and my brother, I can give a look and like they understand what that means. But like you're in a space with people you don't know. I mean, what's a look?
I mean,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how are you in the conversation?
Would you argue with a man in public? Any of you? That's just
no.
Guys.
Would you argue? Argue like what? Like
would you guys argue with a man in public?
With a stranger? No.
I'm not
arguing with a non-stranger. Would you argue with your brother in public?
What do you mean? Like have a violent conversation?
No, have a disagreement with a man in public. Would you have a public disagreement with a man? A loud public disagreement.
Is it like a spectacle? Like, be more specific.
I'm just saying.
Kayla's like, what kind of disagreement?
No, because what do you mean? Like, I live in the city for years.
All brought out something where you clearly, you know, would you get an attitude or, you know, embarrass the man in public via verbally? Would you embarrass
no,
a man?
There's not any embarrassing. No, I would never embarrass or emasculate my man in public. Like that's
not your man, a man. Happen. Not your man, a man.
I mean, any person, you know what I'm saying? Unless there's some type of situation that's coming towards me, you know. But that doesn't make any sense. But you saying like, would I argue or have a disagreement? I lived in the city for years. There'll be times we're on the train, we're having a conversation. If we have a disagreement, we're debating a topic, or it's just like, you know, whatever it is, then we're doing that. But we're not gonna have like a yelling match. No, we're not gonna do that. That's not gonna happen. But if we're sitting on the train or we're sitting out eating ice cream or we're wherever in public and we're having a conversation, we're disagreeing about a topic, I don't see an issue with that. Now, like yelling and arguing, I don't believe in that at all. I don't believe never being a spectacle.
Would you publicly disagree with your man in public? Would you publicly disagree with your man? Let's just say you and your man were public figures and you disagreed about something. Would you go on record and say, I disagree with my man? I take this stand and he takes that.
What in regards to what? Something in regards to our relationship or just like a topic?
It could be a medical topic. It could be any topic.
What?
Yeah. If we're being interviewed about if you're saying we're being interviewed and they're asking us about topics or whatever, just because he says he likes
with your man
Biden, I'm not about to be like
could be thought as being very unfeminine.
To disagree with them if they're asking me my opinion.
If it contradicts your man's whatever your man is just
if it's about our relationship, I'll yield and not say anything because I don't want us to not be a united front.
Okay, good. Okay.
You know, as Kayla was talking about like
topics,
when you were talking about like on the train situation and like just certain, you know, things you would say in certain situations, I was thinking, and be self, you know me in real life. I am not a loud person. You have never seen me like yelling at anyone or doing anything like that. Pretty chill in general. So like, I think it's a personality thing. There are plenty of men who are masculine men, plenty of women who are feminine women who do or don't, you know, get loud in public. You know, some people might be considered masculine, but still don't get loud in public. Mm-hmm. Like, I think that's more of a personality situation. I wouldn't put that as a masculine versus feminine thing. Like there are some very feminine women who are going to get loud depending on the situation. There are some very masculine men who are going to be quieter or louder depending on the situation. You know, I think sometimes when we talk about this, people want to put things in boxes like loud equals masculine, quiet equals feminine. And that's just not the case. So like when we're thinking about this topic and femininity and, you know, who does what, it kind of brings us to this next thing. And, Yeah. So if a woman is doing something or not doing something, is that going to influence what men around her do? Brian, beat. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm Brian B. Self. It's perfectly fine. I'm not hiding from nobody. Trust me. My name's Brian. It's no problem.
Okay.
Okay. Now, do me a favor. Rephrase that question a little bit.
So, does how a woman acts influence how the men around her act?
Treats her or acts?
Just acts.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a woman who has kids and she has sons and she's a fool and she's emotional, her sons are, can be emotional wrecks and make rash decisions. People say that's why we have the whole problem in the Black community right now. Is from the effects of emotional women passing it on to emotional young men. So.
So who really leads?
Look at that! Looking here like what?
So who really leads? Isn't it who leads?
If the black women are leading the Black community. I mean,
because most Black households are run by.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a reality of a Black community. Black women lead the Black community.
So who, if what you said though is true, like, the women affect how the men behave. Then who are the leaders of the community?
The women. The women lead our community. Our community is led by.
That's the same in other communities? Just what you think? I don't.
No. Not at all. Not at all. A lot of this stuff. A lot of these stuff is first world Western issues. A lot of these like.
That's some real shit right there.
They don't even have these. They don't even have the need for these kind of discussions in other parts of the earth. It's like, what are y'all talking about?
We have so much here.
Yeah,
we have so much. So things get out of perspective. But I really do think that, like, at the end of the day, everybody wants somebody, and I think it's really sad when people like wish people would never find someone. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just would never say that to anybody. We're all gonna grow old, one day. I think that all people deserve someone. Everybody deserves to be understood. And there's a lot of humans with a lot of trauma. And yelling at them doesn't fix it. They need somebody to understand. So I think, like, I don't know, we just all need to be more understanding of one another and try to work together.
Everybody.
I mean, I can go on record and say
times are different.
Should women want to be led?
Most women do. Most women
want a good woman if you want to be led, like,
I think
are you a bad woman if you don't want to be led by a man?
I think a lot of women are socialized to be led and are willing to be led. You just can't be leading them off a cliff. Like, you have to have something that makes.
But I think a lot of women have been.
Because
and they're
when people who have not demonstrated, and I'm not saying that this is all men, of course, let's just say a few, whoever, people who have just been like the de facto leader just because of their gender. And then people, end up in a situation and then they don't want to just follow any random man, think about it. Like, I think that women have lots of power. I think men have lots of power. And like Kayla was saying earlier, I think the power is just, some areas, it's like a Venn diagram. There are some overlapping areas. There are some areas where women are stronger, some areas where men are stronger. But like, if men are going to be the leaders, or if men are, seen as the leaders, you have to be really leading. That means you have to be taking responsibility for the people under your covering. You have to be making a plan. You have to do all of these things. So like, if that's the case, and we know what leadership looks like, and anyone who's been on a team, anyone who's been coached, anyone who has been doing any of these things, can you imagine? Like, that would be like me as a teacher going to school and be like, you know what? I can't teach y'all until you sit down. Like, I'm the teacher in the classroom, so it's up to me to get the class in order.
I'm glad you brought up your being a teacher in leadership, and because it starts with the little boys. I mean, I came up in school, and I remember me being in school, all of the little girls were on the honor roll. It may be 16 girls on the honor roll and maybe 6 boys, 7 boys.
That is. I actually talked about that in the group today. Well,
so, you know,
about boys.
Just being, you know, the way the education is structured. You know, is it structured in a way where it's conducive to male learning? Or is it structured where it's conducive to female learning? Are we, you know, do parents, you know, push education on their daughters more than their sons? You know, so it's
kids
just
learn different.
You know, say it again.
Kids learn different.
Well,
by gender.
Oh.
Well, yeah. There are studies that do believe that kids do learn that, you know, that boys would benefit more from more active learning, that, you know, sitting down for periods out of time and focusing that it's not, you know.
Well, like K to 12, you know, and especially in the, let's say K to 8, you know, people understand that different learning modalities need to be implemented to reach as many students as possible, hopefully everybody, to learn new concepts and objectives. The thing is, though, and it's funny that you say that, Brian, not funny, haha, but funny, interesting that you say that, because in the group, I made a post about that, and somebody kept talking about, like, you know, tactile and kinesthetic learning for boys, for Black boys specifically. And I was asking, like, so is there a reason why you keep saying this? Like, and not me saying like, oh, it's not true, but what is the reason that you're saying this? Because different kids learn different ways. Some people, you know, are auditory learners, visual, kinesthetic, like different people learn different ways. And I don't think that we can just say, oh, all boys, you know, boys just learn by being active. Lots of girls learn that way and lots of boys don't. You know, we have to really be careful when we're talking about this in terms of education, because I think that that is a disservice to boys to think that boys in general just want to learn by being active. All children, generally speaking, like being active. I mean, go to any kindergarten class, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. Now, after that, things start getting a little bit different. But, you know, in the younger grades, they absolutely love generally being active. That's why people love recess, and they love, you know, doing things with their hands and just having like projects that you can do with your hands.
But Kayla, I have to give you some pushback, because at recess, the boys are burning off energy playing football and off the wall, and the girls are huddled up in a one little corner in discussion.
What? Where? Because when I was growing up, we're outside running around just like the boys.
They're literally huddled together in discussion, or the action to go inside the school and do some type of more work activity.
These are stereotypes that people just have.
Those are definitely stereotypes, because that wasn't me as a child. I was outside running around.
If you go on any playground, you'll see boys and girls running versus standing. You'll see
going on slides, jumping on stuff. Both genders, I really think both genders are athletic and like to do things. They're kids. It's not a gender thing. Kids are kids. I just think that when it comes to discipline, the real issue is there's not male leadership in the households. And young boys need male leadership to get that discipline going. Because I'm hearing people say, oh, you know, it's hard for boys to sit down and, you know, take a class. And I'm like, why would that be hard? All children need to be able to learn this, know this. It's discipline. It's about the upbringing. It's about the structure. That's what it's about. Am I lagging? I feel like I'm lagging.
A little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit broken up a little bit and lagging a little bit.
Okay, let me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I agree, Kayla. It's, you know, we need more leadership. We need more Black men in the classroom. Anyone who is a Black man, just a little PSA. Anyone who is a Black man in the chat that's trying to teach, now is the time. Go do it.
Why? So a Black woman can say he don't make enough money and not date him?
Look, man, look. The average teacher makes more than the average black man, B-Self.
I'm sorry, I had to go there.
The average teacher makes more than the average black man, B-Self. So
I am sorry.
You know,
I'm
even
sorry.
if you're saying this,
I'm sorry, girl. He a teacher.
Think in Chicago, what? How many people like are 22 coming out of college making 60K? Like that's starting as a teacher in Chicago. Like if you're in a major city, now smaller cities, you know, it might be different, but then also the cost of living is probably lower. Mm-hmm. So yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying we can't just like put boys in a box or girls in a box. And I think that is, you know, why we were thinking of this show in terms of like femininity and talking about it, because a lot of people view femininity as not like strong, but femininity is very strong. You know, there's a lot of power in being a woman, a lot of power in being
strong when it's done right, when it's done correctly.
Tell me, how is it done right?
Oh, it's done when there's grace, and that's humility, and there's compassion, and there's things like that. When there's not a diva present, there's no diva energy. You know, I think femininity is different from diva energy. And I think diva energy is anti-femininity.
So like somebody like, would you say that Meg the Stallion is feminine?
I would say she is, in some aspects.
I think she is hyper feminine.
I think she's hyper feminine in many aspects, and she presents a will to be submissive. You know, she wants to be submissive, you know, and that's why she's putting up this hyper, you know, feminine front, because deep down inside, Meg wants to be submissive, you know, in my opinion. And,
so do you think that hyper, like being extremely feminine, is not wanting to submit?
You know, no, I think it's putting on a front. I think it's hyper. I think it's putting on. I think it's a survival tactic. You know, we're all operating off survival tactics, and hyperfemininity is a survival tactic. It's a way to a woman to say, I want to be a boss bitch. I want to be, you know, felt important. I want to be seen. It's a way to be seen in a you know, highly dominant masculine world. So it's the world to say, hey, I'm going to be extra feminine, you know, so you can take a look at me.
So I want to go back to the diva comment, because I
wanted to know too.
I've been referred to as such. So what is diva to you?
Have you referred to yourself as such?
Yeah, I have. Even since childhood. Even since childhood, yeah.
Okay.
So I want to know, but I was also a dancer and entertainer, so there's that.
Yeah, but you know, I think it's
what is it to you though? What's a diva?
A diva to me is a earned position. Is a position that's earned over many years of service to a particular genre or entity. You know, it's Diana Ross, it's Maya Angelou. You know, now if she wanted to be as such, it's the women who put in the time, you know, who put in the work, who took the licks. It's not the, you know, the, hey, I just got a new hairdo and I'm feeling my makeup and I'm feeling the energy I'm alluding. So, hey, I'm a diva. You know, it's just, it's a title unearned. You know, so I think a true diva earns their title through taking their licks and you know, it might even be in the bit of it might have been a musical term, you know, as far as, you know, industry women, but it's like they took the hits to be able to say, hey, I don't want that in my dressing room, because you know, it's been times they had to get dressed in the coat room. You know what I mean? So it's not, it's the, or you know, it's the kind of It's the, hey, I've been through some stuff. I've earned my stripes, and I earned the right to consider myself a diva. So, and if I am a diva, then we have to address you as one. Then if you're a diva, then we have to see you and kind of cater to you. Because the world should cater to a diva, correct?
This is
now,
correct.
Why should we cater to you if you haven't earned anything that worth catering to, other than you can do your makeup good?
So you're saying the people around said diva have to be the ones to appoint them to that status, basically.
Yeah, you have to be appointed a diva. You can't.
So it's a status term.
Yeah, it's
because for me, I always felt like it was about
how you feel.
It was about personality. It was about confidence, and it's about just like people who have that star quality about them. Like that's what it really is. People who have that confidence, who are center of attention, whether intentional or unintentional, you know, and they just have that confidence and that star quality. That is the reference that like I know it as people who are she's that girl, you know. Yeah.
But what does that say to the true divas who've been in this forever? You know,
like a Mariah Carey or like a
like who've been through the pills.
I mean, they are too. They are too. They are too, because they are women that have all those things.
But the pressure, the thing is,
they have that. They are stars. So they don't just have the star quality. They proved it.
With true divahood, with any title comes pressure. You should not be able to have any title without it being.
I don't think it's a title though.
Because it is a
title. It's like it's a caricature of the culture in a way. It's not really like a title. I don't think anybody would want like a title. I feel like it's something where you want a plaque made. I don't think anybody would ever get a plaque. Well, maybe they do, but
who is the ultimate diva? Who, when you first started hearing about the term diva, where did it come from?
It's always female singers.
I thought Patti LaBelle,
female singers and performers, and
Diana Ross, Patti LaBelle, and like you say, maybe Mariah Carey. You know,
say maybe Mariah,
but it came from these stars being like kind of like demanding and a little spoiled and a little, you know what I'm saying? And, hey,
having everything they want because they've proven.
Yeah, it's also spoiled. It's also spoiled a big part of it.
Was this girl, are you a diva? You know, you acting like a diva, but you have this
because you're acting spoiled and you.
Yes, but you have this pressure of going out and performing. So where's your pressure? If you're going to hold this title, what pressure do you give yourself to earn it? Like what do you have to go out and prove to the world?
So is that what you feel like girls should have? So is that what you feel like girls should have? Like if they're gonna quote unquote act like a diva, you feel like they should have something to back it up, basically.
Yeah, or something on the line. If you're gonna call yourself the diva, what are you putting on the line?
Something in the pipeline. Something in the pipeline.
Something in the pipeline. Something.
No, I can agree with that.
Because Mariah can call.
I can 100%.
Mariah can call herself a diva, but she has to go out and sing this the Star Spangled Banner and do it correctly, you know, and that's pressure. You know, on live TV where she might have had you know what I mean? It's pressure. So it's earned. So, and I think, you know, we're in this a generation now.
You're right. I don't disagree. I do not disagree.
Do you think B Self that? Wait, let me ask this. What do you think is the equivalent of like? I hate the term, but let's say the alpha male, right? In, you know, a group, you know, people like to talk about that. Alphas. What do you think is the female equivalent? Do you think it's someone that's soft and demure, or do you think it's someone who walks into the room and commands it?
His wife is the woman he chooses.
No, just I mean, okay, outside of like,
we're not talking about people in relationships
in general.
No, you're asking me what is the counterpart to an alpha male? What is the female counterpart, right?
But not in a relationship.
Not even in general.
like how we can talk about, alpha males or whatever.
Yeah, I can say
how
alpha
talk about it
female
outside of a relationship context.
Outside look.
Alpha female.
That's when you make a mistake.
What?
Going outside, you can't put a woman outside of a man.
You can't.
What?
Hell not.
You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't put a woman outside of a man, because a woman's purpose, true purpose, is her man.
Yeah, but we're talking about women as an individual.
Individual women.
As just an individual person.
Look.
Just as a person.
Listen to me.
We're not talking about her proximity. We're not talking about her proximity to anyone. Just her as a person.
You can have an alpha male, and I can sit here and tell you the equal would be a boss bitch or a go-getter woman. No. There is no equal to an alpha male, female. There is no female counter equal to an alpha male. There is no equal. The only thing that is equal or closest thing to being equal to an alpha male is the woman he chooses.
Wait a minute now. This is why we wanted to have this show, right?
But alpha doesn't work like that.
There's no female alpha.
But it doesn't work like that, because most of the time alpha men don't pick strong alpha women. They usually, we see how there's the Jay-Z, there's the Beyonce, but like for the most part, a lot of people go, like a lot of strong men usually pick, they want to stay feeling strong. So they usually pick someone a little less strong, a little less alpha.
No, because men don't want to compete. Men don't want to pick competitive women. Men don't want to compete with their women. Like being an alpha means to be competitive. And get up in every morning and you're trying to compete for everything you do. You're trying to compete in everything. It's being competitive. It's being ultra competitive. And so you got to ask yourself, do you want to wake up and compete with a woman? Do you want to wake up with a woman that's also competitive as you? Or do you?
But as long as she's not competitive with you, then what's the problem? If like whatever she's tackling for her day, she's competitive. Like, I'm gonna be the best at this freaking kids at my daughter's bake sale. I'm gonna make what I don't know, whatever. But she's competitive too. Like,
she can be competitive. But the true nature of being competitive is you can't turn that off. Truly
women are very competitive.
It's going to compete.
Women compete with women over men. Women are very competitive. Women cannot like a woman simply off of the way that she looks when you come into a room, because women are competitive and they're just like, oh, that girl thinks she look better than me. Like, what? Women are so like, to say women that aren't competitive, I think that women are. Like, you want to be the best woman that you can be. You want to be the best. Everybody want to be the best. Everyone today, man.
No, I mean competitive in the sense of business, in the sense of the sense of.
But self, do you think that a woman just because a woman, let's say go getter, let's use that term, right? A woman is a go getter. She's very ambitious. Do you think that woman would automatically be competing with her man?
Right.
Not automatically. Not automatically.
I don't think so either.
But
honestly, I think a lot of women, a lot of women and men that have to be out in the world competing constantly love to come home and not be competing. Like, I don't think that necessarily lines up. Like, yes, you're a competitive person, so you want to compete with your mate. I don't think that that's the case generally.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's even in sports, in terms of like women that are fit. I know a few people that are very competitive, but in personal space, they're not competitive at all.
You have a lot of competitive women. You have women that are competitive, right? And they try to push their man to be competitive. They try to throw stuff at him, like, they try to motivate him to be more competitive because they're competitive. So I think it's a clash when you have two competitive people in a relationship with together. I think there will be ultimately some type of head bumping, over the rights to things, over you don't tell because you got two people who are used to going out there getting it themselves, who don't want to be dependent. The nature of a competitive person is a person who don't want to depend on nobody.
I don't know. I feel like men like to be challenged, and I do think that having some of like challenge in the relationship is healthy. Like, I don't feel like every time you guys have conversations, she's just like, yeah, totally, babe. Like, yeah. Just like every freaking conversation is just like, yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yep. Like, it's like you don't want to have a real conversation with someone that's like, yeah, but I read on Team Z, and like, really? No, yeah, I said and like, let's like, I don't know. I feel like the back and forth, like, I love that banter is actually like sexual energy.
And
to some people.
So. Oh wow! Oh, that's so deep. That's deep. That's deep. You said that. Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? I don't know. Whatever.
So Kayla, like what you were saying with the whole, men like, that when women talk, I guess. I think that if a man values a woman and understands the value that a woman can bring, they will value that woman's perspective. Like if you marry someone, if you're a man and you marry a woman and you don't value her perspective, like that's you not understanding the value that a woman can bring, So like to your point, about the whole like, yes, yeah, just agreeing and just saying whatever.
Yes.
I think sometimes some people can like that for a little while, and before people are like, you do not. The opposite of being a yes person is not arguing. It's not
exactly.
You don't have to be arguing. You can just be giving your perspective. Opinion. And I think a lot of men and women view the perspectives of the opposite gender as valuable. Like as a woman, I view, a man's perspective as valuable. I view my man's perspective as the most valuable. My brothers, my dad, my male people that I actually know. And, they would view my perspective as valuable, knowing me as a person. So I just think that you got to look at it that way. And sometimes this whole like women must be silent. It's almost like it's some kind of like, it's like it's the equivalent of like a fairy tale situation for some men.
Is it a fairy tale though? Because I don't remember any of the fairy tales, the women just being like.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like the equivalent, like the way that a woman might want to find a man who's just, a certain way. I think that some men want to find a woman who just sits down and is quiet and doesn't say anything and, is perfect everywhere. Like that's a fairy tale equivalent.
I think that all people like to be mentally stimulated. And that's all I'm saying is that someone that's just constantly agreeing with you, I have no idea how you get mental stimulation out of that. But then again, some men don't see the value in women past like
exactly
your sexuality and what you can do for me. They don't really value women's opinion really in reality on much of anything. So to certain men like that, it's just like, say yes and sure and anything else I can get you all day, and they will be happy for the rest of their life. There are men like that, and then there are other men that want to have intellectual conversation, that want to discuss topics and give our opinions and share things and like have some kind of banter and back and forth, and ever to each their own. But I'm never gonna, ever be that kind of person that's just like, yeah, sure, blah, blah, blah. I mean, obviously I'm on a talk show because I like to talk. So anybody that I'm with has to like talking too, and like wanting to talk about topics and like tell me about their day. And when I ask, how was your day? They're not just like, oh, it was good. Like, no, like, tell me what Shirley did at the front desk. What did she do? Really? Like, no, we get like, you know what I mean? Like, let's talk. Like, so, I don't know. That's just me though. It's just my perspective in my life.
Yeah, guys, how's my mic? I had to rearrange some things. Does it sound a little different?
It sounds good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay.
Self, what do you think about that? Like, as a man, and I know you are in a relationship, as a man, do you want your woman, do you value, I'm not trying to put you on the spot like that.
No, put me on the spot.
Do you value your woman's voice, her input? Do you ask her questions looking for responses, or do you ask her questions looking to agree with you? Or does it depend?
No, I want her to see the things that I don't see. I'm hoping she sees things that I'm missing. Because I want a feminine perspective. Because I believe that a feminine perspective can see things that we can't see. Because you're seeing it from a feminine, from a woman's eyes, and I believe that's a different view. So I want to know, what do you see? What am I missing? What vibes are you picking up off this person? What does your intuition tell you? So I'm very much, asking my woman, how do you feel? What kind of vibes did you get off this guy and whatnot, or this person? So, but I'm also acutely aware that women can be irrational and catty, and I have to take that into consideration. That you can just be hating on them just off some stupid shit, because you think they like me.
And then you're like, you know what? Mm-mm.
Yeah, so I have to take it's other considerations I have to take in, but I'm always very much involved in my woman and questions of like, so what do you feel about this or that? So I respect the woman's opinion.
And it's we're supposed to work together. You have your opinion, she has hers, and you guys make some magic. That's what's supposed to happen. So I think like this whole dominant spirit that some men have, that like they do not care necessarily about that part of it. I think that those men, that's their life. I just think that it shouldn't be that
a
way.
lot of men who just think women are just children, are dumb or have nothing worth listening to say and whatnot. It's a lot of chauvinistic mentalities, but I've learned there are some women who really could add to the conversation, and but they're filtered by so many women who are just looking for attention though. A lot of them are just looking to be heard rather than have something to say.
Do you think that's what turns off some men from listening to a woman's perspective, is that there's just too much, like too many people saying too many things, and it's like you can't decide who is someone you should listen to. So it's like, forget it, don't listen to anybody. That's a woman.
Yeah, and then you got to realize what's going on in the YouTube space now. Young men are being taught just to shut, ruthless. This MGTOW stuff is ruthless in the young man space. And they're picking up on it, and they're going on dates saying, what do you bring to the table? Do you have your half? I wouldn't want to be a young woman in the dating scene today with the internet out here popping off with all this all this I
don't know. I think these days
it's rough.
You have more access than ever. I mean, these days, I think being in the dating world, while it comes with its challenges, there is so much more access than you would have ever had 100 years ago. You can't just pick up the phone and call someone that lives in Paris. Your options are the people that live around here, right? Now you can be with anywhere and move anywhere in the world and have contact. So at the same time, while I feel like it's harder because we have more access, I think gives people a better opportunity to find the right one versus just finding one because that's what we're supposed to do at this point in our life. So let me find someone. This person's pretty close proximity. This is pretty convenient. Let's do this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
there are pros and cons for sure. Like, you know, with all this access to people around the world or whatever. Like Kayla, you and I wouldn't have known each other if it weren't for
you know, internet.
Yeah. So yeah, like internet. Definitely pros and cons. I mean, yeah. I think that with this topic, and we're talking about like, you know, these spaces and these different talking points that people use, there's also something else that can come along with it. So if you're a man or a woman or anyone, and you're in certain spaces, you can kind of see what it is that people want to hear, right? You can know and if you're in a woman's space that's like anti this and anti that, you know what they want to hear. If you're in a man's space that's like femininity and alpha men, you know exactly what the people in that space want to hear. All you got to do is go to a few comment sections. Oh, okay, this is what they want to hear. So do you think that there's like not danger, but that people have to watch out for that now? Because, I mean, you always got to watch out, right? Keep your eyes open and your wallet in your front pocket. But are we creating a situation where people know how to manipulate people better? It's almost sometimes like some men want to be manipulated by women. It's like, as long as you say what they want to hear, they're like, yes, no vetting involved. I'll marry you tomorrow. As long as you say what they want to hear. And that's dangerous, but it works for some people. Same thing with men, though. Like, a man can know what women want to hear and say that, you know, and get the woman that they want. But that's also dangerous, right? If you're not being discerning, if you're just trying to hear what you want to hear. And I think that now more than ever, with the whole internet situation, a lot of men, in my opinion, are opening themselves up to be played. So, because people will just say anything, like you can go to a comment section and know exactly what they want to hear and say it. And now you're, you know,
the greatest person on the planet.
Viewed positively for
the
whatever.
Epitome.
Right. So, like, be self as a man.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like, how do you differentiate if I know you're in a relationship now, so I'm not like saying it like that, but like, how do you differentiate if a woman is just saying things that they know men want to hear versus that's who they really are? Like, how can you tell as a man?
Well, I would have to look. She can't lie to me unless I'm lying to myself first. So if I'm lying to myself, she can lie to me, because you know, if you can't, if I have the accomplishments that backs up her compliments, then she's not lying to me. But if she's giving me compliments that don't match my accomplishments, I know this is some lying, or you know, it's some finessing going on, or it's something ain't right. But
some men like that though.
You know, everybody likes to be kind of hyped up, and
ego stroke.
Everybody likes that.
Stroked a little bit, but
how do you tell the difference though? Because I think that's where the problem for men and women, like for men and women. I'm not saying
you know what, for a man, you may or may not be able to tell the difference, but as long as you're getting what you want out of the deal, who cares?
Okay, so would you say that?
You know what I mean? So she's whatever she's playing, but as long as I'm getting what I want, whatever it is I wanted from her.
Yeah, but don't you think that's dangerous? Because you're getting what you want at the beginning so that you can get in, and manipulating you to get in. And then when she got you in, she'd be like, gotcha. And then you're like, who is this girl? It happens, dude, all the time. Like, things are so good, and then you know, with men and women. Men, you know, when I was growing up, like I'm old or something. When I was a little bit younger, they called it selling dreams. And men used to sell dreams to women all the time with this fairy tale of like how much they loved them and was into them in this life they're going to have together, blah, blah, blah. And 7 months later, like he's gone. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a thing. I don't know, but women can do it too. Women can sell dreams. And then once you buy it, you be like, what the hell is this?
Oh yeah. A woman can, you know, she said women, you know, women sell you the dream of being together, of you know, of sex dreams. I'm gonna
like I'm gonna give you this.
A woman, you know, there's some women out here stringing on guys for years, getting paid, and ain't never gave them none. Still promise.
Never, and they will still take them out. Still dote on them, dine on them, still get them gifts.
One day, it's here.
Yeah, just dangling. I mean, honestly, it's the way of the world.
It's dangling it.
I mean, a good deal of the things that men do are
and there's some man dangling.
Are they doing them for other men?
Dangling a commitment in front of a woman's face. Like, here go a ring. I'm gonna give you some commitment. What's
here go men do it all the time. They hang that commitment. Oh, yeah, I can't wait till one day you're my wife. This is YouTube couple I watch all the time. They've been there like 6 years, and all he does is refer to her as my future wife, my future wife, my future wife. I'm like, bro, you just bought a $50,000 Rolex. Like, what is stopping you from buying a ring? This future wife stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, just growing up, like the 90s, early 2000s, and just like, you know, seeing different tropes, I guess, and then like things that happened in day-to-day life. I think that more men, in my observation, were the ones who were, I guess, playing women, right? Like that was more so the thing that was happening before. Women wanted to be, I'm not saying women don't want to be married. I'm not saying women don't want to be married. Women wanted to be married. Women wanted to, you know, have this certain type of life. So like if a man was dangling that like in front of them, like you said, be self, like, you know, here's this commitment or whatever, then a woman might be like, you know what,
women,
let me try to fit into this picture. But I think now a lot of men are, I mean, men been getting played too, the same as women, but I think now men are getting played more because it's about ego stroking and it's about make me just feel how I want to feel. And to your point, be self, you said, why does it matter if you're getting what you want?
Right, correct.
But with that point, at what point, like men are human and men have emotions as well. So it's not just like some transactional thing all the time where it's like, oh, I got what I want, I'm not worried about it. You know how many people are somewhere sad and crying and listening to Drake and like doing all types of stuff because of some woman that hurt them? It's very, very common. So, I mean, we can't act like men are just like, you know what, as long as I got what I want.
You guys have never been hurt by a woman. I have. You guys don't know what that feels like.
You've never been hurt by a man. I have. You don't know what that feels like.
No, I do not.
Neither, but the thing is that hurt is hurt. We both are humans. We have feelings.
That's what I'm saying. Both people.
Which hurts worse, female hurt or male?
Why is it a competition?
Right, humans.
It's not a competition. Hurt is hurt. When people are hurt, it affects them. It doesn't matter whether it affects you right at the beginning, like it does women, or if it takes some months for it to start to affecting you, like often it does men. It's gonna affect us both. We're both gonna be hurt if we really, you know, felt betrayed or really loved each other, didn't work out, whatever it is. Like it's not a competition. We're not making a competition because I feel like men's hurt don't get recognized enough, and it gets just like on the live show. On the live show, there was a guy that said during Battle of the Sexes that said, oh, as men, you know, we just bottle our feelings inside and then we explode them or whatever. And that's just what men do. And I said, no, you need to see your therapist. You need to figure out why you can't process your emotions and communicate them or do whatever. Men have feelings, but they're not handled properly. And And that's an issue. And that is why they handle them by not dealing with them right away, tucking them away. And then 3 months later, they're over here, can't do nothing all day because so-and-so is gone. But so-and-so's moved on. It's been 3 months. She's healed. And now you got to go back and go through your thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different the way that
you want to get her back after she healed. Oh, you think you healed? I'm back.
No, that's what men do. Oh my! Every time you start moving on, and you really find some, you cannot talk to them for months, and you really finally find, it's like something in the air. You finally find someone you really rock with, or you get in a new relationship. That person, like, it's like clockwork. That person starts texting your phone, and you're like,
and now you test it.
It must sense I'm happy.
Now you test it.
Because why?
With your new boo thing, or do you want that old thing back?
Me?
No, not you. Period. Just at that point you'll be tested.
Oh yeah, at that point you'll be tested because now you've reconnected with someone else, and that old thing coming back. But you always have to remember the reason why you broke up, because a lot of people miss routine. A lot of people miss, just certain aspects of being in that situation with someone for so long, and you can miss those things more so than you miss them, and then you'll get back and realize there's a reason I left, So I think when you leave, I think you should always remember why you left and not remember what it is about them, and focus on what's good with your new person and not what's lacking with them. And you can healthily move. You can move on healthy,
Hey, could you be with a man that's not into the arts? It would seem like that would have to be essential for you.
You have to be creative in some type of way. It doesn't have to necessarily be visual art, but something, like, even if you're not a practicing, whatever the thing is, you have to be interested.
No, because you don't strike me as someone that could just straight up date a lawyer, or just,
I mean, but don't act like lawyers can't,
I was creative on this case, baby.
No, like general population, like, let me not say general population people, but like people that are just out in society who don't have any interests and like no passion for anything and don't do anything artistic. I mean, there's nothing wrong with those people, but for me to connect, I would think that they would have to have something like that.
Caleb seems like she don't care.
Like my man,
none of that.
Huh?
Me?
Kayla seems like she don't care about none of that.
Why do I seem that way?
Because you seem like you would be more so concerned with a more practical man who's about his who just has his ducks in a row.
See, Kayla, oh my goodness.
You can care less. You can care less about how he wants to paint a bedroom, as long as he has the money to buy the paint,
Kayla is Kayla, the fact that you're so perceived like certain ways is so interesting to me.
Okay, so that is very interesting because I am very creative, very artistic, very much so. I love the arts. He needs to be practical. He needs to have resources, correct? So that he can buy a suit or a tux to go to the ballet or to go to a show or a theater or to a gallery. Like, those things I really love and I enjoy. So a lawyer can do those things too. I've dated a lawyer that did artsy things, and
different people can
was an artist himself. He loved doing creative arts on the side when he wasn't working and like taking vacations. He liked to do photography and stuff like that. Still does photography. And so I don't think you should box men in, that if he's serious and about his business, that means he doesn't have other interests and things like that. I do appreciate men that are like to work, and like, I love a Black man working and like being passionate about whatever it is that he does, and like coming home and telling me about some contract negotiation and how it went. And then I said, so and so and so, and we're doing 26.5. And then he was like, deal. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I love that. Exciting. You know what I mean? Tell me another story. Like, so I love that, but that we can still like, be regular people and be the artistic person I am. And even if he's not, that he's at least open to it. And he's like, yeah, babe, show me. You know what I mean? Because, you know, I'm into restauranting and being like, what's the hottest place? Like, what's some cool places, you know, cool drinks, you know, whatever. So as long as he's open-minded, I would, you know, obviously prefer him to be fully like into the arts like me too, for sure. For sure. So, you know,
overly
some information to know about me.
Just in case you're checking out there, guys.
Just in case you're checking.
She just gave you some insight there about
things change quickly. So anyway.
No, I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Earlier, and you know, I'm trying to throw in, I don't know if everybody else's mind is like the same as mine in terms of this, but earlier when like we were talking about Everybody Hurts, I immediately thought of REM. Then when somebody said she want that old thing back, immediately I thought about Jay-Z. And I know, like, does anybody else automatically think of songs? You know, she want that old thing back. She want.
I know. Yeah. She want that heroin track.
Yes, I immediately thought that while y'all were talking, and I was in my head like,
that's where these phrases come from. Yeah, they work
always. Like, no matter what, if there is a song, I'm thinking of it. But anyway, so I think your question was interesting though, Be Self, because, you know, while you asked it, I was thinking like, my man, he's not like a starving artist or doing anything like that. Like, he doesn't work in the arts or anything, but he is interested in certain aspects of the arts. And I think that was an important thing. Like, before I even knew he was into it at all, you know, it's just interesting to know that he was, like, when I found that out.
Yo, man, why you hiding him?
I'm not hiding my man.
Yo, man, I've been Facebook friends for you for years. For decades.
I don't know why you haven't seen my man. I posted him before.
You don't post your man.
Like she said, ain't no ring on my finger. You ain't going on my gram. So once we sign the paperwork,
I have B Self.
Oh my God!
He gotta sign the paperwork.
Not represented well on your timeline. This brother ain't represented on your timeline.
That would be like me saying I haven't seen your girl. I haven't, but I don't really be like going to your.
She's not hiding her man from the world.
I've been talking about this,
keeping the world from her man.
If I go on your page and at least 10% of your photos ain't with your man,
well, I don't post.
No.
I in the last, let's say, 5 years, because we probably been Facebook friends for like 10. I haven't been posting much of any pictures, you know. But no, I don't hide my man.
Wow, I'm happy for you. Is he Black?
Yes. We're getting married on Thursday.
Thursday? What? Get out of town. You getting married in May? Congratulations.
Thank you. Feel free to cash at me.
Wow. You know. What's your ring size?
Why?
I might have a ring for sale.
What?
Wow.
Why?
Rings on deck.
You want to have a ring for sale? What?
I got a couple of O's that didn't work out.
What?
So I never know when you're serious or when you're playing.
I got a couple of old engagement rings from.
You might have a ring.
What?
You might be playing. I'm not sure.
I cannot with you. You're not serious.
That's what. Kayla, don't you hate
4.5 or 5? Let me know.
I never.
No, actually, I didn't hear what was just said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What did he say though? Because I had to.
She's engaged, and I'm trying to, I'm trying to sell her some jewelry because she's engaged. But basically, I'm congratulating her because she just secretly told us about this hidden man that she's going to marry Thursday. Wow.
Well,
wow.
Things that are private need to remain private until they are ready to be public, and then once things are official. Then you go from there.
No, congratulations.
Wait, do you have like what kind of jewelry you got for sale?
No, but okay, what did he say about the jewelry? Because I missed that part too.
He was saying,
hold on,
first
I'll be
he
right
asked
back.
me my ring size, and I said, why? And then he said, but he does like have, you know, business. He has a business. Like he actually be out here doing stuff. So like, I don't know when he's serious or not and what he's serious or not about.
So does he seriously have some kind of jewelry business, or is
That's what I'm trying to see?
Is he joking? I'm sorry, I missed it, but I'm sure it was funny because you were cracking up.
Yeah, he's funny.
Crazy. Clearly, he's a nut. He's a nutty.
He's funny. If anybody is ever in Chicago or wherever he is and gets a chance to check out some of his stand-up, definitely do it. I've seen B Self, you know, doing comedy lots of times for a long time, for many, many years, and he is extremely funny. So look at him. What is that? I hear something.
He's eating something.
No,
Wait,
like me. Yeah, I was eating off camera too. But let's go ahead and hit some super. Do we have any? Oh, you seriously have a ring business?
That's what I'm saying, Kayla. Like, we don't ever know.
I'm gonna shout out the super chats real quick.
Hey,
I don't know. I did not know you were actually serious.
2 carats.
Put it close. Put it close.
Is this like for real inventory that you have in your house?
Look at that. That's beautiful.
That is pretty. Huh. I knew you were going to get something, and that's why I knew it.
I may propose to my girlfriend with this ring.
That
specific one?
I hope that we inspired that. I want that. I want y'all to live happily ever after.
It's an option.
Can I come to the wedding?
It's going to be viral. It's what is it?
So I can zoom into the wedding.
I'll send the link.
He said I can zoom into the wedding. Okay.
I'll send the link. Oh wow. I'm feeling this is like a celebration now. This is no longer a show. This is totally a celebration.
A celebration.
Yay.
Yay.
Oh wow, she's marrying a black man.
What? Why you say like that?
She could totally be with a white guy easily. Like, you know what I mean? White guys dig her like easily. The attitude, the naturalness, you know.
Really?
Yeah, you know,
the
African earrings.
Hey, you be pulling you some Pauls and
you
some
said African earrings.
Yeah, you know you wear the red, black, and green joints, you know, the yellow, you know, the continental colors. They love that. Yeah.
I do wear those. See, this is how you can tell we go way back.
Clearly. But I'm glad you guys did. In the meantime, we're going to go through super chat. Shout out to my girl Kelly. What's going on? What's going on? Shout out to John the Baptist, who said, likewise, ye husbands dwell according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, as being heir together of the grace of life, that your prayers may not be hindered. 1 Peter. Okay. Thank you, John the Baptist. Appreciate it. Okay. Shout out to an American man who said school is pretty easy. Black society just bullies boys out of greatness. To the homies, you are square. To the woman, you're a nerd. Interesting. Okay. Then we have shout out to Carlisle Tom. Question to Kay, since she's a teacher, would boys of a certain age benefit from male teachers?
Absolutely. I think that everyone benefits from Black male teachers. So the most underrepresented group, I think most underrepresented. Definitely Black men. If you're out there trying to teach, do it now. There's a teacher shortage. Do it. Black men.
And like she said, it pays some decent money.
Especially depending where you are and your level of education. But Black men, if you want to teach, now is the time. Go do it. You are very much needed in the field. Go do it.
Yes. Next, we have Lakeith, who said we live in a society where we have to pretend that women are individuals. I don't know what that means. Okay.
Women literally are individuals.
We are individual people. You have your own heart, and it has to beat on its own for you to be here. Then we have Miss Parker, who says, now be self. Why did you ask if he was Black? I guess he just explained that you be pulling the Pauls and the Ryans. They be wanting some K. They be wanting some K, okay? But thank you to all the super chats. Appreciate y'all. Green Gang, what's up? So, also shout out to Jordan. Appreciate you for coming through. Appreciate that.
Jordan is a loyal supporter. So definitely, yeah. He's always
all right. Thank you, Jordan.
Wow.
And then we have Eugene going to the chapel, and they're going to get married. Going
the way you're reading
chapel, and they're what? GK really love. What the heck is this?
Kayla, oh my God, the way you read that was hilarious.
I cannot. I don't know, but thank you, Eugene. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm extremely happy.
I thought that was a real comment. I didn't know what was going on.
Chapel, and they're going to get married and going to the chapel.
Like, what am I reading? What am I reading? Like, am I crazy?
Song.
I don't know that song. I'm sorry. I honestly don't know that song.
Kayla, you are my favorite.
Did you guys meet at the gym?
Me and Kayla met.
No, not you. You and your man.
Oh, me and my man. Yeah, we look at me trying to talk about me and Kayla's love story. We met here on Lapeef.
Our love story.
Yeah, we did meet at the gym.
Word?
He was spotting you, huh? On the weights.
He tried to say something about. So I was doing like, a burnout set on the bench with like 65 pounds, super light. Burnout. I'm talking about like 50 reps, like burnout. And he was like, you throwing that up? Like, why don't you put some more weight on there? And usually I don't entertain those types of comments. But I looked at him and I was like, so actually, and I gave him like the whole breakdown of what I was doing. And then he was like impressed, I guess, because I actually knew what I was doing. I mean, lots of women know what they're doing in the gym, but I really knew what I was doing. And I was, he was like, man, you should put some more weight on it. So then I was like, nah. We had a little conversation. I went on and did my thing. I think I went to do like tricep kickbacks or something. And there was the mirror right there by the dumbbells. And I was like, man, is he going to come over here? I'm like over there, like doing stuff. Like, is he coming over here soon? So, because I wasn't about to say anything else to him. And then I was like doing leg extensions. He was doing pull-ups. I was like, is he going to come over here? And then eventually he did come over there, and he's like, why don't we, meet up tomorrow? We can do a leg day. And I was like, cool,
Whoa. Off of one talk. Off of one, you doing a set and explaining. To a leg day after that little one thing.
He was like, we could do a leg day, and we didn't even exchange numbers. So I went home, and I was so like, oh my God, like, what if he doesn't come? And then, I get into my whole like Jillian Michaels. I was like, you know what? Look, let me create this leg day. I had a note. In fact, I still have the note in my phone. I made a whole leg day like routine.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. That's so cute.
I was so about to impress him. I was like, look, I got the supersets. I know exactly what we're about to do. I'm about to come in here like, look, this is what we're doing for this leg day. So I come in there. We're supposed to meet at like 10 a.m. the next morning. It was a Saturday because we met like Friday. Before I went to work, I was like at the gym at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So we go in there the next day, and I'm waiting by the squat machine. Like, is he coming? And then he came, and I was like, oh my God. So then he came, and I was like, I thought like we didn't exchange numbers. So I'm sitting here nervous. Like, how am I supposed to know if he's coming or not? But he came right on time. And then he had like a basketball. And I was like, clearly we're not doing leg day. So we went into the basketball court, and like played basketball, quote unquote, because we weren't like playing a whole.
Wow, looks annihilating Omar Epps situation.
We weren't playing like a whole game. We were just kind of shooting around, but we were in there for like 8 hours, 8 hours.
Shots.
Literally shooting shots. So we're shooting shots, And it was fun, and we were talking, and like we met up at 10. We didn't leave till like 4. And we were like, oh my goodness, like all this time has passed. And then we've pretty much seen each other every single day ever since. And now look at us. And it's funny because like he told me when we first met, I would say our real, like, because we met up at the gym a couple of times, like before we ever went on an actual date. Mm-hmm. But like the first date we went on, he was like, you're going to be my wife.
Word?
Mm-hmm. You lying.
Nope.
Oh my God.
You're going to be my wife.
That's a good sign.
I know.
That's a really good sign.
And then I'm all like, no, I'm not. Blah, 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 you know, but look at me now.
Wow. That's a good sign.
Yeah, it was really.
Now does he have a hood name like Martavias or Quantones?
No, really?
No.
Really, Brian?
Darnavias?
Nothing
really,
like that. I'm going to text it to you and you're going to be like, it's a very, yeah, no.
Quantomias?
Really, Brian?
Like that.
That's my middle
name. I cannot
name.
with Brian.
What's your middle name?
Martavias.
Quantavias?
Martavias.
Okay. Is it really?
It's Martavian, but whatever.
Why did you change it?
I wanted to make it extra.
What?
Why did you change it?
I wanted to make it extra. So he doesn't have a
No. Is he American?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Now, B-Self, the fact that you're just so shocked about every layer of this story, I don't know how to feel anymore.
No, I'm just, because you're labeled as so disagreeable. You're labeled as this, you know, people think you're just feminists who's just anti-men.
Which I'm not.
And you're on this witch hunt for men.
You just literally have an opinion. And they're not used to that. They're used to women not talking at all.
That's it.
But congratulations.
Thank you. And Kayla, an opinion on a talk show where we're supposed to.
An opinion on an opinion talk show where we're supposed to give
not
our
just
opinion.
me like walking up to random
people pride themselves on coming every week and barely saying anything. I don't get it. I have no understanding.
Hold on, guys. Let me plug up my laptop.
No, you good. But I do think that like that was a really sweet story. And I think that like when people find their person, that's all we can want for everybody. We should want everybody to have their person, find their person, and be happy. People that are wishing people not to be happy are very strange, very weird.
And probably
like, even if I don't agree with you, I don't agree with whatever you got going on, I hope you find somebody that do, and y'all could be happy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly. I can't imagine being like, you're never gonna, like, what?
But then when you don't say anything, then they're mad that you don't talk.
People don't like when I talk. They don't like when I
don't talk.
But then it's like, if I'm not talking, they're like, "Kay, say something." What? I don't know. It's just, you know, it's just interesting. And you know, I think sometimes it's because people don't see us as people. They see us as like characters on a show.
Yeah.
So when people don't see us as people, they just want us to kind of shuck and jive in whichever way they want us to do that. But, you know, we're people and we're not paid actresses. So
yeah, it's just my life. And I'm a human being. So I'm going to react and feel and express myself.
Wow.
I know.
Somebody asked if he knows about the roaches. Yes, he does. He knows all about them. And although he will not take them on as his stepchildren, he has been very adamant about that. He does know about them and he can coexist.
This is not the first time you're breaking the news on the show, is it?
No.
Okay.
It's been broken.
Okay.
And we had to say it again when we were in Houston and everybody was like, I have a question. Like people were lining up for their questions when we did the Q&A. And someone came up and their question was, where's Kay?
I had some things to do.
And Courtney had to be like, hey, it's getting married. She's doing her thing. And she wish she could be here. She'll be at the next one. And she just wants to let you know she loves you guys and blah, blah, blah. So, yes, it's been said. I'm super excited, happy for you. I have another friend that's about to get married and another one that's having a baby. So I love all the growth and the happiness that's happening.
Is the one that's having a baby married?
Yeah, she's married.
Look at B-Self trying to just look at him.
He was about to get her.
They just got married, though. They've been together since school. Like, they've been together since.
Wow.
I mean, they've been together for 9 years.
College love? Since college?
There's actually a lot of college love. Like, there's a lot of Howard couples. Like, a lot.
HBCU love. Now, one more question for Kate. Was it Planet Fitness or LA Fitness?
Wow.
Export. It wasn't either of those. Export. Wow.
It was Export. It was Export. Wow. Interesting. Love is in the Export.
Where did you meet your woman at? Was it a comedy show?
No, she was actually Facebook friends with my ex-girlfriend's mother. And I saw her a few pictures with my ex-girlfriend's mother, and I said, "Wait a minute, she's cute," and I friended her.
Wow!
While you were with
here, we are today.
No, we weren't together anymore.
Oh, no, I was like, wait, what? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always met people in interesting places. I think it's very interesting when you meet people.
You can meet somebody anywhere, honestly.
Yeah.
You don't know where you're going to meet somebody.
Nah, you don't.
I'm trying to think. Where's the most peculiar place I've met? No, I don't know. I think.
No. Are you in a relationship?
No.
Okay, so single like a Pringle.
Yes.
Like a Pringle.
Not like a Pringle. It's
right.
It's a very toxic on and off situation, and I had to fully stop, But
I'm
happy.
She's on break from my on and off. I got you. You on break?
No, it's really done. It's really done. Mm-hmm.
It ain't over till it's over.
No, it's over. It's over, but that's okay. Like, I feel like I rather not do the wrong thing for the sake of doing it.
Has he moved on?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
But you know what, Kayla?
So you don't stalk?
No. He's not really into stalk. He's not really into social media like that, so it will be hard to do that anyway. He posts maybe.
You actually have to hit
once a month or something.
You got to hit the block, and you got.
No, I'm not doing any of that, and he doesn't live in this city, so it's just.
Yeah.
I mean, Kayla, you will get exactly what you want.
I'm going to get everything that I want in life. Yeah. I deserve it, and I genuinely people who know me and know me for real know I'm very loving person and very thoughtful person. I'm a big gift giver. I'm a big surpriser and doing stuff like that. I love doing stuff like that. I love planning shit.
Let me make sure
shit. I'm a romantic, I'm a Gemini. So I'm a big romantic. I love planning stuff with
Let me send you my Cash App for Thursday. For everyone watching it.
Yes,
they want to send money.
You want to send Kay a wedding gift? You can send Kay a wedding gift on Thursday.
Are you guys going to a City Hall or going to Vegas?
We are definitely going to City Hall.
Really?
I'm not.
No, it's okay. That's good.
No, it's not about if it's okay or not. I can't even imagine being the center of attention for an entire day. That is not something I want in my life.
I love it.
I want to, we're going to do that. We're going to go.
I love it. What's next?
That's it. Exactly.
Now, can I ask you, how did he propose to you?
Thinking about spending all of our money for other people.
It doesn't have to be all of your money. All you need is someone like me. Someone that's a good planner. Someone like me.
It's going to cost me 10 grand.
I could have planned you a whole wedding.
I know people still paying off weddings.
No, I could have planned you a whole wedding for $2,500.
That's
everything.
Okay.
But we would need someone to sponsor like their backyard or something. But no, for real. And it can be done. I've done it. That's what I got my small event planning company during COVID. That's what we like started doing, like birthday parties, engagement parties, like little intimate wedding. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't have to be all of this. It could be in somebody's backyard and just zhuzh it up, set it up nice.
It's not bad at all.
And you know, listen.
I'll holler at Kayla for
it takes
$5,000.
No, I'm telling you, I've done it. That's what our company did. We plan anniversaries. I've done anniversaries where, I mean, you can go to the page, the Monet Group Design on Instagram, and like set up hotel rooms for anniversaries, and done like dates in the park or dates on the beach with like a whole setup, you know, like stuff like that.
It's not expensive. $500 wedding.
Which, like, why? People every single day get married for $10.
Well, I'm just saying, if you wanted to have some
at City Hall, like,
if you wanted to have something nice without spending a ton of money, to me, $2,500 on a wedding, I mean, I could see spending
that's
on a dress. You know what I'm saying? For the whole wedding, right? But it just takes some planning and having the right connections in your cities in terms of vendors, great places to get chairs, tables. Knowing how, I mean, I could do a whole thing off of like 3 stores.
Yeah, Kayla's really good at event planning. You are like, you think of things people.
So I mean, you gotta let me plan like at the August show. You gotta let me plan like just like a little bridal shower for you. I know it'll be afterward, but
take some of that money you save and hire a nice photographer to meet you guys downtown and take some nice.
Invest in that. And just in your dress or whatever you're wearing in him, we're just walking the streets in love, and let him get pictures of us like smooching at the light, and then like walk down to where there's some flowers or something. Yes.
On the Navy, on the Navy Pier Ferris wheel.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, it is. Oh, that's inspiring.
Yeah, anyone who wants to cash at me, KA312. That is my cash tag.
Yes, in the wedding gifts over.
And you're registered where?
Amazon.
Like Amazon's the best registry you can have. You know what I'm saying? You know, there are a lot of things that you can do that don't cost a lot. They just take planning and thoughtfulness. I'm that kind of person. I love stuff like that. So my brother's birthday is in 2 days. I'm planning something for him. I act like I wasn't though, because I was like, "Oh, what you want to do your birthday?" Oh, okay, whatever, because it's a surprise. But yeah, I love. Now,
Kayla, you want a real big wedding, huh? Like,
actually, I actually don't want a big wedding. I just want a big ceremony and a big party. But I don't want a big actual wedding.
So, you're saying a big venue, but not a lot of people? What does that mean?
No, I mean, I want to have an intimate ceremony, and then I want to have a big fun party. But for me, like, I'm a very emotional person, right? So for that, I really want to be kind of dressed down, like very just like something simple, white, and like just really intimate, probably like 30, 40 people, like our people that like say these vows, cry my fucking eyes out. That is like very intimate to me, and I want to be comfortable. So it'll probably just be like our parents, our brothers and sisters, and like our closest people. And then we can have the party, and then let's go have the party. Da 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 da. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but I'm like really private, and I'm really like.
You should go to Italy, yo. It's some guys in Italy probably just be like some rich guys in Italy to just ready to drop the bag.
I'm aware.
Rich guys in America that want to drop the bag for Kayla.
I'm gonna make sure we, I'm gonna make sure we spend it efficiently. Even when I'm buying expensive stuff, I still spend it efficiently. I'm like, if they got it cheaper at Saks. I'm leaving Neiman Marcus and I'm going to Saks and I'm getting it cheaper. I don't care.
Oh, she said I thought she was about to say Macy's.
I did too, Visa.
But they don't. Okay, y'all gotta stay. Okay, hold on, y'all. Come on now. The stuff in Lehman's they don't have in Macy's. They're only gonna have it in Saks or Berghoff. They're not gonna have it.
Say Ross.
I did too. I was like TJ Maxx.
They got it at Ross.
What you mean? But I stay no, not Ross. But I stay at the TJ Maxx. Okay, I get a lot of event planning stuff from the TJ Maxx. They got furniture. They got everything. They got decor. They got
home section,
they got everything. TJ Maxx, sponsor me, please. Like, I love y'all so much.
Yeah, there are only certain things that I spend like money on. And I'm glad that, me and whatever I want is fine. And I didn't want anything big because I just don't want it. But like certain things
diamonds are small.
Could be like shoes, maybe certain shoes, like certain brands of shoes. Groceries, I will absolutely drop like money on some
money on food.
Organic, high quality, Whole Foods, like, different stores like that. Absolutely. But like clothes and events, absolutely not. Stock market, yes. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not like into like certain things. So yeah.
No, I'm hyped up. That just made my night. I might
it's about
step up my proposal now.
I got you. If you need anything, hit me up. You need me to set up
a big proposal.
You need me to set up the proposal?
Was it a normal proposal? Did he propose by the weights or propose like?
Really? No, it was not like that at all. We we already had been talking about getting married, and jokingly I was just like, Christmas was coming. It was like December of 2021, like just this past December. And I was like, he was like, what do you want for Christmas or something like that? And I was like, either I'm not going to be specific, but a certain type of firearm or a crossbow or an engagement ring. And then he got the engagement ring. So it was just like,
you didn't get the crossbow.
Huh?
Still ain't got the crossbow though.
Man, I don't know if you've been following on Facebook, but I've been asking for that crossbow for like 2 years. But yeah, so it was between a crossbow, a certain gun that I wanted, and the ring. And we got the ring. So
wow.
I think the holiday is a romantic time. I'm so romantical. I love romantical things. I really do. Like, light some candles, goddamn it. What's going on? Get some flowers. We need new flower arrangements in here. Stat.
How did this even happen? The fact, be self, we have changed like
the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Now talking about extremely feminine things, right? But I think because we're women.
Look, and the thing is still going across the bottom of the screen. We should have changed that.
But talking about what we're talking about, do you think that there have been men that have been manipulated into certain situations by women willingly? Like willingly manipulated, welcoming the manipulation.
Welcoming them, like,
or turning a blind eye. Like, you know what? I know what's going on, but I want this much, so I'm just gonna let it go, like that.
Okay. Without mentioning Russell Wilson, right?
What?
Without even touching Russell, answer that question.
What? Why? Like, what? You think Russell Wilson was manipulated?
I think by pretty face. Yeah, because you know why? In a sense, I think
you think it's the face?
I think he had a lot more going on than Sierra at the time. I think his value was a lot higher. As far as what he did for a living, where he was coming from, being, without kids, and the money he's making, what he had in front of him. Yeah, I think he was manipulated by just the dance moves and, the way, a woman gyrates and shakes and whatnot. Because he said it. He said, I've been liking her since, the videos, so yeah. I mean, I think that's just what the one of the most basic I can give that everybody would know about, that's probably one of the biggest dividing issues to this day with male and females, the Russell and Sierra debacle,
It's not a debacle. They're a happy, healthy marriage. Why is it a debacle? Like, they look happy. They say they're happy. They show that they're happy. I don't understand why we're using them. Like, at the end of the day, when a man loves a woman, there's always a part of manipulation that's going to be there. That's always a part, because most smart men, rather be happy than to argue about little things. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I just believe that all men, like, their woman can manipulate them. I've
easily. I think
I've done it. I've been like, I know a certain way I can do something, a certain way I can touch you to get you to be like, all right, babe.
My woman gets away with stuff I could never get away with.
Huh?
I said my woman get away with stuff she would never let me get away with, just by, she could,
because she know you, and she know how to get you.
Yeah,
she already know the tone of voice.
Yeah,
to use when she about to talk to you about something she won't.
Totally.
Like, Brian, can I talk to you about something for a second?
The shit that'll get me in hot water, and would just have her she'll just dismiss it as it was just a thing, it's no problem, and I'm crazy, so we're easily manipulated, because that's what beauty does. It manipulates.
So beauty is the thing that manipulates. It's not necessarily how she treats you.
No, it's beauty. Beauty manipulates. Because if I didn't find her attractive, she wouldn't be able to do none of this shit.
You know what? That's a fact.
I
can see that, because I've literally seen that there are things that men will do for certain women that they won't do for others.
I would be listening
simply because of their attraction to them. Yeah.
If I didn't find her attractive, I'd be listening to her words and not just looking at her face and just this shit sound like what?
The question is, are you even listening, or are you just looking at what's going on?
Exactly. Or am I, so it's beauty manipulates big time. So
and you don't think it's a problem if it's in sort of inside of these certain bounds, I guess, that we spoke of? You're cool with it that way, but obviously, like, if it became something dangerous.
Hold on, you froze up on me a little bit.
I was saying, like, you're okay with that and you're fine with that. Does that have like limits and bounds? Like, is there a point where the manipulation is like not okay?
No, I'm fine with that. If I was a woman and I was a beautiful woman, I would be manipulating the hell out of me.
I hear men say it every day. People say whatever they want to say about me or whatever, and then men will turn around and say, well, if I was a girl, I wouldn't date nobody broke either. And I'm like, so y'all understand. Most men understand. Most men are like, you know what I'm saying? If they were in these shoes, they would, leverage their beauty just like women do, So, I mean, I don't know.
But I would, if I was a woman, I wouldn't take so much time and I wouldn't be so choosy.
You don't think the women should be more choosy?
I think there's too many options and women take too long. I think women take too long to make that final decision.
Why? Because we don't like settle down like our parents did younger. Because it's obviously gotten older. My grandmother had my uncle, when she was 23. She got married at 22, and I'm at 23. My mom had me. My mom got married at 29, had me at 30.
No, it's like what you said earlier.
I'm already 30, so I'm gonna have my kid even later.
There's so many options. There's options. When there's options in Europe, There's options in Miami. There's options in LA. You know, what's the to stop you from just saying that, you know, this option in Nashville isn't good enough, you know, and still waiting and waiting and waiting. Then you know, you look up and you waited yourself out the game.
Yeah, but you shouldn't. That's FOMO. I don't think that you should practice FOMO. I think you should practice exercising your options and don't settle to say you have someone. But if you found a real connection and they have 85% of what you're looking for, and it's real and it's true, and y'all headed in the same direction.
Wait a minute. So you don't believe in settling to say you got somebody? Like it's not a practical decision to settle?
I think that I think it's a practical decision to settle down. I don't think it's a practical decision to settle, because I could have been did that years ago just to say I have a husband, knowing damn well that like this has a shelf life. But the thing is that in Caucasian communities,
that would be her starter husband.
I was just about to say, in Caucasian communities, that's how they move around. I have a number of white girls that are on husbands number 2 currently. They did husbands number 1, now they're on husbands number 2, and to them it's just like, oh, didn't work out, move on, find somebody else, marry somebody else. You know what I'm saying? Like in the Black community, we get so butthurt. Oh, it didn't work out, I'm never getting married again, I'm never loving nobody again, I'm never providing for a woman again. You know,
marriage is like so deep. Marriage is real deep for Black people, man. And we act like we got
girls will be like, I'm 27, yep, okay, it's time to number 2. They're on hubby number 2 by like 29. They're on hubby number 2, and then some of them stay with hubby number 2, but a good 50% go on to hubby number 3
easily.
But at least they be getting married though.
Yeah,
okay, I'm not mad at them, because they make sure they secure something. Like, you're not gonna waste all these years and then I don't get anything. But
why are we like that though? Why are Black people like that?
Because Black people are so emotional. That's why they talk shit about people like Lori Harvey and just like people that dating casually and just have the right and have the courage to just move on. No matter like, okay, we've been talking for 3 months. We've been kicking it. It didn't really work out. Move on. All I care about, people are going to say I dated him and then I dated him. And then like, what? Like, what? You're going to stay with someone because how you think it looks and waste your time you'll never get back? Like, no, like, you should be out here dating around, just getting to know people. And then when you meet the right one, you're going to know.
You're going to know.
You're going to know. Because I know a lot of people say they should have butterflies in your stomach and you should feel like da. But I think that as a woman, my goal isn't to feel that. My goal is to, because I'm already like hyper personality and like big personality. And so my goal is to be around a man that makes me feel like not like giddy and like not like that, but I feel like solid and I feel like comfortable and protected and I feel understood, versus like, oh, the butterflies in our stomach and then now you're dreaming of the picket fence and stuff like that. So, I mean, we talked about that on the show as well in terms of like, are women always looking for the better guy? You know what I mean? Are always looking for the better guy. And like we were just talking about our Caucasian sisters, they are. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think
that though. They were taught. Are they looking for the most competitive man they can find because they want their kids to have, because they're always thinking what my kid's gonna have. I want my kids to have the best school, and it's gonna take the best guy to get that.
Yeah, it is.
I want this.
You want to live in the best neighborhood. You want to have the best access to education and the best access to food, the best access to clean air. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but early on, they're taught that. They're taught like you're gonna need to start a business. You're gonna need to produce one day, whereas I think a lot of us are brought up saying that, hope you make it to 18, you know what I mean? Or hope, it's kind of like,
that's
I hope
rough.
It's kind of
can't even really think. Yeah, I mean, if you don't think like that, how can you even think about what life's going to be like at 30 years old or something like that?
Yeah, there's not a lot of Black expectation, or at least there wasn't when I was coming up. It was just kind of like it's plenty of work at the post office type scenario.
That's rough. But I do think that Black people are some of the most passionate, beautiful people we all love. I want us to all have love. But I do think that it's going to take, in this manosphere specifically, I think it's going to take men humbling themselves and yielding to actual feminine energy and divine feminine instead of trying to make it a competition and trying to like sun it. Like every single day I need to let you know you underneath me. Every single day I gotta let you know you below me. Every single day I need to let you know I'm bigger, I'm better, I'm more important than you. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody wants to feel that way.
I mean, you know what? That may come from a space where you don't know if that man has sisters who are always dominating him, aunts and whatnot. If he's,
like I said, trauma.
Yeah, it comes from trauma. If you had women dominating you all your life, you might go into a space and you come into this new male knowledge. Like, look, it ain't gonna happen again.
Right.
Mm-hmm. No woman would ever, do that to me again. Would ever make me feel that way, or have that kind of dominance over me. So, and
experiences. No, you're absolutely right.
Man, it is like my manhood won't be taken again by, by a woman, in that sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's trauma. It's definitely trauma based.
B-Self, do you think someone that is in that headspace of, I'm never gonna let this happen again, and like still thinking of like things that were traumatic for them in their past, and going into like a new relationship with that, do you think they can ever have a healthy relationship with that mindset?
Only if they have some type of room for compromise, because you can go into a relationship with that kind of mindset, because it's going to protect you a little bit from getting played, but you have to have a wiggle room. You can't, nothing's 100%, nothing's foolproof. You have to go into every situation with some wiggle room. So if you're able to have a little bit of wiggle and say, I can come up off this somewhat, but this is what's very much important to me, this principle here. But you have to have some areas that you're willing to compromise in any relationship in order for things to work. A relationship won't work without compromise on both sides.
Yeah, and like even with that being like the whole trauma thing that was discussed a little bit ago, I think that what you said, along with communication about that, like, I don't think it's wrong to communicate your traumas with someone that you are considering a serious relationship with. Like, you want them to understand where you're coming from so that you all, if you want it to work, can work on these things together, right? Like, someone might have a better understanding of why a person is the way they are if they're aware of certain things that may have happened. And I'm not saying that's a requirement, because it's not like always someone's business, especially depending, like if you're early in a relationship, you're not just gonna like tell everyone all your traumas and all these things. But like as you grow, more close and more serious, you want to be more transparent, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm like my lady, real hard worker, right? Hard worker, but I had to, and then it used to blow me sometimes. Like, girl, like sit your ass down. Sometimes you always trying to figure out a way to make $5 more. Like, it's like, do your brain ever stop hustling? But I had to realize that comes out of place. What place that comes from? That comes out of place of like, I don't know what it feels like to have a childhood of lack, you know what I mean? Of didn't have this, or Christmases didn't have that. So you grew up, with those kind of traumas where things wasn't so sweet. I had new bikes every year, scooters and shit, you know what I'm saying? Skates. I mean, I had so much shit, I had to give some of it away, you know what I'm saying? So, I don't know what it had, but, so just, knowing where that comes from, like, wow, this is why you're like this, and taking that time to understand somebody, you know what I mean? Rather than be like, this shit blow me, you like this. No, I understand why you're like this, and I get it. And then it becomes an attraction,
Yeah, and you can talk through it without, I guess, getting defensive. Like if you know it's not about you necessarily. This is just where this person is coming from based on their past experience. I think that's really important to communicate when a person is ready to communicate it, so that you know, you can have the best possible outcomes, I guess, for your relationship.
I totally agree with that.
So you new man, do we like
first thing I said? We all have trauma.
You know you a big Wu-Tang head.
Huh?
She's a big Wu-Tang fan.
Yeah.
Kay's big on the Wu, big hip hop, 90s hip hop girl.
Yeah, he likes hip hop, 90s hip hop. He's heavy into like Chicago stuff. I'm into it too. But you know, he's heavy into that Chicago hip hop, like from the 90s and all that.
Okay, so you got you a Twister lover, okay.
Oh yes.
Oh snap.
And Twisted, Do or Die, Psychodrama, Triple Dark.
Oh man! Oh wow! You naming the joints, man.
Yeah. Damn. But you know, I'm into that too, so that's cool too. But he likes
Triple Darkness.
Yes, right.
You girl, you. Where you? Wait a minute.
What you? If any,
you from the Chi? Where are you from originally?
Who, me?
No, Kayla.
Oh, I was about to say, don't give.
Oh no, I'm originally from Atlanta.
Oh, you're from Atlanta? Oh, okay.
So I don't know about the Chicago stepping music as much, but I know a thing or two.
Do you did you already move, Kayla?
Not yet. Another month.
1 month. So you'll be moved before
a little over a month. It's like 6 weeks.
Before we go to
it's before we go to the next city for the next live show. Yeah. We're gonna be settled in. But I'm excited, you know. This move is really good. This change will be really good, I believe. Yeah, I'm just excited about life, you know.
There are lots of things.
What's next for me? So
yeah, Kayla.
I'm really excited about our topics tonight, though. I guess we can start bringing some callers up and see what people have to say about our conversation tonight. We covered feminine energy and covering like how impactful feminine energy is. We covered in terms of, let me go ahead and put them back across just so you guys can see.
I put the thing in the link in the
talked about calculated. Who's more calculating? Is it men? Is it women when it comes to, you know, fighting, arguing, things like that, vengeance. And then, you know, that whole conversation about calculated or out of passion. Who necessarily does that? We both do it, but we do it in different ways. So, you know, we discussed that. And then we also discussed, do men welcome manipulation from women? Do men like being manipulated by women? As long as it's the woman that they want or that they're attracted to, it seems the consensus is most men are cool with that manipulation, especially, you know, if it doesn't necessarily affect anything. And I genuinely, just to end off this topic, I think that men love manipulation when it comes to the stroking of their ego, because I mean, this is something my mother literally taught me about being a wife, that is something that you need to be doing. You need to be stroking his ego on a consistent basis. But like B-Self said, you don't do too much where he's like, oh, now you lying to me. You know what I mean? But you got to do enough to make sure you hype them. Like everybody wants to be hyped and complimented and feel wanted, you know? So that is sometimes can be a part of manipulation. But I think that both genders can appreciate that in a relationship. But I think men more so try to act like it's always a bad thing. But sometimes it's a good thing. Sometimes interjecting some of that feminine energy, you know, manipulating a situation to be less intense can be a good thing, you know? So, yeah, callers, come on up. Don't be scared. Let your voice be heard. Yeah, we have that here. You don't have to be only in the chat, but to come up here, you have to be on camera and have your information plugged. Whatever your name is that's up needs to be whatever your public profile name is. That can be found on other social medias, or other mediums. And just like I said, make sure you stay on camera, and we would love for you guys to come up and join us here on the Kay and Kayla Show. Any questions? If we feel like answering, we will. And there's that.
What?
What?
He threw in the like, if we feel like answering.
No, because I don't want there to be any kind of like,
yeah.
There's no entire like,
yeah.
grown people.
I knew exactly what you meant, but it was just funny, Kayla. The way you say things, you're just funny without trying. Like you're just one of those people.
Okay, well, I hope so because I love to laugh and like have a good time. Everybody that was in Houston already knows that about me. I love laughing. I love having a good time. I love like just sharing that energy and things that look nice. I like nice places, things like that. So I'm excited about the next event because I feel like
I am too.
A lot of people at this next event. I think it's going to be more people because the camaraderie you get with the other people there is the same as like when y'all are talking to each other in the comments. So to actually kind of meet some of those people that you're talking to in the comments is really cool too. And then networking. I mean, at the end of the day, our goal is to, cultivate more progressive conversation in the Black community and ultimately to uplift the Black community. I hope so. Anyway, so that's what we're there for too, to network with our fellow, brothers and sisters, stuff like that too. But it's going to be super fun. The brunches are going to get lit. The party, the after party got super lit. There was a couple different fans because JR, like people were like, who are you guys? You know what I mean? Like this whole group of us is just like, yeah, like this is Lapeef. This is us. This is what we're doing. And then like a lot of different supporters who came, like JR was just like giving out shots and it was going there and eventually got to the point where everyone was like, hey, so it was fun. But anyway,
I can just imagine JR with his Dob hat, like
and his glasses,
passing out,
standing up, looking over the crowd, like, yeah, that was JR, looking like a cool old zaddy.
While we're waiting to see.
This is dope. This network is an accomplishment. It's a huge accomplishment. You guys, your show is an accomplishment. This show's been going almost a year now?
Over a year.
Over a year.
Wait, what show?
Huge accomplishment. Your show?
You mean the network? No, he means the network.
The network's been going since what? 2000?
Almost 2 years.
Yeah, more than that. I think since 2019.
Yeah,
but I think it's been on YouTube a little bit less than that.
Doing these shows isn't easy consistently. This isn't easy to come up with these topics. You know what I mean? This isn't an easy thing to do. So you all should be proud of that as an accomplishment. This is a huge accomplishment. Having the show going for over a year.
So be self. That we actually are going to have a segment at the next live show where there'll be some live comedy.
Be self, girl. Come to the next show.
I wanted to come to this one.
Comedians, hit me in the back chat if you look.
I wanted to come to this one. There's not going to be a reason why we're not in Houston next one. I wanted to be at this.
The next one is in Atlanta.
I love the network and I love the show. So you guys are all, it's nothing on your way up. So,
hey, shout out to JR. Shout out to HR in the chat. HR is monitoring this chat, y'all. Watch out.
Coleman is out here.
Yeah, and he's for real too. He don't be playing. I thought he was just some imaginary person, to be quite honest, before Houston, but he is definitely not. He is definitely doing human resources for sure.
I hope my man Logic is coming up, man.
Oh, Logic will definitely be in the building.
Yeah. You and Logic would get along so well.
Oh my God, they would have a blast.
Yeah.
My man
Logic really is crazy, like life. Like you think like Logic got mad at me, like me and Logic got into probably like 15 spats over the course of the weekend. They all none last more than 30 seconds. But we were at brunch and Logic is like, I have the video. Logic is like, comes over, oh, what's going on? Blah, blah, blah. So I ordered chicken and waffles. I'm Southern. And Logic's like, let me get a piece of chicken. And I'm looking at Logic, looking at my chicken. I'm like, he's just like he wants to start arguing with me about the chicken. And then he goes, Kayla, what are you doing? All argumentative. I'm trying to be nice to you. I said, you trying to be nice to me by asking me for my shit?
You and Logic's relationship.
We both just started cracking up laughing. Like, it was so funny. He is hilarious. He is actually a comedian. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
I think he's a solid dude. Like, even
he's a good guy too.
Yeah, some of the things he says sometimes are like, wait a minute, logic. But he's solid. He is very solid. Definitely. So yeah, be self. I think you and your girl should come out to Atlanta August 5th through whatever.
Hit up Courtney about the whole the comedy thing. If you for real are interested in performing, hit up Courtney Michelle. Okay. She's coordinating that. Any other people that believe they're
a little setty set, a little
4 or 5 minute set.
Hey, and this girl, she has a comedy itch. She wants to be a stand-up too. Who? She's come to so many comedy shows and just watched.
Who?
And she has a bug. Kay has a bug to do stand-up.
Oh my goodness. You remember Be Self?
Yeah.
Remember, like, back when we used to take the Be Selfies? Like, yes.
Yeah, I know.
It's my secret passion.
I know you have a bug to do comedy.
I have a whole notebook.
Is this the year?
Really?
Yeah.
Is this the year?
You know what, Kay? You should be the one. Kay should be the one to introduce that segment. Like, when you think it's Battle of the Sexes or whatever.
There's no pressure. Exactly.
She should be the one to introduce that segment and do a little mini set, like just a 2 or 3 minute set, right before she introduces the comedian.
Let me find out, Be Self, that you just like are making my dreams a reality.
No,
I mean, this could be the time.
If you host it and don't even put pressure on yourself as a comic, just go talk. Don't let them know you're going to do jokes. Just
JR, are you listening? JR?
I'm excited about this. Oh, shout out to JR in the chat. The oxtails and grits was on point as well.
Hey,
somebody said I practice material in the classroom.
I come to hundreds of comedy shows.
Yeah,
Look at JR.
Like a lot.
I used to come to every show, like at Jokes and Notes.
You come to
and in other places too, like tons.
You've been to hella shows for like years coming out to shows, like, you know what I mean? So
I was going home and like writing it down, like, this is what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, your book. Yeah,
I'm copying all y'all's stilo.
Yeah, but you know what? It's probably, but now it's probably time that you just go ahead and flex. You know?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe there won't be like necessarily jokes, but it could just be like, you know, a low pressure situation.
Oh my gosh. I'm nervous about that, but I do think that it's going to be a good time. It's going to be fun bringing people up.
Kayla, you said, I'm nervous about that.
I don't know what to expect. I'm just going to keep an open mind. How about that?
Well, you know what? You can start a little comedy segment on this show, like a little 2-minute little thing.
Kayla, yes. It's going to be like Kay's Comedy Corner. And we're going to have like a little, you know.
I love that, especially because I have a little comedic bug in me sometimes.
Oh, Kayla, let's write jokes. Let's look, Kayla. We about to
write jokes.
We about to take the show to the next level, Kayla.
Yeah.
You know what? I've said some funny things, and now I'm thinking about it. I should write those down.
Kayla, you're actually hilarious. I don't know about you, but like when I think of things that are funny or smart, I write them down all the time.
This is the perfect format to just
Kayla, we about to be next level. Look.
Yeah, we are. Let's go sell some jokes to Kevin. Let's get this together. Come on. We need to go brainstorm a session.
Either him or his ex-wife will buy him. Tori's telling jokes now too.
Is she?
Yeah, she gets up a lot.
Okay.
You know, everybody, T.I., come on. If T.I. can do it, you can do it. Come on, girl.
T.I. is doing comedy?
Yeah, T.I.'s been at it. T.I. got booed at Madison Square Garden and said it was
They gave him a shot at Madison Square Garden?
He's T.I. No, not Madison, the Barclays.
He's a rapper.
The Barclays Center. It was the Barclays Center.
Oh, the Barclays. Okay.
Yeah, Barclays.
I'm about to say Madison Square Garden.
I was like, whoa, he got a shot.
Yeah, it wasn't his own show, but you know, T.I. can show up and just, hey, give me up.
Because he's T.I.
Yeah, you're gonna put him up. He's T.I.
Yeah, because he can bring a crowd, but the fact that he got booed, I mean, that is pretty bad.
Yeah, but then the next day, comics were all expecting him to be like, "Oh, I quit." Da 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 da. T.I. straight up said, "Nah, it was a learning experience," and like took it for what it, what it was. Took it for what it is. Hella comics jealous of T.I. said,
Yeah.
he ain't earned this and that. But T.I. been an entertainer for over 20 years.
Yeah.
T.I.'s been talking. That's what I tell you. He's been talking to an arena full of people. Whether it's like, you don't think he ever turned the music off and just
talk? Of course.
You know what I mean? Come on. To arenas. Like, stop.
T.I.'s been out since I was like a freshman in high school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What you know about that?
The Rubber Band Man. And I always wondered, like, do people really carry two different guns in their hand? I mean, because he was
sometimes it depends on where they're at and what their situation is. But sometimes, yeah. Or they carry like
levels of kickback from each one. And why would you have? Well, that was just my thought when I was a kid. But yeah,
crazy.
So there are some people in the back.
Who we got tonight? What's good? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Since there are only 3 of us.
Okay.
D, hi. And Harrison. Hi.
Good afternoon. Or good evening.
What's going on, Jimmy?
Let's see. I think D was here first. Let's go with you, D, first. I mean, you first, D. How are you? And thank you for calling in.
Well, thank you. Thank you for hosting me.
How are you?
Good. I'm just watching.
Okay. Did you have any input on any of the topics or perhaps anything?
Well, I just got over it, so I was just like, let me join in to see what they're talking about. Not too long ago.
Oh, you just want to have your film debut on the YouTube? You just wanted your debut on YouTube, or did you like?
No, I mean, I watch you guys all the time, so I was just like, let me.
Okay. Well, sit back, relax, don't touch anything, and we'll let Harrison go first.
Okay. Thank you for supporting us and being here.
All right, appreciate it.
Harrison.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
My first question has nothing to do with anything you already talked about. Well, do you think that women should create the beauty standards, or do you think that men should create the beauty standards for women?
I think, in my opinion, beauty standards are something that's created like in a society. So like they might be different, but they're kind of fed into and created by everyone in that society. Like in America, it's different from in, I don't know, a country somewhere else. Like things are different. So that's how they're created. And I think that's okay. I don't think it should necessarily just be men or women. It should be a combination.
I think that I mean, in a fairy tale world, what I would want is them to be like just abolished. I think that attractive is attractive. I think that in lots of different ways, lots of different hows, people are attractive and look different. I don't know. I just think that we should not create necessarily a beauty standard, because then that's based on one person's like particular look. And I believe that all the different types of looks are beautiful. So
I agree with that.
Dark hair, short hair, long hair, curves, wide cheeks, big eyes, small eyes. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I think the main thing is symmetry. As long as things are symmetrical, I think that there shouldn't be any particular beauty standard based on the way like one or two particular women look.
Okay. Well, with that being said, do you think that certain standards or certain styles of dress or the way that people present themselves, do you think that can go beyond a certain point of where that it should be allowed?
Allowed? What do you mean?
What do you mean?
So, say for instance, when you go to work, there's a certain type of attire that you wear for work, right?
Okay.
Right. When you go to the movies, you know, it could be a little bit more casual, but you can pretty much wear what you want. But we all understand a level of like indecent exposure. But in some people's mind, as long as certain things are covered or things look a certain type of way on a certain type of person, the perception of what is over the line changes based upon either how that person feels or how that person's body is shaped. So, do you think that there's a point where certain standards or certain styles of dress actually make things go a little bit more chaotic or a little bit out of whack?
Oh, see, when you first asked that, I was thinking about it completely differently than what you just explained. I was thinking about like beauty standards, like, you know, in certain places, you know, painting your face a certain color is looked at as beautiful, having your teeth a certain way is looked at as beautiful, certain body modifications, etc. Like I was just thinking of different things like that. But if you're talking about the way someone is dressed, um, based on societal norms, um, those things are definitely created by, like I said even earlier, the society that you're in. And your question about, you know, how can wait, can you ask the main question again? Because I was just trying to like recalibrate because I was totally thinking something different when you first asked this.
Well, the first question was, should men or should women dictate beauty standards?
If you
Which
didn't mean
sex should
beauty
dictate?
standards, you mean styles of dress. You meant styles of dress?
Yes, styles of dress or even body images, like
Okay.
because
I
some
thought he
people
was,
can
yeah, I thought he was
consider.
talking about physical, the physical,
I did too. I did too. Like long
I'm
not
hair.
like
talking about the whole
style
kit and
and
caboodle.
Right.
I'm
dressing.
talking about the kit and caboodle. I'm talking about body. I'm talking about hair. I'm talking about clothing styles, materials. Like I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle.
It's better to get stuff.
Okay. So like, can you just make it one question?
That is one question.
Are you trying to
First
say about
question is,
your
Well,
outlook?
the reason I'm saying it's not one question is because if we're talking about physical traits versus style of dress, those are two totally different things. That's why I'm saying it's not one question. But
okay. So we'll just do one and then the other.
okay.
What do you think should be the basis of how we judge or we should create standards for physical appearance? And then the next question is, how should we create or who should create the standards for how you dress yourself as far as style of clothing?
Both are and I guess should be created by the society in which you live within reason. Like there's a bell curve, I guess. Like there's a certain range of things that are within what could be perceived as normal. So a person in America walking outside going to the grocery store naked is not normal, right? A person in America going out to the grocery store wrapped in a blanket from head to toe is not normal either. So like there are lots of styles between those two that are perceived as normal. So like and that's created by society. There's a reason we don't think it's quote unquote normal in our society to go out naked, whereas in other societies it is normal to walk around naked or to walk around clothed a certain way that we wouldn't see as, you know, just the norm in our society. So I think it's up to the society that you're in. I think that men and women, I think everyone kind of comes up with that if we're talking about what actually happens. Maybe
Appearance matters, man. Appearance matters.
yeah, appearance does matter. Appearance matters to a lot of people. But in terms of like style of dress, do you think that someone should be judged based on what they're wearing?
Yes, yes. I mean, like,
For sure, without question.
So if you walk up to somebody and they're wearing, does it matter the context? Like, how do you decide?
Well, we judge people every day. So if you dress like a, like a stripper or whatever, people gonna perceive you like a stripper.
How do
You can't,
strippers dress?
like overexposed. Just in general, like let's not
Well,
pretend like
how should you be perceived with a hoodie?
a hoodie compared to dressing like a stripper is too
just right now. How should you be perceived with a hoodie?
like an average normal guy, not.
I was just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, but let's be honest though. The way you dress, people judge you based on how you dress.
Yeah, people do. Like, that's reality. People do that. I understand reality. I can see it. I'm just saying that, like, I'm not gonna think something moral about like who they are as a person based on how they're dressed. Like, I don't do that.
I mean, okay, we all do it. Let's be honest. Like, we have this split thinking, right? When you see someone, you like prejudge them before even without even knowing them. So we do this all the time. It's not about just you or me. It's normal. It's like human nature, and we can't get away from that.
But do you understand that when you say it's human nature, it's not human nature to think someone's, a woman's chest being exposed is promiscuous or whatever. That's not human nature. Socialized.
Huh? So you trying to say that's societal standards?
Yes, because there are plenty of places where women walk around topless all the time and no one cares.
Where?
What?
I'm just
Africa, man.
The Himba people in Namibia. What do you want me to say? There are plenty
everywhere near the equator historically.
Africa is a continent. You got to name a country. Where?
The Himba people.
Literally every country in Africa before colonization, that is how women dress.
I'm from Liberia, actually.
I said before colonization, man. You weren't born in 1880, right? Like, now it's different because people have had their minds messed up. But Kay's point is absolutely right. Historically, in those places,
clothes back then, they were elite.
Have you seen pictures of African women from? No, but not over the breasts. That's the fact. Like, look, I'm sorry I interjected. I just wanted to get that point.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
But yeah, literally, if you look at any photos of people in those areas before a certain point in history, that's how the women dress.
And even now,
and now there are some places.
People that are like off the grid, quote unquote.
That's what I asked you. Okay.
I told you. Okay, the Himba people of Namibia. Okay, I gave you an example. Now what?
Okay, so it's a cultural thing, or is it just a societal thing? What are you trying to get? Because different cultures practice different things. I get it. But how does that correlate to what you're trying to say right now? Okay.
What I'm saying right now is that depending upon where you are, there are different standards for what is considered appropriate and or normal. If you go to an Amish town in America, you won't necessarily see a woman dressed like me or Kayla. But if we walk outside of our homes right now, this is fine. If we go into another, I gave you the example of the Himba people of Namibia. If someone is there and they're topless, or they just have their jewelry and their different things and their chest is out, it's not going to be considered the same way as if I go to Whole Foods that way in America. So the fact, I don't understand everyone around the world doesn't view nudity the same way as Americans or Western civilization, I guess you could say, does.
I understand that. But right now, where do we live? We live in America, though, right?
Now you're changing it, because first you were like, where? Give me an example. And I gave you an example. Now you're like, we live in America.
Okay, the other guy, he said something about 1800s, but I mean, we're living right here in America. So what do you mean? The way
you were asking about, the reason I brought that up is because you were asking, is this natural or is it like social conditioning? I was making the point that it's definitely social conditioning. Absolutely. Because for the vast majority of human history, people didn't have these standards that you're saying people should adhere to. That was the whole point.
So right now, when Kay asks, right, the way someone dressed, does it represent them? Or, and I said, for a split second, it's human nature. We judge people how they dress.
If and then I talked about how it's different based on where you are.
Okay, but I believe we are in America right now, so there's no. What's the point of going to Namibia? And honestly,
you asked me. You asked me. Why did you ask? Because it seems like now you're trying to fix it. Why did you even ask?
Okay, I believe someone asked something about the standards, and I was like, the way you dress, it does have an impact on how people perceive you. That's the whole reason I said that.
Why did you ask me about people around the world?
No. I didn't ask you about people around the world.
What did you ask me?
Davis was saying something about the way you dress, something like that, your standards. And I was like, the way you dress does have an impact on how people perceive you. That's what I was saying. And then we went to Namibia and 18, whatever, that's what I was saying.
I don't think you were ready, but you asked, which is why you're getting this pushback. But everyone, let me not say everyone, but I definitely mentioned that in this country, in America, that there is a bell curve, things that are considered normal. There are outliers on both ends. I even mentioned the blanket aspect and the naked aspect. I mentioned them both. And then there are things in between that come in as, normal, I guess, might not be somebody's style, but still normal in terms of just our society in America. Then you started asking about other things, and I gave you an example. And now you're talking about, but we're in America.
I didn't ask about other things. I said the way you dress is how people will perceive you. And then you asked me about my hoodie. I was like, I'm just an average guy. That's what was. Okay. But yeah, that's what I was saying. And
so I have a question. Can I ask another question?
Yes, Harrison.
Okay. So what do you think is the true definition or a reasonable definition of culture?
Wait, of what? What was the question?
What do you think is a reasonable definition of culture?
I mean, that's a whole other direction.
I mean, shared, values, traditions, language,
experiences, ways of working. I mean, because is it culture that we all keep our Walmart bags underneath the kitchen sink, all in one bag? Is that culture? Help me understand. I'm just saying, that's something we all do, right? Some people keep them in the pantry, some people keep them under the sink, but we all keep the bags and we all put them in one bag. But they don't do that at like my friend Ashley's house, where they don't really have like melanin. So,
well,
is that culture?
Specifically with the bag thing, in a lot of Black homes that we do, right? Most of the time, it's just cheaper to keep the bag, and then you can use this bag whenever. You can put it in a trash can. You can use it to carry other stuff.
You can deep condition your hair,
cover everything. The shoes.
I do that all the
hair. So there was a lot of versatile uses for the bag.
The handles tie in the back, or in the front.
It's funny. I've never thought of that. I've never seen my sister do that. I don't. Well, maybe I'm just forgetting. Never mind. But it makes sense. Yeah.
Harrison, is there a reason that you asked that, like about the shared customs or values or whatever?
Well, most of the times when we have conversations or we try to give our arguments or our thought process in most conversations, we usually have an issue with defining what something is before people start going off on a handle. Like earlier, you were trying to figure out, was I talking about physical beauty or was I trying to talk about style of dress, right? So oftentimes when you don't understand what the basis of whatever it is the argument, you end up going to all these different places and this person gets upset about this and this person flies off the handle and completely misses the point. The reason why I asked about culture or a reasonable definition of culture was so we can have like a framework of where to build stuff on. But since you bring up like something as simple as a bag, right? Like the bags that most black people have in their house, right? Like from Walmart or from whatever place that we go to, right? I think it's interesting that, especially with black people, we do what we want and we make everything that we have look more desirable to most people, right? So I think that if we are, if we're a people of influence and we're able to do all these fantastic things, why is it so hard for us to change some of the things that we grew up, thinking is our culture? Like, for instance, why do we all usually have these bags in the house? Or why do we judge dark skin more so than we do light skin? So if we understand what the issues or the potential problems with the things that we got going on, why is it like so hard for us to like create reasonable standards? But also, why is it also like if somebody wants to change it, everybody's gonna be like, well, nah, this is our culture. Like
which types of things are people, which types of things do people want to change that someone's saying, no, we can't change it, this is our culture? Like, give me some examples of that.
There's some pushback on beauty standards as far as body. Some people feel like you should be whatever it is that you want to be, and then there's another school of thought that's like, if what your body looks like as far as weight wise is actually going to cause you undue harm in the future, you should dramatically change that. Like even though you have the freedom, your freedom is going to kill you. So it's like oftentimes it just be like simple changes and simple ideas that cats be like, nah, I'm gonna do whatever I want. And that's cool. You can do whatever you want, but sometimes, what I'm saying, like somebody that stinks, if somebody that doesn't have good hygiene, even though they have the freedom to do that, it also affects you.
But wait, you're going off into other things. What does this have to do with culture?
It's the way of life. It's the way that people live their life. So say for instance, do you think that it's factual that the black community is more obese as far as from in proportion to the number of people in the black community? Do you think that there are more of us overweight than there is in, say, for instance, the Asian community?
Yeah.
Okay. And would you say that's strictly due to culture?
No.
Okay. So if you said that it's not due to culture, why is it that it's so consistently rampant across the board?
Stop. You said, would you say that strictly due to strictly? Do you know what that means? You said, would you say that strictly due to culture? And I said, no. Now you're changing the thing. We're not gonna do that.
Okay, you can get stuck on strictly, but
get stuck on that's how communication works, bro. That's how communication works. When you say something,
I understand how communication works.
Okay, so then you're not going to say
what it is that I'm trying to say,
and then change it when you ask me again. I notice those things.
I mean, you can notice whatever, but you're still missing the point. The point is that
you're not being
more than likely we're thinking about culture.
You've been talking for a long time. What are you saying? What is the point? We want to get to other people. Like, what's the point? What are you asking? You've been asking like some questions, kind of rhetorical, and just kind of trying to make points. Say what you want to say directly. Just say it. Don't use it like, don't make this into questioning. Just say whatever you want to say and say it directly. Let's do it that way.
Okay, so first of all, y'all said if we had questions, ask questions. So we asked questions, and now you're like, where am I
now, it's different when you're on the panel, whatever. You're calling in, and we thank you for the support. But you're not. We can't. You're trying to ask like 50 questions. Just can you say what the thing you want to say is?
I've been saying what I want to say. I've been asking you questions to get your thoughts and ideas and your opinions. That's it. So if I wanted to make a statement or a blanket statement, I would have just said it. But I'm literally just trying to get your idea and your thought process by asking questions so I can learn more about you and not actually judge you. That's what I like to do. I like to ask questions and listen.
That's fine. But when you first came up and you were like, this actually has nothing to do with what y'all talked about tonight, I kind of was wondering where it was going. But now I see, like, and we can absolutely talk about different things than what like the topic was. But like, and you know, it's no issue. I'm not trying to be any kind of way. I'm just trying to make sure that we're going somewhere with the line of questioning, because I like questions. I don't mind them. I'm just trying to see where, because there's just a lot of different questions about different things, from food to beauty standards to like, I'm just trying to see where, like if there was a whole, I don't know. I thought maybe there was like a main point.
The point is to get to know you and to listen and to hear your ideas and thoughts instead of just judging you from clips.
Okay, so you just wanted to know different things about us and our
opinion. Yes, your perspective, and learn more about you so that you don't do the same thing. It was like, this guy, he's wearing a hoodie. How should I think about this guy wearing a hoodie? I like to ask questions so I can actually ascertain more about a person.
Yeah, no, that's I understand that completely. I love questions. I just didn't know what was going on, but you explained it and I get it now.
I still don't know what's going on. So anyway, okay.
What's the original topic you guys was talking about?
Oh my word.
Just one.
If y'all don't really, I mean,
I had something to say on the topic.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, and first of all, peace. Thanks for having me up here. So what I wanted to say, was basically, I think that one of the reasons, because I saw some of the original Thursday panel where the whole domestic violence thing came up, and that's obviously what you made this topic based off of. I think part of the reason I think the convo, this topic went left a bit, in my opinion, at least on the panel, not tonight, was because people don't have a proper understanding of what men and women actually are. So then they make a bunch of false assumptions based off of a false premise. So first of all, like, obviously you titled the stream Divine Feminine, right? So there is such a thing as divine, so-called divine feminine and divine masculine energy, and those are real, like, natural forces, and they have their own characteristics, right? And men and women are made up of those, but men and women aren't purely those, right? So like, a woman is not pure divine feminine energy, and a man is not pure divine masculine energy. They're competencies of both, right? So a woman will tend to have more feminine energy, a man will tend to have more masculine energy, but they'll both have both. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because when you're thinking of men and women, you can't think in absolutes. So like, most men might tend to act a certain way, but there's going to be exceptions, right? And that's okay. Like, there's nothing wrong with the men who are exceptions. They're just different. Same thing with the women. So I say all that to say that, you know, when we're talking about whether or not men are more calculating or women are more calculating, I think people were thinking about it in too much extremes, in terms of all men are going to be calculating, all women are going to be, or no, I think they were saying the opposite, right? Whatever it was, all women are calculating, all men are not. but it's just more complicated than that. So you're gonna have a lot of different ways people tend to behave, and that's just in terms of natural behavior. That doesn't take into account socialization, which can throw everything out of the window. So I just wanted to put that out there to kind of frame it. So then, as for the specific issue about whether or not women are more calculating than men, I would think that naturally it would probably be the opposite, just because divine feminine energy is, as a one of its characteristics, is that it's more spontaneous than the masculine energy. So I would think that on average, like naturally, the women would be less calculating, but obviously there's going to be exceptions. But then I said naturally there because in modern society, people have been socialized all different ways. So in reality, it could end up being the opposite. And we do clearly see there are a lot of men who are calculating, because in reference to domestic violence, there's clearly a lot of men who calculate horrible crimes against women and carry them out. So to answer that question, I in terms of how it actually manifests in society today, I don't know if one is more than the other. I'd have to see some research. But then the one other thing I want to add is that even with the way that question was initially asked, and again, this is not by you, this was posed on the original Thursday panel, I think we kind of have to look at the energy behind some of the questions that are asked, because it was asked in a very, or that whole discussion was initially put forth in a very tit for tat manner, and like a competition about whose domestic violence is less bad, which I think is kind of asinine. Like, it doesn't matter too much if you calculated your domestic violence or not. If you hit your partner, I mean, they're hurt. If you broke their stuff, it's broken. So I don't know. I just didn't really see the point of that tit for tat. So that's just what I had to say.
Thank you for sharing that. I saw D, like, I think I did I see you shaking your head? I don't know. I saw you doing something. Do you want to respond to that?
No, I agree with him. He said, well, my opinion is in general, men are more calculated than women in general. Just the way we do things.
Well, to be clear, to clarify my position was that naturally I would think men would be generally more calculated than women. However, people have been socialized to go against their nature in modern society. So in terms of how men actually behave today, I don't know.
Okay, yeah. But I'm just saying in general, I think just the way we react to a certain stress situation, men are in general more calculated than women, because women are more emotional and stuff, in general. So
Harrison, did you want to respond to either of them about that?
I definitely wanted to think that I agree that you shouldn't judge one case of domestic abuse greater than the other one. If a woman hits a guy, that's domestic abuse. If a guy hits a woman, that's domestic abuse. Oftentimes when I hear some cases for domestic abuse, as far as from the man's point of view, most men aren't going to try to get a domestic case against a woman because he doesn't want to be seen as weak or this, that, and the third. So even though he might not react to her physically, he's thinking about the consequences for her, that if he decides to do a domestic case against her, right? He's just like, well, it's going to mess her up. And this didn't really hurt me like that. And then he might also think about his own statutes, like, I'm not a weak guy that I have to be concerned to protect myself from this woman. So I do think it's like multiple different levels when it comes to the way men and women apply their I think there's different ways that men and women want to apply their level of like thinking or logic to a situation. Because even though women are very emotional, there are certain things that they're very strategic about, right? Like they're very strategic about how they craft certain narratives or how they're viewed in certain images. So are men. Like we might care about how we look in regards to respect and how everybody else looks at us. As far as like what we can do or like what we can bring to the table, versus a woman is thinking kind of like, what is it that I can do to survive and be able to get the best candidate, the best guy. So I think that the way that men and women structure their strategicness is just it's just for other things compared to the other. Like we both spend time trying to like logically and react strategically to a lot of things. It's just that our purposes for our logic are different, in my opinion.
Well, I have to take that back.
What you just said?
Well, some of it. In general, in the Black community, I think women tends to be a little more calculated in a sense as far as the way, I mean, just in general, it's just like women are more mature, from my opinion, than like the men. I'm just gonna just say that because he kind of brought me back to something I was thinking about earlier.
I think women's body mature faster, but I don't think they're that much more mature than men.
No, it's just in general how like most women have their own house and own, you know, I mean, just from what I'm seeing, like in general.
You mean the Black community? Like most Black people don't own homes.
Well, play apartment or whatever you want to call it. Like I think I see from what I'm seeing, personally, women are more, as far as getting a degree or getting that stuff together. So I think I would take that back a little bit. Because slightly.
Do you think women are more designed for school now than men are?
Maybe you can say that. Yeah.
I don't know if I would say that. I think the education piece is very complicated, but essentially, I think, what is it? Basically, I think that pre-college is designed more for women because there's a higher male dropout rate and discipline rate. However, once you get to college, I think there might be more women in college, but in terms of who is allowed to kind of rise up in college and be successful, I think men are allowed more. But well, if you're just saying across race, it would be men. But again, among Black people, that gets complicated. I guess it would be like, I mean, maybe the highest ranked Black person in school might be a Black man, but then like most of the other people, I guess in the mid tier would be a Black woman, but then I guess people like dropping out, it would be more men. That's really complicated, but that's basically from like data and personal experience. That's kind of how I've seen it play out in college. But that one's kind of complicated.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, women push their daughters to go to school, get your education, blah, blah, blah. While their son is in the studio, it's like they push their daughter to be more advanced compared to their son.
Do you know a lot of people who are in that situation where the parents are putting it?
That's why my personal.
So by a lot, I know you said your personal situation. Based on your personal situation, like just ballpark, how many people would you say you see their parents pushing their son into a studio? I'm guessing you mean to be like a rapper or something, or a singer, something a musician of some sort, versus like pushing their daughters to like college, like just ballpark 1, 2, 5, 50, how many?
Out of high school, let's say majority of the Black females are either in college or
No. I was asking how many, based on what you just said, people pushing their sons into the studio and their daughters to college. How many people do you know in that situation?
A lot.
How many? Ballpark?
30, 40, something like that.
Okay. I was just wondering.
That's
okay,
interesting.
Oh. Wait, hold on. Like when I said like to in the studio or athlete, I'm talking about all that, like studio athlete, while the girls are more education, you know, stuff like that, getting that degrees and stuff. Yeah.
So like 40?
As far as like men, yeah, about 40-ish.
That's
many of them have a mixtape or something I could listen to?
Say that again?
Are there any mixtapes? No, I'm not saying it like that to be funny, but like, I mean, put your bros on. Who are some of these people?
No, I mean, nah.
Their parents push them into the studio and you don't know who any of them are?
When I said our parents push them, meaning, let's say if you have a single mom, right? You're going to use someone I know for example. She pushed her daughter as far as like, girl, you need to get your education. You need to do this. You need to do that. When it comes to her son, I mean, he's not really doing.
So anything. Was studio like figurative language meaning something else, or do you know people in the studio? Because if so, I need you to drop some names and with some mixtapes, IGs. Okay. I'm trying to hear. You know,
when I say studio, I'm basically saying, in general, like not college-wise compared to maybe they might just be working at a factory or just.
Oh, so it's figurative. It was figurative.
Yes.
It was a metaphor.
So, and when I say, the girls, they are more going to community college. They are more trying to achieve more than what the men are doing. So that's why I said what I said.
Okay, I just didn't know. I thought you were serious. You were saying just figuratively speaking. You were being very poetic, you know, using similes and metaphors. The studio here is like representative of just a path that is not college, not necessarily an actual studio. Because here I am, like, where was the SoundCloud or whatever? I thought, okay. All right.
Some of them are.
That was poetic.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that. I haven't really noticed that. In my experience, from what I've seen, Black parents kind of push the children equally. Like you'll have different situations in different families, but to me it seemed equal. It just seemed that outside forces make people's I guess fate, if you will, shake out differently. But Kay, I know you're a teacher. What is your perspective? Like, what have you seen? Because I think the school, because in the manosphere there tends to be a very oversimplified and at least partially inaccurate, in my opinion, narrative about the school. But I think it's a really complicated piece. So I'm just wondering,
which narrative do you see mainly?
Well, the one I see in the manosphere is, the women are getting 10 billion degrees and the men are being oppressed and they're getting knocked out of school, and the women are just outperforming the men because of the gynocracy, blah blah blah. Which I think is at best an oversimplification. That's what I see in the manosphere, not in less extreme versions of that in some parts of the general public. But I think there's some truth to that, but it's a lot more complicated than that. It's hard to say that if you're looking across race, that one gender categorically does better than the other overall in the school system, and especially and then if you're looking specifically at the Black community, same thing. It might even be even more complicated. If you're looking like preschool to like PhD, that whole whole school system. It's very complicated. It really depends on a lot of factors, in my opinion. But I'm just wondering what you've personally seen.
Well, I'll say that in terms of Black people, there are definitely inequities in education that need to be addressed. Black boys and like literacy rates are a definite issue that needs to be addressed. Black people in general, but Black boys specifically, the literacy situation has to be addressed. And I think that that's going to be a multi-pronged approach, whether like from the schools to the homes to the communities. Like this all has to kind of be happening at the same time. I do think that some people have like a stereotype where girls are like studious and quiet and smart, and boys are just like acting a certain like. I think people have those stereotypes in their mind. Yeah. I'm not gonna say that like what each family does, because I can't speak on each individual family, but I do know that those certain stereotypes exist. And I think that they are harmful. I think that people need to look at children just as children and make sure that the children are learning what they need to learn, especially becoming interested in reading. Like that's so important. Literacy is so important. Like anyone can work on that at home. I understand like some parents aren't trying to get involved with the Common Core math, even though there are lots of resources online. Hit me up if you need some. But like I get that, but like reading, everyone can take part in making sure that their kids are good readers and know how to decode words and know how to comprehend the text that they're reading and make sure that they're fluent. These are things that can be practiced at home. So I would just say, like, as Black people, just in general, we need to be much more on top of education. There's a lot that slips through the cracks. I think there's a lot of people who don't know what's going on at school, like parents and people in the community have no idea how the kids are actually doing at school. It's like, okay, do your homework, okay, go to bed. I think that people just have to really spend as much time as they can, whatever time you can. I know different people have different situations. Excuse me. Use that time to work with your kids, work with your nephews, your nieces, whoever you can influence and have a part, in their education. Because there's a lot going on in our community, and it just all needs to get better as it relates to education. So I'll just say that.
So you wouldn't say women are a little bit more than the boys? No?
A little bit more what?
As far as like when it comes to education?
What about it?
Like you wouldn't say like Black girls are more pushed to get their education compared to Black boys?
When you say more pushed to, I mean, like let's say in my class, half boys, half girls, literally. I don't get more interaction from the girl parents than the boy parents. Like, I wouldn't say that. Now, that's my experience. And like I said earlier, I know that certain stereotypes exist, but just in my experience, I don't see it where people are like, whatever about the boys, and let's figure it out for girls. I think in general, there's an issue as it relates to inequities in education in the Black community.
What do you mean by that? Inequity
in education in the Black community, the way education is funded, the way that historically certain things are the way they are, with redlining and Black people living in certain areas and property taxes funding education, and the fact that property taxes are, property value is lower as more Black people are in an area. That's not my opinion. So even if you control for crime rates and what median income, the property value is still lower in a Black neighborhood. That's not my opinion. So like all of these things matter. So these all play into, you know, what the funding that your school gets, which directly plays into the quality of education that your students can have, because now you're going to have larger class sizes. You're going to have less faculty. You're going to have less counselors. You're going to have less, you know, whatever the case may be. So these things all absolutely matter. So there are inequities in education. And I think that we just as Black people have to like fight back, like try to counteract some of these things so that we can have the best possible outcomes. And yeah, like.
So how do we do that?
The way that we do that is if you have a child or a child that you can be a part of their life. Let me say that. It can be your niece, your nephew, your whoever is in your life, a child. You spend time with them and you focus on that education. You focus mainly on reading. It's so important. Like everything else is very important too. But if you can't read well, so many doors are going to be closed for you. You are going to be, you're going to be like other people are going to have a head start before you if you cannot read well. So I just think that, you know, giving children a love or instilling like a love of reading is very important. There are plenty of ways to do that. I know that a lot of kids nowadays are on the phone and doing all these different things, you know, TikTok and all that. But honestly, especially the younger the kids are, a lot of kids just want to spend time with their parents. They do. I've been in multiple grades from K to 8, and the number one thing over the past decade plus that kids love to do is get attention from their parents. So like spend time with your kids, spend time with the kids around you, do something fun with them, read a book with them. I guarantee they'll put their phone down. Many of them, not all, maybe some might have a struggle, but I think a lot of little kids especially love to spend time with their people. So if you have that opportunity to get in and do that, do it and use that to cultivate that love of reading. Find something fun that they want to read about, find something fun that they want to learn about, and make it interesting, like make it a big deal. That's something that people can absolutely do. And just being more on top of keeping in contact with teachers, administration, whoever else, you know, you can within the school, knowing what's going on.
People
And make things fun and make things attainable. Like
people have to care though. They want to put that energy and time and effort in, and people don't. And then they're upset when the results aren't that. Like, why are kids not interested, or why don't kids want to stay off the streets? And it's just like, y'all are boring. Y'all need to do something else, spice it up, like make it interesting for the kids, like want to engage them, and then see from there. But like doing really, really boring things and then wondering why they're like don't want to be interested, or reading things that are like, you know, I don't know. Like there has to be a little bit of both or some type of give something.
But
growing up, my parents both are avid readers. We always had a lot of books around, you know, and just seeing them read and hearing them use words that I didn't know what they meant, it inspired me to like look them up. Like they taught me how to look things up. I would ask them what something meant. They're like, go look it up. It was a whole thing. And it was constantly like, I don't know, it was just like a constant thing growing up. And I think that if parents like really take ownership over that, even though I know schools, like that's the job of a school to teach your kids, but parents also have to take ownership over the education of their children in conjunction with schools and teachers, because both have to happen at the same time. There's a lot going on in our community, and we just have to all work together to fix it.
But it seems like you grew up with both parents, so that's actually a lot easier than if, let's say, a single mom doing it. Is that correct?
Anytime there are two functional parents working together, whether it be, two functional parents working together, there's going to be more time for the kids, because those are two people versus one parent, whether it be a mother or a father or whoever, because one person versus two. Like, you can live with one kidney, but optimally you would have two.
So that contributes to part of the problem we're having now, though, right?
What?
Have the single home raise is affecting the education.
I will always say, and I've been saying, like, this is not a thing where you think you might be trying to trap me. I agree. Like, okay, but like, I think that optimally children are raised by both of their parents. Now, there are lots of other situations that can happen and people can turn out fine. You know what I'm saying? But optimally, two happy, healthy parents, successful parents, raise children that they were ready for, that they wanted, that they planned for, that they have time for. That's optimal. Now, there are, like I said, a lot of different situations that can happen. And I'm not saying that those can't work, because they absolutely can.
But it's harder.
It's hard. Of course, it's always harder with one person, I think, versus two healthy, happy, productive people. How would it not be harder?
But usually, though, most Black kids are pushed on the football field, on the basketball court, than the library. That's why I said mothers push their boys to do something else compared to girls.
When you say mothers push their boys, are you saying in a situation of a single mom?
Right.
So, like, in this hypothetical situation, where would the fathers be?
Well, most likely not around.
Where?
Just not around, not involved.
So are they absolved from all responsibility for their own children because they're not there?
Well, not really, but majority of the fault is on the woman.
But if the father was there in this hypothetical situation, he could do something about it. So if he's not there, then it's partially his fault too. If we're just going to blame parents in isolation, which I don't even think is the best way of doing this, because this is a larger structural issue. So, but I'm just saying, given your hypothetical, it's like, for example, if I have a job, right, and I don't show up to my job one day and things go wrong, I can't say I'm not responsible for what happened because I wasn't there. I was supposed to be there.
Right. I agree. I think people like get really caught up in these internet talking points and they don't think about the fact that the children are the most important people in this equation. The mom being there and the dad not being there. We got to think about both parents that made the child are both, in my opinion, responsible for raising said child. We can't say, well, the dad's not there, so it's not on him. No, the dad not being there causes an issue as well. So, like, I just don't understand this whole thing where we're like, well, it's the single moms. Okay, but like, yeah, but like, where are the dads of these people? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. And it's again, like I said, I think it's like an internet talking point where people are just so ready to talk about, oh, it's the single moms. Okay, so where is the dad? Where is he? Okay, he's not there. Then people will get into this conversation of, well, women control, blah, blah. You don't have to get a woman pregnant unless you are.
It's the truth, though.
Huh?
It's the truth, though. They choose who to procreate with, right?
Wait, what did you say right before that? I didn't hear you.
No, I said it's the truth, though.
What's the truth?
Like, women choose who to procreate with, and the guys.
D, have you ever? Now, I'm not trying to get in your business, and please don't answer if you don't want to. Have you ever? I'm not trying to. But do you have intimate relations with women who you don't choose?
Okay. No.
Okay. So this is what we're gonna do. Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna bring the rest of the people up now. Everyone must behave themselves because there are gonna be a lot of people here, and I know how it gets when there are a lot of people on the panel. I'm going to be moderating. I will mute you if you get out of hand. I'm bringing everybody up at the same time. I don't usually like to have more than 6, and now we're about to have multiple people up here. So I'm just giving the, little disclaimer. And then probably these will be the last people because I don't see anybody else like coming up. What's up? Let's get everybody that's in the back on. We have what?
Hey yo,
Hi y'all.
Hello,
So,
what's up, man?
We are going to do it like this. Be self. Do you have anything to say about what's been going on? Because I know you've been kind of quiet. I'm gonna kind of go around, moderate, like let figure out what's going on with that. But first, you be self. Everyone will get a chance, so don't worry. You're on mute. Are you on mute? Oh, now you're on mute. No, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I understand what the brother was saying about the issues affecting the Black community with Black boys, because that's a topic I brought up earlier, Black boys and education not being pushed to the forefront. So I definitely can see that issue. And there is an issue, whether, I don't know how to pick on women, but there is an issue of single motherhood and irresponsibility of childbearing, that women do bear a lot of responsibility for, not having self-control as men bear, because you were saying we're the fathers. In a lot of these cases, a lot of them don't even know who the father is. Evidence, that's why we have shows like Maury can do the numbers he can do, based on this stuff that's going on in our community. So I say, D, I do understand where you're coming from, but it's something that we have to bring back families in the Black community, and the way out of this is family, not individualism, not single fathers or single mothers. The way out of this is family.
Yeah, I definitely agree that a strong family structure, along with education, those are the two things. And I've been saying it the whole time. Him versus her, I was on your show, and I said the same thing. It's always family structure and education. Absolutely, I agree with that. Let's go to John the Baptist next. What's going on? Thank you for calling in.
Been enjoying the show this evening. The platform is doing great. The panel's doing great. I want to add my 2 cents. I want to talk about the feminine and masculine energy. Mm-hmm. But that's kind of a waste of time now because we're going to a more important subject. I will address this issue. If either party is not healthy, nothing's going to get fixed anyway. But the more important issue we're talking about now is it's not a talking point on YouTube about single mothers and choices. It's a real life issue. So first of all, I'm going to say I was born in the 1970s. And I grew up when mothers made the choice to get rid of their dad to get welfare and food stamps and get cheaper homes. It's not a talking point. It's real life. And so when you see this is not like, I know it's popular now because a lot of young people don't know what it is. But for those who were born in the 70s, Gen Xers, we know exactly what this is.
So John, I just want you to explain this a little bit further because this is something I have absolutely heard many times in terms of the whole people getting welfare. Would you say that people were at home in a healthy, happy relationship with their man, and they were working together, they had a functional home, And then she was like, you know what, get out because I can get this welfare. Do you think that's how it went?
I'm gonna tell you exactly how it went. What happened was,
how it went?
I'm gonna tell you exactly how it went.
Okay.
The way it happens is, so in the 70s, the fathers couldn't get stable jobs because the economy wasn't allowed for it. So food stamps and welfare would be year round, but the man's job may only be temporarily. So the woman would choose to take the full time husband, which would be the government, welfare, food stamps, and housing, and then the man who worked part time, well, we'll do away with you. And then and then in the 80s, you started getting drugs, crack cocaine, which divided the house even more. So it's a lot of bad choices that went in. We chose the government over fathers, and then we chose drugs over family. So a lot of bad decisions, period.
Okay. So do you think that like women did that out of necessity or like?
I think that women, they don't.
Like if there was not enough money coming in and their kids were hungry and they didn't have a place to live necessarily, like do you think that they would, like, why do you think?
I think the reason why they did it was out of fear, not necessarily fear. Because you never choose the government over your spouse. You choose your spouse through good times and bad times. I don't care. I don't care if you're on the street. You stay on the street with your spouse because that man's going. Go ahead. Go say what you're gonna say.
No, I was trying to mute everybody because I heard feedback and I thought I kicked out Frost, but I didn't. So I was just like, ooh, but no.
Okay, I didn't want to cut you off. You were trying to say something.
No, I wasn't trying to say anything.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, I think it's out of fear because if it's good times or bad times, you ride with that man, and that man rides with his woman. What the problem was, well, because if I can get rid of the man, and the government's going to give me money, well, but what they didn't think about was the government's going to tell you, well, man can't be in your house, and you can't have a TV, and you can't have a telephone, and there are going to be other men. There are going to be other men come in your house at night and check in on you to make sure there's no other man in your house. Now, when the other man comes in your house checking your house, what's his intentions? So this is not YouTube talking point. This is real life. This is stuff that we live through. Now, I may be talking points to certain generations like millennials, but to Generation X like myself, no, we saw this happening. So to answer your question directly, it happened not out of necessity, out of fear.
Okay, so out of fear, the YouTube talking points are a thing, because when I say YouTube talking point, what I mean is if I ask you, how much have you seen this happen? Is there a reason why you in particular are mad? I'm not talking about you, John, but just in general are mad about this or whatever. And people are like, nope, no. Then you're getting this fuel from YouTube or social media. And that's what I mean by YouTube talking points. It's not to negate that something never happened or whatever. I mean, it's not to negate that something ever happened, excuse me, but it's just that a lot in certain spaces, it's obvious that people are just like huddling up, talking about certain things in a certain way for a specific reason to push a certain narrative. Men do it and women do it too. Women are not like absolved. Like women do this too. So like even if I were in a space where women were like, the black man and saying all these things, I would also have pushback and say, you know what, well, is it not because of these other things? I like to look at things holistically. And that's why I asked you, John, about the whole necessity thing. And you said fear, and I can respect that answer. Because I do think that I know that there were plenty of things that were done purposefully to destroy the Black family, Black men and Black women, it wasn't just, ooh, we're going to use the Black women and they're going to be successful and the men are not. No, Black women are suffering, Black men are suffering. It's an entire thing. And the interesting part is that the plan is really working so perfectly, where instead of us understanding that this was a purposeful attack on our community, Black men, Black women, Black everybody, Black kids, everyone, instead of us understanding that, we're here fighting each other.
It's okay.
Saying Black women did this and they brought us out the home. Black men did this, they chose drugs. Like, no. And I'm not saying that like these certain things didn't happen, because they did. But I'm saying that we have to be careful as Black people and really understand we're not each other's enemy. We're not. Black men are not our enemy. Black women are not y'all's enemy. In fact, we are our biggest allies. Who's a bigger ally to Black men than Black women? Who's a bigger ally to Black women than Black men? No one else. If you think it's someone else, I don't know what to tell you. But my thing is, if we know this, instead of like, and this is what I be talking about when I'm saying internet talking points, instead of going off of these internet talking points and being mad at each other, let's look at what's really happening. Let's work together as men and women and figure it out for the next generation. Because there are kids coming up. There are next generations. Like it's a real thing. Like every generation should seek to pass the baton and make things easier for the next generation. And it's like we need to do that. But it seems like a lot of us are too busy fighting each other instead of understanding who is actually the enemy. Because right now, I don't see any of y'all. Y'all are all men. Kayla, I don't know where she went. She might be here, or maybe she's coming back. But y'all are all men, and I don't see any of you as my enemy. I would feel safe outside. Like if I'm walking down the street and I saw any of y'all, I would feel safe. I immediately look at Black men as allies. I do. That's just in me. And I just think that we have to look at each other that way, and we have to act that way online and in real life.
2 quick points. And I acknowledge everything you just said. We're not enemies. And the reason why I addressed the talking point is because you're right. YouTube has a tendency to do this, make it talking points. But I think whenever we say it, we reduce it to being insensitive and inhumane. And we look over the people that's actually suffering. That's one point. Second point is, I think one of the things that mentality has done by society is it's destroyed our view of marriage today. I literally hate. I love YouTube and the content, but I literally hate hearing content about marriage, because it always comes from a selfish, self-centered, egotistical, lack of awareness around environment. It's always just like, what am I going to get out of it?
Can you give the viewpoint that you would like to see?
The viewpoint I would like to see, me myself, is a biblical point of view. Which now we're in the business now that men should not lead the family. Not saying that all men are great leaders, but my view is that if a son is raised to be a husband, a daughter is raised to be a wife. What I see a lot of now is people are getting married without being raised to be married. And so when they get married, you see this selfishness comes out on men and women. And so that's my beef. And I let the panel talk.
Okay. So just making sure that there's intention when raising children to keep the family structure going.
Always intentional.
Okay. Thank you, John. Stay up here. Let's go next to him versus her, then OG, and then we'll kind of go around a little bit more.
How you doing, Kay? How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Appreciate you bringing me on.
If anyone wants to see more stories about me and the Rojas, Go to his YouTube channel. There was an expose about me and the Rochas. So if y'all are interested, just saying. All right, go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. But about, earlier, a few minutes before I came on, you were speaking about children reading, right? Which is something that we also spoke on as well. So I adopted my nephew, right, when he was 3. So he's 9 now, 6 years. And it's the consistency of the parent reading in front of him. Even though I'm busy at work, even though whatever the case may be, me reading, not my wife, he has to see me reading. He has to be in a reading environment, or maybe bring him to the library where he see other children. You gotta, when it comes to that, it has to be fun. It has to be, even us, right? If we're on these panels, if the panels are boring all the time, we're not going to be tuning into the panel. Even if it's a mature panel, it got to be somewhat entertaining, maybe a little bit funny, a little bit humor, or just interesting. And I think that us as parents, we got to be more creative on how we're going to teach children how to read. The issue, a lot of these parents can't read. They can't read, or the children never see that. I think one of the key is to try to get the older sibling to read as often as possible. And most of the other children are for the most part, going to follow, but it does take for the parent to be heavily involved. I'm trying to curse, but if you have time to make more babies, you have time to pick up a book and read, right? If you can spend whatever amount of time and a whole 9 months of being pregnant with more of those kids that can't read, you have time to pick up a book, take your kids to the library where other kids are on there, and he or she can see other kids read. Because that's what I had to do. I had to consistently take him to the library. He's ripping the pages out because he came from a crazy household, ripping the pages out, but then eventually he had to read. So you have to try to find it to be entertaining. So that's one of the topic I wanted to touch on because of it has to be entertaining. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and him versus her solutions. We definitely talked about this when I was on your show. I know there's a stigma behind like literacy and all this. Like if a person is an adult and they, feel like they're not the most fluent reader, there's this whole stigma behind it. But honestly, as an educator, as a person who knows educators, like if you feel that you need help, reach out to your kids' teacher. They will absolutely help you. Even if you're an adult, they will find you a resource, something that is free or affordable. Like, don't let that hold you back. And your kids' teacher is not about to be roasting you like out in the streets. Like, just, don't be scared of your kids' teacher. If you need support with reading or literacy or any of that as an adult, even reach out to your child's teacher. They will absolutely help you. Like this is me not even knowing every teacher in America, but I would bet money that the vast majority of teachers would help with that. So don't be scared to do that. Absolutely do that for yourself, for your kids, for, everything. So I just hate that there's so much of a stigma because a lot of people have issues like in trouble with reading fluency and just comprehension and things like that. And the fact that people make fun of it and all of this, I think is just like we gotta, let's fix it, let's not make a joke because fixing it is going to help all of us, whether it be adults or children. So yeah, thanks him versus her for bringing that up. OG Frost, what's going on? Thank you for your patience. Oh no, you're muted.
Hey, I like to say hey to the whole panel. Hey to Kay and Kayla and to the panel. I like to say hey. I think some of them talking points are people not using their common sense. Like when it comes to the women feminine, that's the most beautiful thing about a woman. That's just like me observing y'all tonight. I understand Kay, you're a city girl, and I can understand Kayla is more of an international girl. I can understand that by listening to y'all talking. and observant. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to the women's, the reason why they send their son to them sports is because they usually do that to keep them out of trouble. You understand what I'm saying? And you understand some content creators don't use common sense when they create stuff. They just use it for controversy. And the simple solution is to open up your teacher is to open up some summer camps and let these kids know reading is fundamental. And they used to promote that a lot back in the day, that reading is fundamental to comprehension and everything in life. It's really a first step in life. So, you have to open up some summer camps. That's all we got to do. These problems are easy solvable. I don't understand why they make content and don't show how to solve them. Because you can open up reading camps and coding camps for kids and for this summer, because usually the summertime is when they get in the most trouble, right? So, these problems can be solved. For as with the female and the male staying home, he just gonna have to be a man and stick around for his kid if the woman don't want to be with him. He got to understand that his kids got a lot of more living to do, just like he do if the relationship don't work. So, all these problems are solvable. You know what I'm saying? And don't have a baby with somebody you ain't gonna marry, man. Don't even. You gotta have more discipline in that, like more discipline in that. Don't even penetrate a woman if you don't plan on marrying her. No, it's more. The reason why the woman do send the kids out to play sports and other thing is because she do that to keep them out of trouble. And we both know, no matter whether you're in a rural town or a city, the library is the safest place you can be. You can be in the middle of a ride. If we went to the library, ain't nobody coming there. They're not coming there. They're not coming at the library because some reading going on, some thinking going on. These people are not using common sense. You got to sit back and observe and watch and listen and learn, not listen to just talk. Like for this culture thing, cultures depend on what country you're born in and what law you were raised up on. That's for us with that culture mess. These things are solvable, very simple. If right now, you would say $1,000, $2,000, people complain about they ain't getting paid enough. You would say for a $5,000 open up account, $1,000 student, to take these kids from K to whatever grade level they need to be at. These things are solved, but it just work. People don't want to work. They lazy. They want to sit around and complain. They got too much time on their hand, really. And this is the greatest time to be alive. And life in the world is beautiful, man. And these problems are solvable. They're very easy solvable. We understand about the red line and others. We understand that our community are mostly financially literate. That's really the problem. If you really want to solve the problem, it's financial literacy. You know what I'm saying? But you can start with reading. Reading is fundamental, but we need some summer camps for some coding and some financial literacy classes. That's what we need. If we could take them three right there, Kayla, we'll come back strong. Because I don't believe the black community is dead. We just laying down. We don't lost our swagger, as one would say. We don't lost our swag. We gotta get our swag back. And we ain't got no good leaders because we can easily we can have like this summer. We can throw to keep our kids out of trouble. We can throw a Game of Thrones theme. Some from the south, some from the north, some from the east, some from the west. And the black
Where
shooting
are you, OJ Frost? I mean OJ. Where are you, OG Frost? I said OJ. Where are you, OG
I'm in the
Frost?
south. I'm in the south.
Do you organize those things with people around you?
Not right at the moment. No, not right at the moment because I got my grandboys.
You have some good ideas.
Yeah, but I got my grandboys. But what I'm saying though, it can easily be solved with these. You can attack this at a three-pronged thing. You got to attack it at all three. You got to attack it at all three stages. Okay, you got to attack it at all three. It ain't no need to doing one if you ain't gonna do all three of them. But you're gonna have to open up some summer camp and get our swagger back. You understand what I'm saying?
I always say that it's a multi-pronged.
If I had the power to do it, I would do it now. Don't get it wrong. If I had the power to, you need a lot of funds
to have the power.
Huh?
What would you need to have the power?
No, I was talking about funds. I was talking about funds.
So you would need funding.
Because you need to rent out the gym, you need to hire the coaches, and you need to hire you need to do the background checks on them. You got a lot of stuff you got to have moving pieces. But you can do this every summer. You can do this for the next 20 summer. It ain't written that we got to catch up tomorrow. You understand what I'm saying? It ain't written that we got to catch up tomorrow, but we can catch up. It just takes some work. You know, just like a teacher like you, right? You're a teacher. In the summertime, you off, you get 20, 30 teachers. All right, we're going to teach the boys. This group going to teach the boys. This group going to teach the girls. And we're going to attack it from this angle, that angle. And just open up camps, man. We can bring the thing. We done lost our swagger, and I don't like that. The Black community really have lost. We done lost our swagger about everything. Dressing, everything, man. You know, walking around with their pants hanging around like their mama didn't. And then we got to have home training. We got to have home training. And then we got to learn how the first thing to teach our kid. You know, the first thing you teach your kid if you have your kid, Kay, is to honor thy mother and thy father and to fear the living God. That's the first thing you teach them. I don't listen to these people because they don't even understand that. And they ain't got no common sense. We can come back. Even the enemy sleep right now. We can come back. It just takes somebody with some money. I don't have that capital, but if I had that capital, I can make it snowball into doing what it needs to do. You know, but you need them funds to make it do what it do. You know what I'm saying? Because people usually ain't gonna listen to you if you ain't got no funds. I'm just be honest with you. You can have a great idea. I know I got the great ideas. I know they'll work. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, for us read to come, you know, if the father home and the child ain't reading at the level, then you know, okay, buddy, you don't get no phone, you don't get no laptop. You know, you don't need that until we pick up our reading skills. See, that's where a father come in at. But you don't have to be with the woman to be a father now. I think that's what a lot of them problem is. You understand what I'm saying? They got to stop being so sensitive and understand the child is the bigger picture. You know, I went through the same thing. I married, you know, had 2 kids. You know, I was married for 20 some years. Me and my wife got a divorce, so I understand pain. I understand how to raise kids. I had to separate my kids until they turned 18. I knew they was eventually going home. You know, my daughter RN, you know what I'm saying? My son he just a road trip, man, I would say. But you know, he wasn't raised like that. He was raised to understand how to observe, sit back, think, look, learn, and listen. He was taught sometimes kids just go left. But we can bring our community back. There's no reason. We just got bad leaders at the top. I don't like them people. Them people like they don't. You don't need the government for everything. You can just open up. You can open up summer camps. Huh?
How old are your grandkids, OG Frost?
My oldest son is my grandson is 12, 9, 11, and 4. My granddaughter is the youngest. She's 4.
Okay, so you know what? I think you have some really good
ideas.
All
3 of my grandsons in exception. They're in the advanced classes. All 3 of my grandsons in advanced classes.
That's amazing. I love to hear
because I'm in their life. I stay in their life. I stay around. I know what needs to be done.
As
you
know
what
should.
I'm saying? I know boys. At a certain age, they're gonna try to get a little, get a little aggressive, but I know how to stop all that,
Okay.
I can just do it with the son alone, you know what I'm saying? It's a big reason why grandfather and father should stay around for their kids, because they're very important. The community will advance real quick if grandfather and father stay around, man.
Grandparents are absolutely important.
Father and grandfather, stay around your kids, man. Don't leave your babies, man. Leave a woman, but don't leave your kids. If you don't want to be with her, let her go. But you can still be there for your kids, man. Be a man, man. You claim you're a man, man. Pull up your pants and be a man, man. Don't let especially your boys see that you know what I mean. You let a woman. I wasn't gonna allow mine to see that. Oh, she's not stronger than me. No, ain't nowhere in the world. No, I'm always gonna be him, and I'm not going nowhere.
OG, like I said, you have some really good ideas. Before we get to the next person, like to comment, I would just say, as an educator, I would say that, if you want to do something like in the school, just contact some of your grandkids' teachers and ask if you can come do a read aloud. I would love if one of my kids' parents or grandparents was like, can I just come up there and read? I will be like, yes, I will find a time. We'll set it up with admin. You know what I'm saying? We'll figure it out. So like, if you want to step in and do something like that, do it. Like definitely communicate with your grandkids' school in terms of that, because you are absolutely having an amazing impact on your own grandchildren, but you could also have an impact on other people's children. You know what I'm saying? So like, I know you were talking about money, but it doesn't always take money. Like,
no,
you
the
can,
reason why I was saying that, though, the reason why I was saying that, Kay, because
I get why you were saying it.
we need summer camp for all that.
I get why you were saying it, but I'm saying, like, based on using what we have to get what we want, you can absolutely ask your grandchildren's teachers, like, is there a time where I can just come do a read aloud? Just ask that. Maybe they'll say no, maybe, but hopefully,
I'll ask them that.
yeah, ask them. And you can affect change that you might not even know that you were able to, because those are other people's kids now. You know, we know you influence your own grandchildren.
Yeah, I want them to win too.
Exactly.
I want them to win too.
You could be someone who is very important to someone else's kid or grandkid, and that that is important. Like I said, I would love if any of my kids' parents or grandparents were like, you know, can I just come in and read? I would absolutely make that happen. So don't think that you can't do that. You can definitely do that. OG, thank you.
I would definitely advocate for it.
What'd you say?
I would definitely advocate for it the next time y'all on, I'll let you know how.
Just ask. Can I come in and read a book?
It's good brainstorming with view switching with y'all.
Maybe you could do it
with y'all.
Maybe you could do it once a week, OG. Just ask the teachers like what would work. And that would be very important. Kids love to see a different person in the classroom besides their teacher. Like, they love it. So thank you for sharing your story, your experience, and your ideas. Let me say that. I think they were really great.
We got to keep the kids out of trouble.
Absolutely. Yes, let's keep the kids out of trouble for sure. That is
summer coming up. This when they get into more trouble because they bored.
Yeah, I mean, summer's coming up. People are more.
They're not bad kids. They're not bad kids.
People are more.
They just need some male leadership, and they need to pull up their pants and humanize and view switch with the kids, and realize they were once a kid. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, people are outside more.
Stop worrying about what they mama doing. That's not a man. You don't worry about what no woman do. You worry about what you doing. Be a man. Pull up your pants.
Thank you for sharing your views. Again, don't forget to ask your grandkids' teachers about that.
I won't forget.
Definitely stay on OG Chimoge. I think that's how I pronounce your name, right? Chimoge.
Yeah, Chimoge. Yeah.
Did you have anything you wanted to weigh in about?
Yeah.
A lot of different things. So
yeah, I know. I wanted to first break down the welfare talking point that was brought up earlier. And then
John?
also, and then also add something about the school. So just first, I agree, Kay, with what you said about the welfare talking point earlier. I mean, there is some truth to it in that at some points, that policy was introduced and it did have some negative effects. But I think the talking point, as it's been stated now, is going around as if, the government dropped off that talking point and then Black women got together and connived and kicked all the men out in the end until now. But it's much more complicated than that for like 4 reasons. So firstly, right, the incentive, while it was there sometimes, it wasn't always there, right? Particularly, you have to keep in mind, like, welfare is something that Democrats tend to institute and Republicans don't like. So whenever a Republican administration would come in, often either at the national level or at the local level, that incentive would kind of go away. So then you have to ask yourself, if this incentive wasn't there all the time over the last like 50 years, could you blame that alone for fathers out of the home? I don't think so. Secondly, the amount of welfare money that these Black mothers are getting by itself is not enough to survive on. Like, if someone was living just on welfare money, the average person would just not have enough. So again, like, the idea that every black woman just chose to kick their man out of the home for an amount of money that was insufficient doesn't quite make sense, even though there's certainly some people who did that. Couldn't have been everyone. I think the third thing is that, and this might be controversial to say in, a space where a lot of people from the manosphere are here, but like, black women are not just like these robotic monsters who just kind of thought in a very utilitarian way, like, oh, this man has like no use to me, I'm just gonna kick him out. I mean, people fall in love. So you're not just gonna kick someone you fell in love with out to the curb because the government gave you an incentive. Like
that was Chimone, that was what I was asking earlier when it was like, so do you think they were in a happy, healthy relationship and they were just like, you gotta go? Like, I mean, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
That is what I was like getting at with that question.
Yeah, and exactly. And that's not to let me finish.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's not to say that there weren't some black women who kicked their man out of the house using that incentive as an excuse, or that the incentive didn't influence some people. It certainly did, but just this blanket idea that everyone was that cold and calculating, or even that the people who did that were necessarily cold and calculated. Because again, like you alluded to, Kay, if you're kicking your man out of the home because of a government welfare incentive, you probably already had a bad relationship. So again, these things are complicated. And I think the fourth and most important thing is that in terms of where we assign the blame, I think we have to all ask ourselves who put these black families in the position where they were even thinking about making these decisions, right? Where you're so poor, you're thinking you have to kick your man out of the house to get a little money. So obviously that would be the government and the wider society run by, white people that put people in that position. I think one example I've heard, someone else I know brought up this example. I'm going to use it again here. People always talk about crabs in a barrel, and they'll compare the black community to crabs in a barrel and complain about how we treat each other. Exactly, yeah. So you have to blame the person who put them in the barrel. So I think, a lot of people in the manosphere, with all due respect, don't like to go there because they feel afraid of white people and acknowledging what is actually going on. So then they want to blame people who are less powerful and, kind of like ostriches put their head in the sand. But I think we really need to stop doing that, especially when we're on public platforms that are just disseminating talking points all over the place, and actually be courageous enough. Sorry, my headphone fell off. Actually be courageous enough to call out the actual problem. And if you don't have that courage, just don't say anything. Because with all due respect, continuing to blame our own people for stuff that other people did to us is cowardly. Sorry. So that's what I had to say on the welfare talking point. We just have to stop engaging in this kind of black and white thinking, because things are complicated. And as for the school, I agree with a lot of what was said. I agree with what Mr. OG Frost said. But I also agree with what Kay said, that implementing some of those solutions doesn't necessarily take money. And that's not to say that money wouldn't help, it would. But to create our own educational institutions, which I believe is a big part of the solution to our educational problems, because the school systems run by other people are only going to let us do so much, right? To create those educational institutions, all you really need is the children, an adult to teach them, and really your own voice, maybe a piece of paper, whatever, and you can be creative and come up with ways to stimulate their minds. So I think
I like to push back on that, Kate.
I think if we
hold on, OG.
Yeah, I think
have some order around here, and I see you, D. I see you up there. Good job. We're gonna have some order. So Chimoge, we're gonna have John respond and then OG, because I know you kind of addressed both of their talking points. And you know, I definitely think that what you said was valid. You know, you shared some of the sentiments that I had about us, like kind of seeing that these things, we're not each other's enemy. We are not, you know, even though we've been pushed to be each other's enemy, we really have to look at what the real issue is and kind of go from there. So John, I know you wanted to address something, so go ahead and address that, and then we'll kind of go around and see what's going on from there. And OG, you will get to respond too.
Okay, I can go.
Yes.
All right. My thing is, we understand what the problem is.
I don't.
Oh,
wait.
Okay.
Okay. I thought it was you, John. No, it's supposed to be John.
Oh.
Sorry, OG. It's John first, then you. Go ahead, John. You're on mute.
It's Jumanji, right?
Shimoge.
Okay. Yeah, you brought just wanted to not the conversation, but just address the issue that you brought up. First one that stood out was political. I don't like bringing politics into the issue. I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats who came with the issue, because political parties, it's never going to solve the issues anyway. So I'm not Republican or Democrat. I was just looking at the issue at hand. The other issue that you addressed about the welfare, when I spoke on welfare, I was just shining a light on what caused the situation. It wasn't my opinion; it was the facts of what happened on the ground. And so the way that welfare made it affordable to live is that you had subsidized rent, you had subsidized light, water, that you could live on welfare and food stamps. So it was way more convenient to put the father out of the home, because the government would give you assistance on contingents that that the man would not be in the home. This is not me trying to make up. No, this would actually happen on the ground. These are the facts on the ground. Not saying that women were against men. No, if you give anybody a choice that if I can have my bills paid 12 months out of the year or 3 months out of the year, a woman would be foolish not to take 12 months. I was only stating the reason why they chose it. It very much was affordable because you got subsidized rent, subsidized light, subsidized water, and food stamps.
So John, is there a reason, and this is, you know, me kind of knowing the answer, I just want to hear it from you. Do you think that there was a plan, let me say, to make sure that Black men were out of homes? Was there something that was actually put in motion the same way welfare and all these other things were? Do you think that there was something specifically put in motion for Black men to not be in the homes?
So if you understand society and society in general, what was done to us, and I'm not trying to go into deep history lesson, but if you understand what was done to society, period, it's always been this goal to, I don't know if it was the goal, but it always seemed to happen to destroy Black family, even in slavery,
Yeah,
coming out of slavery. The goal, I don't want to say goal, but what tend to happen is, at turn of every era, you saw destruction or attack on the family. So I wasn't saying what I said to say that.
No, I wasn't saying you were saying anything.
No. I'm not saying you were saying that either. I'm just addressing. I wasn't saying that like I believe that this was intentionally done. I'm saying this is what happened. This is what happened to us. Who did it? Why they did? I don't care if they're Republican. I don't care if they're Democrat. I don't care if it was the Moynihan Report. Whatever it was, this is what was happening. This is what was done to us. So I don't blame. Mom, as a personal story here. My mom refused to go into public housing, and we needed public housing, but she understood the benefit of making it. She understood that if they took away her choice, then she couldn't have a husband. If they took away her choice, she couldn't have a TV in her home. She didn't want the government telling her what she could do in her own home. So that's why she chose not to go in. So Jumanji, to your point again, it wasn't again me trying to make an excuse. No, it was just shining a light on what actually happened on the ground.
So like John, I had just asked you a question about if you saw that there were things that were happening to keep Black men out of homes, specifically the way that you're able to the way that you're able to articulate what happened to keep Black women getting, whatever assistance. I was asking if you knew or noticed if there was anything that was happening specifically to keep Black men out of home.
The intent was, well, be careful I say intent. Well,
no, I'm saying like the way you can name like welfare for Black women. What's the thing that happened to Black men to keep them out of home?
As I said earlier, what made it easy for women to make that choice is that at that time the economy wasn't great, so the job market wasn't stable. So a man would get a job, but it would be temporary. So if a woman has to pick 3 months of earnings versus 12 months of government help, and all you gotta do is.
But I'm asking you like about the Black men, like specifically.
Correct. That's what I said. Black men.
The women thing. I get it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Black men. My thing, I'm saying Black men couldn't keep a job.
Okay, so the job market.
A full-time job, correct.
So the job market.
Yeah, correct.
Was being like discriminatory, would you say?
Well, the economy is bad. So when the economy is bad, jobs are not going to be there.
Do you think that there was anything that specifically affected Black men more than
not having a job?
Okay, so the job market.
Yeah, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Not having a job. If a man can't have a job, how is he going to provide for his family?
Okay, so there was a specific thing with the job market that affected Black men's employment, and then they kind of made that perfect storm, right? Where it's like, all right, now the Black men can't get a job, and we're going to throw in this incentive for Black women, and and then that ended up working the way that it did. Would you say that that's true?
And I'm trying to be careful of saying intended. I can't prove that it intended that way. I can just tell you it happened that way.
Would you say that that's what happened?
Correct. That's what happened.
Okay. So, and I'm just trying to understand. So we're going to OG.
No, that was intent. That wasn't intent.
I'm not cross-examining you. I was just asking.
I understand. I understand.
OG Frost, go ahead. You wanted to address something that.
Yeah, it was intent because Kayla, let me connect the dots for you. Let me connect Mr. K. Let me connect the dots for you.
OG, I'm K.
I miss K. Let me connect the dots for you.
Go ahead.
See, after the 70s was the Black Panther Party, right? So yes, that was planned right there after the Panther Party. But the reason why they really did it because they didn't want to pay us reparation. So that was their way, you know what I'm saying, killing two birds with one stone. But we gotta also understand that was 2000. That was 1970. This is 2022. We understand the problem. We understand their goal was. Now we got cut. Now we got to take that wound and lick it and heal it up. And now let's go along with this new strategy I got for us to win. We can win again. We can win again. We got to get our swagger back. But that was after the Black Panther Party. That's connecting the dots, Kayla. And they was afraid of the Black Panther Party because it was unity there. But they'll say to the world, oh, Black man lazy. He's sorry. Black man ain't never been lazy nor sorry. It always been about opportunity. You understand that? But that was after the real Black Panther Party. After J. Edgar Hoover destroyed the Black Panther Party, that's when they came with this solution. You understand now? Did I connect the dots for you?
I mean, I didn't have dots that were connected. I thought that you wanted to address something that Chimoge actually said earlier.
Oh yeah, well, you know what I address him is the way you saw the problem is very simple, brother. You open up some summer camps for the girls and the boys in your community, like Kay told me, and reading, coding, and financial literacy. That's how we get it all the way back. We're gonna have to walk our way back to the top. We ain't gonna be able to run overnight. We're gonna have to walk our way back. But we understand they did that after J. Edgar Hoover destroyed the Black Panther Party. But we can't keep talking about this. We understand what happened. We understand what's the solution. We got to get to the solution. And the solution is, just like I say, open up some summer camps and do what we got to do for our community.
Before we get to the, I know this is a very serious topic. But before we get to the next person, I just wanna, I don't know if it's just me, but like OG Frost, every time you talk, I'm taken back to the Late Registration album. The interludes, does anybody know you have the same exact voice?
But me and John the Baptist, we lived it, but we also understand what happened.
Did anybody know what I'm talking about?
We lived it. But,
he like,
yeah, but I'm giving you the solution,
right
how to solve it.
Like, heard him say, like, when it's like, but anyway, well, look, every week I'm noticing that I might be the only one that knows about certain things that I'm talking about. But
I know what you're talking about.
Doesn't he sound like it? Like
yes, but I'm trying to not be seen as disrespectful.
How is it disrespectful?
I mean, people misinterpret things. I know you're not being
disrespectful.
I know you're not being disrespectful. I'm just saying I don't know how everyone interprets.
I just have a mind.
No, you're right. I was just
saying
not to laugh. That's all. That was all it was on my end.
I got some.
Wake up, Mr. West.
But if you look at it, but Kay, you big on research, right? Kay, you big on research. If you look it up, you'll see it after the Black Panther Party. You'll see it happen after the Black Panther Party was destroyed. You'll see that's when that took on. That's when they destroyed the film, and that's when they came in and dropped the cocaine. You'll see all that happen after the Black Panther Party.
I know all of these things were very orchestrated and very much, yeah. So
we're gonna have to orchestrate to get back on top.
I agree.
The only thing I want to say is that it wasn't the Republican Party.
What do you mean?
It don't matter which one of them.
Right, OG. Exactly, OG.
It does matter.
No, because honestly, they're both two sides of the same.
No, it don't.
Well,
if they all look at you the same.
Whoa.
If they all look at you the same, you look at all them the same.
No, they're not the same. There's a major difference.
They're all the same.
All right, there's people always say that people, huh?
Ain't nobody prove no difference.
Wait, hold on, real quick.
Me and John the Baptist lived it, so can't nobody prove it different.
Raising D. Go ahead, D.
I just got something quick to say about OG Frost. You talk about solutions, right? What about the hip culture, though? The hip culture have affected the Black community more than whatever you were saying. You know, we gotta let that. I said we gotta let that hip hop culture go, like the social media, all that stuff. You got to be honest.
We use the hip hop culture to teach our kids that reading is fundamental,
but that's not what
comprehension.
That's not what they're pushing. They're talking about drugs, sex, alcohol.
That come from that come from we having bad leaders, bro.
So we got to make that as a consideration to the solution. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because what the hip hop putting out is all fake anyhow. That's all lies. They ain't shot that many people. They ain't killed that many people. Me and you both know that, and they ain't sold that many drugs. They'd have been in federal prison. They'd have did all what they say they be done did. You feel me?
OG.
So you know they ain't did none of that. You know they lying. You know they lying. You know.
OG.
So John, go ahead and respond to OG. I see you got something to say.
Actually, I want to.
D, OG, because I know you still got something to say. Then we'll go to to Moge and him versus her. Go ahead, John.
I want to address OG and D. D is not there's a difference between today's hip hop and hip hop of my generation. So I would agree with you on today's hip hop because I'm like lost on it. There is, well, from what I hear anyway, I'm not that into it. The music loses me today. Now, when I came up hip hop, it was even the one that was controversial, NWA. It was talking about what was actually going on the street. What's the guy? I just went blank. Public Enemy #1. Public Enemy. Those guys actually had messages that we was going through. So it's not it's the culture has changed.
John, do you think that
today.
different things could possibly be going on the street
Let me
now versus 30 years ago?
Nope.
let me
You
give him a
don't
little
think
insight on that, Kayla. Let me
on
give.
the street? You don't
Let me
think
let me
I'm gonna
take
go.
different
I'm gonna.
now
let me,
versus
I'm gonna
30,
give him
40
one
years
insight on
ago?
all of it. I'm gonna give him one insight on all of
And
it.
this
Reason
is
why I
me.
say you used it.
I like the 90s hip hop and the early 2000s and 2000s. I like it all.
Yeah, I
But
like
my thing is
NWA
that
though.
we can't act like
But the
things
reason
are
why I say don't
exactly the
we
same. They're
we over
not.
I
talking
say we
we
use
over
that
talking each
same.
other right now.
We know, John. It
Yeah,
happens
but I
sometimes
say
on these shows.
I say use that same hip hop to open up them camps I'm talking about. Because if you destroy them, you're gonna destroy some black businessmen, businesses. So still, you got to think long term. We can't keep thinking this short term fight. We got to think long term. We can win.
OG,
Y'all
why
put
is
me
this
in
a little
power, and
bit?
I show you can win. We can
OG, back
win. We
up
can
just a
win.
little bit.
We need a real general like me. We need somebody up there that ain't gonna play them games and sell our people out for them crumbs. We need somebody that gonna talk the talk and walk the walk.
OG,
You know what I mean?
just you know what I'm saying? OG, you don't need to wait for money then. Get it together. Do what you need to do. You said we need people like you. Go out there and do it. Don't wait for money. Do what you need to do. A lot of people did a lot with no money. So do what you need to do.
I'm fighting my fight. I'm fighting my fight.
If you're the person that you said that we need, go be the person that we need. And I wish you all the success in the world. The thing is, though, when we're talking about these hip hop situations, times have changed, John. So like, and I'm all about, I get it. But even I had to take a step back and say, you know what? Things are different. Things are different. Like I see when I was in elementary school, kids used to write raps, right? It was a reflection of things that they've seen or things that they've heard, like even in terms of music. The kids that I see writing now, because kids still do that, they still at lunch beating on the tables, writing little songs, doing all their things. Those things have changed because things have changed. We didn't have all this social media, there was social media, but all this access, no. All of this exposure to all of these things, no. And there was a much greater wider, let me say, variety of things you could hear. I could turn on the radio and hear Nas or the Fugees or Master P or Lil Wayne, whoever. I could hear all these things at the same time. Nowadays, you don't hear that wide of a variety. You hear a more, let me say, narrow view of music. So we can't blame kids for that. If anything, parents need to be monitoring what their kids are listening to, or at least making sure that their kids understand the difference. Like when I was a kid, I have a strict Nigerian father and a Black American mom. And growing up, there were all types of things. Like we had Doggy Style, the what's it called? The Chronic. We had Too Short album.
Gin and Juice.
We had we had all these things, all these albums at the house. And my dad, he low-key tried to be like, I'm just listening to screen what you are listening to.
I'm finna go, Miss Kate. I'm finna go, Kate. Y'all have a good night, brothers.
Thanks.
All right, good night.
Nice him.
Thank you.
Nice brainstorming with y'all. All I was saying though, Kate,
thank
what
you
the devil meant for
evil,
we gotta take it and use it for good.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Be sure to come back next week. Bye. So like my dad used to be like, you know what? He low-key didn't want to let us know that he liked it. But anyway, I was listening to like Adina Howard when I was little, but I knew the difference. Like I knew I wasn't about to be out here twerking or whatever, like because it wasn't something that my parents would be cool with, and it's just not. So like even with the exposure of certain music, if you have that guidance at home, the music is not gonna raise you. Now, if you're letting the music raise your children, then it's going to raise them. The music, the TV. But if you teach your kids to know the difference between the two, and you spend time on making sure they know the difference, it's not going to be as big of a problem. And I think that's the part that, like, you know, a lot of us want to put that responsibility on everybody else. Like, you know, and I'm not saying that there's no onus on anyone. I'm not saying that people shouldn't be responsible, you know, with certain things they do media wise. But at the end of the day, we all know the plan. We all know certain images are going to be portrayed of Black people, Black men, Black women. And if we know this with the music and everything, what can we do as parents, mentors, teachers, whatever, to counteract it? That's the important part, because we can't stop you know, Sony distribution or whoever, I don't know, from doing what they're doing. And we can't keep saying like, well, in my day, you know, Check the Rhyme was the song. Okay, but now that's not the song. There are different songs that are the song now that kids
I agree with you.
And that they're listening to. So with that being the case, now what?
I agree with what you're saying. I guess what I would make is that when you asked the question earlier, what kids facing today is different we faced 30, 40 years ago. I was saying what they're facing, no. The intensity, yes. The same thing we faced when I was coming up: sex, drugs, alcohol, premarital babies. I mean, babies outside of wedlock. Same thing we're facing then, we're still facing now.
But John,
but I agree with you. I agree with you though. The intensity of it is greater now because of social media. So
yeah, because
I agree.
Everybody on your block was doing 24/7 back then. You know what I'm saying? That's completely different.
So I agree with the intensity. I agree that I believe that everything we're facing then, with the kids are facing now. It's just that now it's more avenues for the kids to get to it now. Because my dad had a bunch of magazines in his closet that I was supposed to know about. Well, today I don't need my dad's magazine in his closet. I can go with my cell phone if I wanted to. So we're still facing the same thing. It's just how easy can we access it now?
I agree.
But this is the thing that I think people don't like factor in. So
okay.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. I mean, you know, there were always things that were like that kids were trying to look at that they weren't supposed to. That's always been a thing, right? I'm not denying that. But I think the part that it's not factored in is the effect of having those things at your fingertips 24/7, 365. That actually matters. It's
the intensity.
Not the same. You as a person 30 something years ago you're not the same as a kid now who has constant access to the internet, constant access to everyone around them, group chats at night that they talking in, can Google anything they want. It's that on your psyche, like that on your mind, that level of access changes you. Now, I'm not religious, but I like the Bible and I like, you know, some of the metaphors. And the whole story with Adam and Eve and the tree, and they ate from it, and now they realize they're naked, and now, oh my goodness, things change. That is a very good metaphor for what we're going through, like, I guess with each generation, because every generation thinks the next one has more, you know, it's just constantly, you know, growing, I guess. But like, that is a good metaphor because the more your eyes are open, the more problems, right?
Right.
Same thing, you know, a wise man once said, more money, more problems. Same metaphor. The more access, the more things are open to you, it changes you. A person with less and less options, less things to pick from, and, you know, just a regular happy life.
Yep, you're right.
Different from a person who is exposed to everything, especially think about kids. These are kids, not adults. Adults don't even have, a lot of adults don't even have the skills or the coping mechanisms and whatnot to deal with a lot of things. Think about you're 9 years old and you're up on TikTok at night scrolling for hours. Now, people could say that's your parents' fault. Fine, whatever. But it's the reality of what's going on. People are doing this.
Can I ask you a question? Ms. K, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So the original question you asked me was, are the kids today facing something different than we faced 30 years ago?
No, I said that the kids today are facing something different because they are in a situation where they have more access than you ever had.
Okay, so let me say this right here. Let me say this. So Really, you did ask a question. Then you went on a talking point, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what we're doing. That's irrelevant to that. So, if you look at what we faced 30 years ago, sex, drugs, alcohol, people having babies outside of marriage, was over sex. Fast forward to today, kids are still facing the same thing. But now, this is where I agree with you on. They're facing the same situations, but what I think what is different is the intensity of which what access they have to it, how prevalent, how easy it is to get to it. Now, but they're still facing the same.
The difference. That's the difference.
But what I'm saying though, they're still facing the same issues.
Well, then let's say, well, in the 1600s, we're facing the same issues as they were. Sure, sex, drugs, and alcohol were things back then. But what kind of argument is that? We have to factor in the things that make it different. The killing and abuse and drugs and things like that have been a thing since humanity. These have always been things. So we can't, when do you want to draw the line? Okay, well, 200 BC. Like, when do you want to draw the line? We have to at some point understand that, yes, okay, these things have been around, fine. But
no.
That is not the point. The thing that makes it different is the access, like you said. And I'm not saying that you're not agreeing with me, and please don't mistake my talking for disagreeing with you or anything like that. I'm just saying that we have to have a broader conversation about it, because saying like we are all facing the same things doesn't cut it.
Well, no, that was confusing to me, because originally you did ask the question, and not trying to sidetrack this at all.
Yeah.
Because the biggest thing that we addressed when we addressed this is that yes, and I said it, I'm gonna say it again: sex, drugs, alcohol, whatever. Sex, drugs, alcohol, now, whatever, same thing. Well, now the difference, what I do agree with you on is this: because it is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, kids can't get a break from it because it's on TVs, on everything. It's easier to get to. It's the same issues with different effects because of time. But the question you really asked, or the statement you really made, was, are we facing the same thing? We are facing the same thing. But the only thing that makes a difference is the point that you brought out. And I'm acknowledging the point that you brought out. And I agree with it too.
So then is it the same?
Yes, it is the same. It's just intensified.
A kid who has to sneak into their parents' room to find some, whatever thing, is not the same thing as a kid who can freely do that thing on their phone. That's not the same thing.
I'll tell you what, I'll submit to this argument. And I think it's semantics at this point. But I think at the baseline, I think we do agree. I think we agree more than we disagree on this subject. I really think we do. I do acknowledge your point. I do acknowledge your point though, that how easy it is to access these days.
That would be like and I love analogies. So in this situation, I think the analogy would be like, well, people always went places. So, it don't matter if it was by foot or horse or a Tesla. We always going somewhere. Those aren't the same thing. They're vastly different.
No,
I'm not saying you disagreed. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, like, just for the people watching, we're having a conversation. That's the point of the show. The thing is, when we just reduce things down to like, we're doing all the same thing, while yes, modalities, people may have been traveling for all of human existence. I cannot compare the ways that we have to travel now to the ways of travel 1,000 years ago. They're not the same. Now, are we both traveling? Yeah. But is it the same? No. That's the point that I'm making. And I'm not saying you disagreed. I'm not saying you disagreed, because like you said, I think we agree on a lot of it. I'm just being clear with my, like, at first confusion. Because as you explained it more, John, I definitely get what you're saying, because the overarching umbrella of things in humanity, right, are the same across centuries. You know, people are doing things they're not supposed to do. People are doing things they are supposed to do. There are lots of things across humanity that are at a very broad sense similar, right? And I agree with that. I just think we can't like whittle it down to like, well, are we going through the same? Because we're not. It's very different. It's a horse and carriage versus a EV. Like, it's different. So both are getting you somewhere, but they're very different. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying I'm not saying you that. I'm just saying.
I digress.
No, that's not how you use. Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna get into digress.
Okay, I used that wrong.
I'm not even gonna say anything.
I can see whatever.
Him versus her. Anybody got something else to say?
Yeah, I had something to add about the whole hip hop culture thing.
Okay.
Because again, that's another talking point I've heard a lot that I think is, respectfully off. Well, okay, what you said about things being different, that is correct. So again, if you're judging, there are some nuances of what's going on that are different now than what was happening like 30 years ago. So we couldn't expect like hip hop music of today to be exactly the same as 30 years ago. You're right. And the thing I would add to that, though, it's even more important, I think, in the context of people blaming hip hop culture for bad things going on in the Black community, is that one, I don't think we can we have to distinguish between mainstream hip hop and hip hop in general. Those are two different things. And particularly the mainstream hip hop is what people tend to be talking about when they bring up quote unquote hip hop culture. And that stuff, as I think you alluded to, Kay, is not even controlled by Black people. Yes, there are Black artists on stage dancing, but the whole music industry is controlled by 3 corporations, right? Sony, Universal, and Warner Media. 2 of those, Warner and Universal, are owned by white people. And then the third one, Sony, is owned by Japanese people. And these conglomerates put artists into contracts that dictate what they can and cannot do, what they can and cannot say, what kind of music they can put out. So again, like, can you really blame the Black community for what those people are up there doing? Whatever you think about it, I think the answer is clearly no. Because the Black community did not elevate them to those positions, and we don't dictate what those artists are doing. So that's one thing. But then the other thing is that while, as we said, certain nuances of what are happening, Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Certain nuances of what are happening have changed over time. The general reality that Black people are suffering more than other groups, that has been a constant for well before hip hop culture was even a thing. And for the whole existence of hip hop, which is maybe about 40, less than 50 years, so many other things have been going on to affect the situation. So I think to blame hip hop culture in any large part for unambiguously for what is going on in the Black community, especially to talk about hip hop culture as unambiguously negative, because again, there's some negative aspects, but there are also positive aspects, I think is ignorant of what hip hop culture is, but then also is just inaccurate. And again, I think that's another talking point that is really something that would come out of places like the Republican Party, and then people just kind of dressed it up and dropped it.
Hold on, Hember. Hold on. It's about to be you next because I see you.
So I think
right after that.
So again, I think with some of these talking points, we really have to be careful about just picking them up, because a lot of these talking points are like dirt that's been left on the toilet or on the bathroom floor. It's not something you're meant to just pick up and take in. So
Chimoge, you on point a lot of times. I would love to hear, but Hember, I saw you come off of mute like with the quickness. So as soon as he said Republican, you were like, go ahead.
Well, Chimoge, let me ask you, do you love white people?
Do I love white people? Absolutely not. No.
There you go. So there you go. Anything this guy's going to say is going to be directed towards white people are the problem. It could be like something can happen right now from another black person. It was the white man. Anything he says, first of all, these record deals, these 360 record deals.
I mentioned that for the record. Sorry, I mentioned the Japanese when I was talking about Sony. They're not white. They're also part of the problem. So,
right, no. These 360. When it comes to hip hop, the 360 record deals that he's talking about, who's signing them? Nobody's signing those 360 deals anymore. A lot of these major hip hop black artists, they're on their own. They're free.
Him versus her.
Yeah.
Are you talking about people? Nowadays it's a lot easier to get on.
It's a lot easier
with a lot of different. Maybe YouTube. Some people.
But no one signed a major record label.
Okay, so I hear what you're talking about in terms of that, but I would say though that what sells is due to what's pushed, and it's kind of a cycle that happens. So, and him versus her, hold on. Speaking to Chimoge's point, if certain things are pushed and have been being pushed for the last 30 years, right? Like since the early 90s, the late 80s, certain things were being specifically pushed as it relates to the black image, black music, things like that. Pushed. Now, while you're saying, things are different now, I agree. It's not the same. Like you can literally get famous on TikTok, YouTube, and be making the same type of music. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the reason that music is selling, the reason that music has such a strong root in our society is because of those years in the past where that was marketed. So like these things didn't just haphazardly become the way they are because black people are just this way or that way. They became the way they are due to marketing, due to people selling certain things. You know how many people probably came into these record execs offices like, look, here's my tape. Guess which ones got on the radio in the early 90s or the mid 90s or the late 90s or the early like these are things like I know you know that.
It's not the white person, okay? Even on these panels that we have, us as people, we love the toxic, right? We love when it's drama filled. We love when it's angry. We love when people over talking each other. It's us. So the white man, right, that he blames is saying, hey, listen, since they're buying it anyway, we might as well just sell it. We might as well be the ones to sell it because they're gonna buy it anyway. That's what they like.
Think about all the types of music
because we have the freedom
plan and all these other people. They were there. Let's not act like there wasn't a whole lot of people that were doing different types of music. And then a certain type got to the forefront.
So y'all gonna twist the narrative?
Yeah, because
because of marketing.
Miss K, can I ask a favor of you?
No.
I know this is your program. This is your show. I'm not trying to take over your show. But this is not beneficial to the conversation that we was really having about what we was having at first. Because now we talking about race and politics.
Well, we're kind of like at the end, and we're just kind of letting people talk, and I'm just responding. I mean, I know you're trying to moderate, but just hold y'all.
I apologize. I'm not trying to take over your show.
Cool, but I'm just saying, like, this is what you know, we're kind of at the end. You know,
okay, let me
so
also ask you, right?
Kind of talking.
When it comes to Black hip hop, who are some positive Black hip hop artists that speak on Black without the white man control, right? Because yeah, who's some positive Black hip hop artists?
Are you saying like in like mainstream
Black hip hop?
You know, I would say mainstream, and you know, I listen to a lot of old music. But I would say like if I turn on the radio or something, because I do every now and then just to see what's going on. A lot of the music that's like on the radio, and I think Chimoge brought this up, like talking about mainstream. Was it you?
Yeah, mainstream.
A lot of my music on radio is not even mainstream.
If you're on the
you can just turn on the radio and hear.
Yeah,
if you don't have to like find out from your friends. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Things that you can just hear. There's less and less. And I think I even spoke to this point earlier when I said when I was younger, you could turn on the radio and hear a plethora of different types of hip hop, you know, different types of R&B, different types. There was more variety, but now I think there's less variety, and it's being pushed towards a very, very specific type, specific content. And that's not just with rap, that's with R&B.
You know
that's
why?
With a lot of different things.
Because local artists are becoming famous now. They're not signing the record label. Chicago drill rap. They're not signed to major record labels.
When they
These
get
are local artists,
no,
but
when
make their way.
No, but when they
him versus her, you gotta understand. In Chicago, there are tons of rappers.
A lot of them. Due to social media.
Of all types. Hold on, him versus her. I know personally tons of rappers that are amazing, right? If their music is not the one that's pushed, they're not going to be pushed to the forefront. If it's Chief Keef versus one of my friends that makes more conscious, more
okay, but talk about Chief Keef when he first came on.
There's going to be a reason why that
when he gets signed.
That's
when he was talking about killing his own people and shooting. Right. He was not signed. He was pushing his own music.
Him versus her.
He got a record deal.
Think you know who Chief Keef is, and you might not know who Saya is. I know that person.
Because
why do you think you might know who Chief Keef is? Not because he's better, but because he's talking about a thing that they want to be pushed, and that's what the algorithm is gonna pick up. So if you put your music on YouTube and somebody else puts theirs on YouTube, the one who they quote unquote want to be pushed will. It's not. Come on, are you serious?
The underground artists are the ones that's really blowing up local. You know,
real quick,
major artists. Okay,
real quick, are you not seeing? And I know you know this, that if we're talking about nowadays, because I agree with you, nowadays things are different, right? It's not like you have to necessarily be signed to a major label right away. You can blow up, you know, on YouTube or TikTok. But if we're talking about what gets pushed, these algorithms are a thing. Certain types of things get pushed before other things. That's the same reason why, if you look at even in the YouTube space, and let's say like content creators, the ones who argue, the ones who talk negatively about Black men if they're a woman, or Black women if they're a man, are much more popular than the people out here having productive, calm conversations. Do you think that those people don't exist? They do, but we're not watching them because they're not being pushed out.
And that's what brings up the algorithm. That's due to Black people donating, due to Black people hitting the like button, due to Black
most fans of rap are white.
Commenting. You know, if you look at a lot of the artists in 2022, even the past 5 years, they're getting noticed because of social media. They're getting noticed due to them.
Most people on social media are not Black.
Bro, we got to take some accountability. I don't care what you say. No. You can't blame the executive. They're not being.
You're blaming Republicans.
Look at Travis Scott's concert where people died, right? If you look into that crowd, how many Black people were in that crowd?
Not but he signed to a major record label.
Yes, most people still are. It's starting to change, but we're not quite there. But then even the caveat with the independent artists is these independent artists are not truly independent. The ones that you know about have distribution deals with major media companies like an Apple or an iHeart or a YouTube. So then that major company, even though they're not a traditional record label, is essentially acting as the record label because this so-called independent artist is completely dependent upon them to get their music in front of your ears. So
even Kay knows. Even Kay knows. I'm pretty sure she knows. She said she knows a lot of artists. If they sign a major record label, they're gonna be on their mother's couch. They won't have enough to buy a chain. But if they do it independently by themselves, if they do it with them and their friend, 30 of them in a video, if they do it, if they do it independently, they'll make way more money.
But it depends on what they're talking about, and then but it depends on what they're talking about. Even with that, this is what you're talking about is just to go viral once, right?
No,
if you want to get rich after that, you have to sign a deal with somebody.
No, you do not, bro. People are not signing record labels. Is there anyone in the comments?
In most cases, people still sign to a record label.
People are
even
not
if
signing record deals.
They have to sign with another distribution,
unless you're
a major media company for distribution.
Unless you're going to sell ridiculous amount of units,
being signed with a record label.
Wait, D, what were you about to say? Because you've been quiet for a while, and I've seen.
Well, I was just trying to say, you can't blame record label executive for pushing what the rappers are pushing. You have a choice to make. You can't keep blaming like you can't do that. No one is forcing them to sell drugs and stuff. To the Black community. Plus, you can make a lot more money being independent on YouTube, TikTok, than you can make being a record label, man.
But how many very rich, truly independent, and when I say truly independent, I mean they don't have a deal with any company. It's just them. How many of them can you name on YouTube?
I mean, everything you do, if you're gonna receive any type of check, you're signed to something, right? But as far as a record label, most of the current artists are not signed artists.
No,
maybe they was before, but they're not. They're not signed artists.
No, as I've said a couple times, most artists right now on May 3rd now, 2022, are still signed to a major record label, right? But increasingly, people are moving away from that. However, the ones who are moving away from that are signing distribution deals with major media companies that are owned by non-Blacks. So even though they say they're independent, they're really not, because that media company acts as the record label. Because all a record label is a company that pushes your song and advertises for your song and pays you some portion for it.
That's the shift, Chimoge, that we're not talking about. Now, you know what I'm saying? There's him versus her. You're saying that, people are moving away from record labels.
What I'm really saying is that we got to stop blaming white people.
But Chimoge is saying that I don't think people understand that distribution is where it's at. Distribution companies are where it is. That is the thing. And yes, while you might not be signed to whatever record label, you are in affiliation with a distribution company, because how else is your music getting distributed?
YouTube.
What?
Apple Music.
Well, okay, but if you what were your answers?
Huh? Yeah, because I asked you the question about what independent artists you know of. What truly
zero.
Exactly. That was my point. None of them are truly independent.
No. I said zero. He's a rapper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
right. I haven't heard of him. But is he extremely wealthy?
Well, not.
I mean,
okay, you said not extremely, right?
Extremely, but I mean, anything being extremely wealthy.
No, I'm saying, is he a millionaire?
He's comfortable though. That's why he's still doing what he's doing.
So he's not a millionaire.
It doesn't matter.
Yes,
he's pushing what he want to push. He don't have to.
And he's making less money. And I've never heard of him. He's not. I'm not saying he's bad. I'm just saying he doesn't have as much reach as these people who sign to these larger companies. That's my whole
You know how many people sign the company, major record, and they'll make no money? There's probably hundred thousands of them. Right?
Yes, there are, but everyone who 99% of the people who do make a lot of money are signed to some company.
So everything. So, but the thing you have to really try to focus on is you're blaming. We all got free will in 2022. Fuck yeah, I mean your ancestors. I don't know about them, right? But 2022. We gotta stop blaming the white man for the actions. If I don't wake up at 6 a.m. and decide to go do something with my life, if I'm waking up at 11 a.m. or 3 o'clock p.m., I can't say, yo, the white man alarm clocked in it. Because if you're gonna blame everything, why are you using Google? This is StreamYard. This is a white man's platform. Google's a white man's platform.
It is. We need to make our own platforms.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say is like we gotta stop trying to blame the white man for the behavior that we're making on our own.
You absolutely have to blame whoever caused the problem for the problem. Now you have to come up with a solution, but you can't act like you caused the problem.
Limit yourself from watching it. Limit yourself from listening to certain things, bro. You can't just
no. As an individual, you can do that, but if you're talking about why something looks the way it looks, right? Because specifically, I'm talking about why mainstream rap looked the way it looked. That is on the white people and Asians who own the companies that control that. Because again, they control all the distribution platforms.
If we stop listening to that, they won't make any money.
That's not true, because most of the people who listen to that, and specifically most of the people who actually buy the content, are non-black.
Okay.
Because just think about it, right? Even just in the US, black people are like 14, if you're being generous, 15% of the population, right? 85% of the population is non-black. So if something goes viral in the US, what percent of the people who listen to it are going to be black? A minority. Then if you make it global, it's the same thing, because there's about maybe 1 to maybe 1.3 to, if you want to be really generous, maybe you could say 1.8 billion black people on earth out of 8 billion people, period. So again, if something goes globally viral, what percent of the people who listen to it are going to be black?
We have control, bro. We have control. Just like Power, 50 Cent, he got that TV show. If we
he doesn't own that TV show, it's on a white person's network. And he's getting his paycheck from them.
Okay. So the white man's so the white man is evil, right? The white man did everything, even though we're using all of their platforms and everything like that, right? Okay, cool. As of today, right? Can black people blame the white man for what they're doing wrong? As of today, because I've never walked outside and the white man has stopped me from doing anything. I'm 37 years old. White man has never stopped me from doing anything I want to do. Never stopped me from doing anything I do.
Him versus her, because I think I see the place you're going before you get there.
Because
let me just ask you, do you think that institutional racism exists
in 2022? Because I'm living as in today. No, I am too. I don't believe it.
You don't think institutional racism exists?
No.
Well,
I think the also thing is, why are we focused on something that doesn't have control over us? Okay, how is racism stopping you as of right now, Kay? Today, how is racism stopping you? How is the white man stopping you from you doing what you want to do in your life? From you being a teacher? I mean, what is the white man doing to stop you?
Institutional racism is a thing that exists. Okay. And in the educational system, it's a huge situation. This is not my opinion. This is true. Look it up.
Got it. Okay.
There are so many funding for my school. Let's do that.
Okay. Come on, relax. I get it. Okay, I'm wrong.
Ask me something and then be like, relax. What?
No. I'm saying, I want to stay right here.
You just said
I want to say right here.
You're talking
how
about
exactly is
racism doesn't exist.
Okay, I said I was wrong. It exists. How exactly is white people stopping you in 2022?
Do you know what institutional racism is? Because if you did, you wouldn't be asking me how I'm personally being stopped. You would instead be focusing on the systems that are stopping Black people in general from being in certain positions. So I'm not sure if you know what we're talking about right here. So you're asking me about institutional racism and then asking me.
No, I didn't ask you about that.
I asked you about institutional racism. You said it doesn't exist, and then I guess you corrected it and said you were wrong. And now you're asking me about myself as an individual.
Or just, okay, you don't want to use
just saying, like, what does that
because the conversation was about white people are stopping Black people from being successful.
I was asking you about institutional racism. I don't know what y'all were talking about while I was gone. But when I came back, I asked about institutional racism. Do you think it exists or not? Because I think I came back when you were saying something like, we can't blame you said something like that. We can't blame, or can we still blame? Something like
I don't believe we could blame them anymore. I don't believe we could blame white people.
So, I'm just saying, when I asked you, do you think institutional racism exists? What's your final answer on that?
In 2022, I don't believe it exists.
Okay, so you don't think it exists. So do you think that things...
I don't believe it has any power over us.
So you think so do you think it exists? Yes or no?
It exists, yeah. I mean, people don't like people.
So if it exists, how does it manifest?
I think there are.
Manifest?
Mm-hmm. You said it exists, because I agree. How does it manifest?
What do you mean by manifest?
Like, how does it show up? You said it exists. How does it show up?
Within the school systems?
Or anywhere.
Well, as far as you're talking about, well, before I go into your question, can you answer mine?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind.
About how does it affect me daily?
Well, that's not you daily, just in a general term.
In the educational system. That's where I would immediately just say.
I mean, let's talk about the average Black person.
In the fact that Black boys are over-identified for special education. In the fact that Black boy literacy rates are low, not because they're Black. I mean, not because they're less capable. Not because they're less capable. There are reasons. In the fact that a lot of schools in Black neighborhoods are underfunded. There are lots of ways. So, yeah.
I don't think that's because of racism.
What do you think it's because of?
Due to lack of parenting.
What? So
not special education, but reading and so forth. That's due to lack of parenting.
What do you think about the special education thing?
No, I said not because of special education. I know that's your field, but I don't know much about special education. I know that's something that I believe they cannot get better over time, depending on how much they learn. I'm not sure too much about this, so I'm not speaking on special education.
Did you know that like people literally see Black children as less innocent and more mature than non-Black children? Like that's a real thing. These are studies that have been done. Did you know that Black people are seen as like this is not my opinion. These
I get things that have been. We're talking about children. The topic really wasn't about children, though. You know?
Okay, but you asked me, where do I see it? And me as an educator, I'm gonna immediately start talking.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I apologize.
You asked me that. So if I'm telling you right now, the educational system, what is your pushback?
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, D.
What can be done to reverse that?
What we talked about earlier, D. To counteract it, all we can do is focus on strong family structures and focus on education and doing what we need to do as best we can. That's the only thing right now. Hopefully, as time goes by, we get in more positions of power. More people get educated. More people get in teaching positions even. Black men are the most underrepresented group of teachers. More Black men need to be teachers. So like as time goes by, these things need to happen more and more. And hopefully, like in however many years, some of this can start to counteract it. But there, like I said earlier, there's a multi-pronged system of things that needs to be happening. But to say that there is no, or institutional racism isn't really affecting us or whatever, what? Sentencing, like for crime, education, healthcare, housing, like what? The job market, what? The media, what? Are y'all serious? There's no possible way that I'm shocked and confused. No, but maybe some people think this way in real life. I'm just.
But Kay, the thing is that you have quite a few Black people that are blaming white people for the things that's going wrong in the.
You gotta stop with this whole. You gotta stop with this whole Black people are blaming. More so,
but they are blaming them.
Think about it this way. Reality is being acknowledged. That's a lot different than, oh, I can't get a job because no, who's saying that? Nobody here. I never said that. I'm highly educated. I have a career. I never said that, and you never heard me say it. I am speaking to the fact, not my opinion, that there are inequities based on race. This is not my opinion. These are facts. So, but it's not about can I get a job? Yes, I can. I have, like I said, I'm highly educated. I have a job. Yes, I'm not saying we can't. I just can't do anything. I'm not saying that. And I don't know. I mean, maybe some people are, but are you?
So what you can't do? That? What were you limited to?
Again,
why you get frustrated with me?
Because you're acting as if I should only care about myself and not Black people.
I mean, you're not better than nobody else. I mean, you don't believe you're on a higher level than anyone else, right?
Everyone was not in the same situation I was in. Everyone is not educated as I am. Everyone did not grow up with two parents. Everyone did not grow up in the same situations that I grew up in. So I'm not going to sit back and be like, well, because I did it, you can. No, everyone is not in the same position that I have been blessed to be in. So for you to just be like, well, because you did, everybody. No.
Everyone has a freedom to make the choice, though. After you get to a certain point in your life, you got to start to look at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, you know what? It's not the white man that made me do that. I did that.
Oh my goodness. Are you choosing not to understand what's going on, or?
No, I do understand, but I do know that when I get up in the morning, or anyone chooses to get up, everyone has different situations. But as an adult, we gotta start looking within and say, okay, this is what happened to me before. Cool.
This is the thing that I think a lot of people misunderstand. Just because you acknowledge that institutional racism exists does not absolve you from all personal responsibility for anything in your life. That is not what I'm doing. That's not what I've ever done. I think that we do absolutely need to be responsible for ourselves, figure out what's going on, do the best you can. All of that. I'm with it. I'm not saying, oh my goodness, everywhere, just say, you know what, I can't do it because blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not saying that. And I don't know anybody that says that. And I'm not saying that there aren't people that do, but I don't know any. Every time I have this conversation, it's more so, you know what, we're doing what we need to do. We're doing the best we can, but we also understand that there are structures in place that are holding us back as a group. Now, this is truth. It's not my opinion. Black men are going to get harsher sentences than white men for the same crimes. This is not my opinion. Black kids are going to be viewed as less innocent than non-Black kids. Not my opinion. These are things. My hair looking the way that it looks right now is viewed as less professional. Not my opinion. These are real things. Now, we cannot continue to act like this is not real and that I'm just making something up or people are crying victim. No, because I'm not being a victim. Like I said, again, I'm living a beautiful life. It's cool. But at the end of the day, it's not just, oh, well, if I did it, everyone can, because everyone can't. And the thing is, there needs to be opportunities for people to be in situations that can be favorable in this country. Look at the country we're in. It's ridiculous that you can do the doll test right now and it still works in that way that it worked 50, 60, 70 years ago, where people are saying the light one is good and the dark one is bad. That still happens. People still think this. And if y'all don't think there are any implications or there's nothing that results from that, I don't know what to tell you. I would say be a little bit more aware, but just writing it off as, oh my goodness, you're being a victim. No, because I'm not. I'm doing very well for myself. But my thing is, again, I'm not going to just say, well, I'm doing well. What about you? I'm going to understand that we are in a situation where things are being purposefully done against us. And John was actually talking about that earlier, I think with OG, or I'm not sure who, maybe it was me, but we were talking about that earlier in terms of the whole like welfare situation and I think somebody mentioned the crack, or maybe I was reading comments, but the crack epidemic and the war on drugs, all of these things. This is not my opinion. And it's just mind-boggling that any person can sit up here and actually think that like what I'm saying is wrong when it's not even my opinion. Go to Google Scholar.
In the Constitution,
I have a question for her. I have a question. Are Black people better off now compared to like the 50s and?
So I think that Black people Black people have more opportunities now. Better off is subjective because, you know, at a certain point, like, this is my opinion, and I've talked about this before. At a certain point, Black people were, in my opinion, more united about certain things, understood who the enemy was, understood what the enemy was, understood that we were not fighting each other. Now, were there people fighting each other? Yes. But I think more people understood what the problem was. Now, the people, a million people, a million problems, right? So we're not united under something. Under one particular thing or a few particular things. I think there's a lot of it's very disjointed. So when you say better off in terms of opportunities, yes, absolutely, there are more opportunities to be had. But then with that, there's more people are more disjointed. Families are more broken apart. Different things like that. So it's like one thing counteracts the other thing.
John, you were saying, you were about to say something.
Individually, we look better as a people. Individually, as a group of people, we're worse. I totally agree with what she was saying. We're totally worse as a group of people. As on this, I was trying to avoid this debate because I saw it was going this way, because it was going towards race and politics, and we're just as if you look at this panel, we're just as divided right now, and it's based on race and politics. And if we really look at it, politics never solves any issues at all. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat; they both trash. Both are trash. If you talk about race is, if you look at what's going on, and I tell my son this all the time, race is, I'm not saying race doesn't exist. Race does exist, but it's not as big as we make it out to be either. It exists, but the issue's not big as we make it out to be. But we can't get to the truth because we get stuck on looking at what's in front of us. What's in front of us is not the biggest issue. It's to deflect us from seeing the bigger issue. We spend most of our life fighting the wrong fight.
So
and with him versus her, I mean, really, man, it's like, I'm not sure what bag you on right now, bro, but it's like, I get you're a Republican. I get it. That's cool. I have no problem with you being a Republican. If you want to be in politics, cool, that's it. But my thing is, don't hide behind party lines to be blind to the issues that are going on.
Let me, can I say this?
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
In general, I don't think it's a party issue, because if I look based off like what I voted for is more Republican than Democrat, but I can still acknowledge that there is a problem as far as racially, the justice system. I don't think it's just like, I acknowledge what Kay said, but I was just asking, compared to the 50s, where it was more lynching, publicly, and, compared to now. So I was just trying to find out, like, what's really going on.
Well, I mean, are we getting lynched like we was? And no, we're not getting lynched like we was. But when you're looking at holistically as a people, we've lost our identity. I grew up in the last time I said, I'm not saying it was great, but it's something I saw. In middle school, I saw a Black principal, Black administrators, Black teachers. Now my kids never saw that. Now have Black coaches. My kids never saw that. So they don't think, I'm not gonna say they don't think, I don't know what they think, and I don't think they think that, but they never had that experience. So are we better? I don't know. Because our kids don't see us at an elementary school level or middle school level or high school level with Black principals, Black teachers, Black administrators. But we're better for us financially. We make more money than we ever made before.
Right, John. Like, that's the thing. Like, with that question, it's like, in some aspects, yeah, of course, things are better. But like you said, certain ways, are we, and that's not to minimize like what anyone went through 50 years ago, 100 years ago.
Correct, yeah.
And I get exactly what you're saying. And I agree. It's just like that question in and of itself, the fact that it's even being asked should show something. In my opinion, like, are we better off or not? Like, the fact that it's even something to be discussed shows that there is something going on. And again, I'm gonna keep saying it, with the justice system, education, healthcare, all of these things where there are proven things that are backed up by, studies and whatnot, that people will still say, you're running in the victim Olympics. What? How? It's just really strange. And I think that we just have to, read more.
But if it was worse back then compared to now, so can we just, let's say, if we take, okay, I think I'm going to say what he was saying, maybe a little accountability as far as being united. Do you think that's the cause? Maybe we are not as united compared to back then.
Well, so what? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, sorry. I mentioned that, D, about the whole, like, us being united under a certain thing. So, I was just saying. All right, go ahead, John.
So the reason why we're so divided, because the tactics of slavery worked. There is and I know everybody heard this letter, the Willie Lynch letter. They talk about how to make a slave. I'm not sure if the letter's real or not. I've heard it. I like the story. But the idea is like how to break the dad, how to make the mom submissive to the white man, how to make the kids respect the mom, and not listen to that. It's a big old all thing how to make slaves. So now I'm not sure if the story is true or not, but if you look at what slavery did to how we live now as a family, you think it worked. if you look how we operate in society, you know, if Oprah makes $1 billion, Michael Jordan makes $1 billion, then we as black people are rich now. Well, no, because only, what they say, 1% of people are rich like Oprah and Michael Jordan. The rest of us are like, we struggling to make money. I mean, so I'm sorry, if you make $100,000, you're still not doing great. I mean, this is but to celebrate, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to get on soapbox here, but yeah, we're totally not doing this as a group of people. We're not doing better.
Now, John, you did say that when you was growing up that you seen black principals and more black people in school leaderships and so forth, right?
That's what I experienced. That's what I experienced when I was in
your experience. Even now, I don't see that when I go to my nephew's school as well. But you know, as of now, do you think that it's due to us not raising our children to be in those positions, or do you think it's due to racism? Reasons why?
If answer your question directly, racism did its job. See, systemic racism, it's not, to be systemic, you create a system.
Yeah.
And so the system continues to work even when I appear not to be racist anymore. I don't have to actually call you the N-word.
Exactly.
To be a racist now.
And John, there doesn't have to be a rule saying black people can't do this. There doesn't have to be a rule saying black people can't do this in order for systemic racism to be at play. It's so deeply embedded. And John, I'm sorry to cut you off because I was just agreeing with you so wholeheartedly with what you were just saying just now, because
but what I'm saying is that the good of us, the good parents, right? The good parents. When I say good, just us good in society doing what we need to do to contribute to society and so forth, right? That's not committing crimes or whatever. Are we actually raising our children to be in these positions?
Correct. Yeah. So good parents, to answer your question, yes. Good. Well, let me play this way. So good is subjective in this conversation.
Yeah.
Parents are raising their kids based on the information that they have. Systemic racism, limited education. You had the bourgeoisie, you have who had a lot of information in the black culture, but you had people that were not black, who were not in the bourgeoisie in the black culture, who did not have this information. Well, systemic racism made sure that happened. So yes, you have some black families who are doing better than other black families because the system designed it that way. So when you say good black families, the good black families who get the information, they keep the information going. The poor black families who did get the information, they keep what they learn, keep going. They do the best they can with the information they have, and they try to grow and learn with the best. Each culture, each dynamic is trying to grow and further their life the best way they can. But that's what makes it systemic, because the white man, hate these having conversations. He doesn't have to verbally say anything anymore. He's let the system work.
Now, when you talk about these systems, talk about school system, look at the judges that we're talking about, right? Even locally, Clay, you can look up the different judges that you think, that you believe, whatever, right? They're Democrats or Republicans. When you look them up personally, when you start looking, you can say it doesn't matter about the side, whatever.
No. It does matter. It does matter.
Okay. But when you look up the actual people, right? All the problem that you just named just now, and correct. You look at it, which side are they on? They're on most of them are on the Democratic side. I'm in New York City. Yeah.
Okay, so as your question again. Okay, so I don't claim one side or the other one. If I go back to Nixon had the war on drugs. His war on drugs was very much verbal war. Reagan had the war on drugs. It was not just words. It was words pounded by actions. Now, the Clintons did the exact same thing. The Clintons also had the war on drugs. So it's not just Democrats. It's Democrats and Republicans.
Now, yeah.
And this is from the 80s. This is from the late 70s and 80s and 90s.
Him versus her. So, like, in terms of just like, I think you commented first on John talking about people in positions like a principal. And you asked, like, is it just us not raising up our kids to be in, those positions?
I wasn't trying to be smart. That's just something I was thinking of.
No.
I don't think you were. Okay.
I don't think you were. I was just gonna address that because I think that, as you were saying that, I was thinking like this. Okay, so if we think about education, of course, that's my lens, but that's where a lot of things start: family and education. Those two things, very important. I will always say it. Now, if you have students now, of course, there will always be outliers. There will be people, who do certain things, but in general, at an underfunded, overcrowded school, the average child is not going to make it through undergrad. They graduate high school, let's say, and they get to college. Let's say they get to college. They're not going to make it through because the educational opportunities that they had, K to 12, were not preparing them to compete with the people who had way more, I don't know what's the word, better education,
resources,
more resources and better opportunities than them. They could be the brightest kid. And that's the sad part. You can be so smart. You can be so bright. And yes, like I said, there are people who make it through, these inequitable systems of education. There are people who make it through, absolutely, and do very well. Great. And that's amazing. But the problem is that the average kid in an underfunded, overcrowded school is not going to have those same opportunities as the average kid at a well-funded, medium crowded, I guess, school. So when they go to compete in college, who's going to win? And that's the issue. And it's not because one kid is inherently smart or inherently less smart. It's not that.
He had more resources.
They had more research. They automatically had a head start. And things are based on that. So while you're saying, well, what about, are we just not raising our kids? You can raise your kid extremely well. But when you see, and I can tell you this as a person in education, something that would be considered a certain level of work in one place would be considered a completely different level of work somewhere else. So a lot of people end up not prepared. A lot of people end up, maybe they did well at their school, but when they get in the mix at a university where people are from all over the world,
they can't compete.
It's not competitive. And that is why a lot of people come from, and that's why people be like, what about the people who come from other countries and they can do better? What? It's not the same. And to just look at it as if it's a parenting issue all the time. It's not. Plenty of Black parents try their best, do their best, are great parents, and it still ends up a certain situation where their kid did the best they could, and then they still weren't competitive with people from around the globe or people from around the country even. And that's not because the parents were bad. That's because there is a systemic issue with education. And it's like John was saying earlier, it's not that somebody has to say, no, Black kids can't do this. We beyond that. At this point, people don't have to say that anymore. It just works. The system is just self-sustaining at this point. So like whenever people come in like, what if, well, maybe, yes, there are some people who aren't good parents. Sure. There are some people who aren't doing what they need to do. Facts. But that doesn't take away from the fact that there is a systemic issue that is pervasive and it affects people, even people that are doing their best. people that are trying hard, people in 2-parent households, people who are up with their kid at night reading, people who are doing all these things. There's this whole like American dream situation where people think, well, if you just try hard enough, you'll make it.
Him and her.
Hey,
him and her.
Yeah.
You ever heard of Neil Bortz?
Neil Bortz, no.
Well, Neil Bortz, he used to do. He does a talk radio. I think he passed away a few years ago. He was a Republican. What do you call it? Republican talk show host, whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. And but he always had this. He always had this phrase where he said, "Low information voters." Low information. He would describe people who were stupid as low information. In some way, in tongue in cheek, he was revealing a problem he knew existed that most people didn't know existed. Most of us, I'm gonna say, most of us don't understand how much information out there that we don't know, and we're raising our kids without this information.
Yes.
And
now,
just because you don't know something that no one knows it. There are a lot of people that know things that one might
we do know most parents are not trying to fight to put their kids in certain schools, even in high school, junior high school, or even elementary school. And, you know, there's no longer a zoning issue, especially in New York City. There's no more zoning issue. You can literally go to school in a different borough.
But to address what you just said,
sometimes you do have to pack up and you do have to move in order to give that education to your child.
Who can afford to move? Think about those who are low information. What Neil Bortz called low information. If you have low information, you have low bankroll.
You have low bankroll, but I mean, nothing's.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I mean, cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm listening.
So if you don't have the income, how can you afford to get your kid? How do you go drive your kid 20 miles in one direction to a school, or 10 miles to when you got to get to work? If you don't have information, you probably don't have the resource, the funds to make that happen.
Exactly.
So why don't you take the money and build up the schools in that child's district?
Kay, I have a question for you. You said, so basically you're trying to say is lack of funding and resources, right? So what would you say to people who say, oh, what about kids from other poor country and stuff like that? What would you say to them as far as education goes? Because they have literally, no resources at all. What would you say to them?
They have more information. I'm sorry, I had to say that.
So, again, like as a child of a Nigerian father, I've heard certain things like about, the opportunities. I mean, that's why my dad came here. My mom is American. I understand. So like to a person that said, and I think I mentioned this earlier while I was talking about the difference between people who are, Black Americans versus people who are, not from America, let's say, not necessarily even Black, but people who are from America that come in to, go to school, let's say. The American education system is not the best at all. So, I mean, a lot of people coming from a lot of other places are already at a head start in terms of the math and the science, which is a big deal. So language barriers or whatever there may be, that puts you in a better situation. And not being in the system where you were in an underfunded, overcrowded school. Now, not saying that schools in certain places didn't have certain situations in whatever person's country. I'm not saying that. But even with that being the case, in America, there is like a purposeful and strategic system for the way things go. So yes, you can come here from Nigeria at 16 and go straight to college. I mean, I know that's how it goes a lot of the time. People can come, you know, you go earlier, you end at high school earlier, you can qualify to get into these, you know, whatever program. It's not the same as someone who did K-12 here in a school, in the public school system, with 30 people in their class every year. And, you know, they weren't getting, it's just not the same. Like, we can't keep comparing these two.
So okay,
it's not the same at all.
Let me ask you. So if let's give an example. You have a child. You're in this one of these areas where the school system is all messed up and everything you just said. What do you do then? Your resources limit. What do you do?
You
just,
again, I'm not gonna say everyone's gonna do what I would do, because everyone can't do what I would do. Everyone doesn't have the resources. Everyone doesn't
let's take away
wherewithal to know.
But the same people that's in the systematic racism thing.
Okay, but
let's put you in that same.
And this is her. The thing you're missing is that I think John was talking about it in terms of information. Some people, your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa, your great grandma, your great grandpa, it's been the same thing the whole time. The whole time. So at what point and who's, you know, when does that change, right? I'm not going to say that a person who's been through however many generations of whatever would make the same exact decision that I would make when I haven't been through any of that. I can't do that. And to do that is inconsiderate at best. Like, how can you not understand that people grow up or have different situations in life? And I'm not just about to write off all Black people who wouldn't make the same decision I would make or whatever. Like, what? No.
Because when I was growing up, I grew up in Brooklyn, New York, which is a lot of the schools over there was horrible, right? And when it came to junior high school, my mom took me over to the good side of Brooklyn, which is Park Slope at that time, which is probably like over an hour just to get over there, public transportation. She took me to different school, but she did everything she possibly can to make sure I get into that school, which has a better educational and safer than the ones that was near in the local area. You know,
him and her. Your mom did great because she had the resource.
But she's not. But she's not. But even at that time, she couldn't even read.
No. Listen what I'm going to say though. Listen what I'm going to say. She had the information. Although she couldn't read, they had the case of it. See, having the information doesn't mean that you actually went to school to get it. You just learned information. Most of us are defeated because we don't have the information. Your mom somehow, not being able to read, still found a way to get the information and figure the resource out to get you to the school that can give you a better chance.
Some people don't even know what information they don't have.
So what you should do, him and her, what you should do, you now learn what your mom taught you in that situation, and you need to advocate and pass the information on to someone else. Don't just talk about it, but then show them how to do it.
And I know you're doing that with your nephew. I think you said your nephews.
Homeschooling, yeah.
And then do that with some kids that are not your nieces and nephews.
Well, I mean, the thing about it is that we're in 2022, right? Everyone has the internet. I mean, you see Instagram, you see stuff being shaken all over. There's access, information is access. You can go on Google and type in, you can misspell every word and type in zip code, better school. And you're gonna start to receive certain information, and then you can do a little digging. I think in 2022, it's a lack of wanting to do that. Even when women are showing up to schools with their pajamas on, and it's the lack of.
I hate Neil Boyce when he said this, but what he actually said was true. Low information people. Yeah. So if you have low information, you don't know what to look at or what not. You don't know what to research or what not to research. So what we have to do is, once we learn, pass that knowledge on to somebody else. I tried to pass on what I learned to my 2 kids, and not just my 2 kids, but also my nieces and nephews, and also kids who went to church with me, also kids who went to the community I grew up in and the community I live in now. I would always try to pass on what I learned to more than just my 2 kids, and that's what we all have to do as citizens.
Yeah,
pass what we learned on. We can sit and talk about it all day long, but that ain't gonna change it. Yes, they're gonna go to school with the parents have done it, but so what? Quit talking about them. Quit talking about them. Go teach them and tell them.
Yep, I agree. Create more.
Something has to be done, because if y'all don't know, New York City, pretty sure it's everywhere happening. But these teenagers, I think almost every day in high school, someone's getting shot, stabbed. It's bad. I mean, you can't pay me to be a teacher, a public school teacher.
And that, I agree with what you just said, but that's half the problem right there too.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
People complain about the fact that not enough kids have Black male teachers, but then I just had many conversations on Facebook today about with Black men about why they won't be teachers. It's like you can't complain about the thing if you're not willing to even be. Let me not say that, because you can complain about stuff that you're not willing to do. Let me take that back, because you can, but I think that it's a problem that we have this mindset around education where we're discouraging, I guess, people from getting into it, Black men specifically.
There's shooting in school. There's shooting and stabbing. So you don't know much about me, but past 12 years for free, mentorship, Beacon Bible Church, mentoring three young men at a time, 3 teenagers at a time, the past 12 years.
And that's what you do. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. That's the only way we're gonna change it.
But also, with me doing that, it's becoming harder. It's becoming harder. It's becoming harder. Sometimes I don't want to walk in public with them due to the fact I have a family as well, and they're getting into stuff that's outside of what we're trying to do.
So, but him and her,
you know.
Okay, this is Kay. No disrespect. I'm gonna talk to the men right quick. This is why we're men.
Mm-hmm.
So we're no longer in the barbaric days where we gotta go out there hunt food and kill this and bring that back home. Our battle now is not the dinosaurs or the lions and the tigers. Our battle now is these streets.
Yeah.
But you got too many men who are cowering from these streets. And we're not being real men because we're afraid to go into these streets. But go back several generations, those same men was out there fighting them lions and tigers to get that meal for their family. But you're not going to go out there and fight them different type of lions and tigers in 2022. We can't stop making excuses. I feel about, not trying to brag or boast, for about 3 or 4 years, when my son was in middle school, I volunteered at his middle school, which in the suburbs of what city I live in. I also volunteered at a middle school that was not in the community we lived in, was in the city. Because I started volunteering my son's school, but I soon realized they didn't need me much as they need me in the inner city. When I got to inner city, I forgot what the inner city was, bro, because I ain't been there in years.
John, I'm not sure if you're on IG, but follow me. Chimoge, I'm not sure. Do y'all already? No, you don't. Follow me on IG. You too. Him versus her. I know we're already connected.
I'm following you.
Yeah. So, I really value y'all's opinions. I want you all to come back. That's why I said follow me on IG. We could talk about, maybe getting y'all on like a discussion on a panel. We can see what's going on, but definitely hit me up there so we can. My page is private, but follow me and I'll try to. I don't know. And Facebook, of course, like if you're in the group, hit me up, whatever. So we can get y'all back on because I think that John, Chimoge, him versus her, y'all all had, things you were saying that I think need to be explored more. But it's like we never have enough time because I don't want to say the H word. I almost said it. But it's 1:40 a.m. And although I did take off Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I do have to go to work in the morning. So we're going to get quick last thoughts. We'll start with Chimoge because I know that you have been very quiet, while they were talking. So Chimoge, then we'll go to him, her, then John. Final thoughts, and then we'll all kind of get off of here together.
All right. So again, thanks for having me on. The back and forth, there are a lot of things I could say, a lot of points I could go in depth on, but I think the biggest thing that stood out to me, and I think is a problem in the Black manosphere in general, is a lack of a desire to acknowledge the truth when it comes to what Black people are facing as far as racism. And I think that speaks to a deep, with all due respect, emotional problem among most of the Black men in the manosphere. And I think the biggest piece of that emotional problem is honestly low self-esteem. People don't have high enough self-esteem to believe that they can overcome the real challenge that is facing us. So they instead choose to pick battles with people who they deem to be weaker. So I encourage respectfully, all the Black men listening to this right now to, spend more time offline, making sure that you're well, like emotionally and spiritually, because if, you're not right there, anything else you do is just going to be wrong. So yeah, that's what I got to say. So thanks again for having me on, and good luck with your wedding, Kay. Make the Igbo Nation proud.
Thank you. Don't leave. Wait, let's all stay until the end.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna stay. I didn't know if I was gonna get to talk again.
At the end. I don't think you're the only one on the screen.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't know if I get to talk again, but all right. Yeah.
No, we probably not gonna. No.
Does it say date?
And then I think, who did I say next?
Him and her.
Okay, go ahead, him, her.
Does it say date?
Yeah, Thursday.
Oh, that's why you're taking off. Oh, okay. Was I first one to know about it on the platforms? Basically, I think so. Yeah, no. You mentioned it. Yeah, you told me that. That was like some time ago. I was first anyway. But no, I just want to thank you.
Maybe one is first.
My first time on the platform, so I do appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you coming through. Definitely come back.
Yeah, I heard about the kids' books, and I was like, I got to touch on the kids' books. That's kind of touchy for me. But I appreciate everyone's opinion. Chimange, did I say it right? Chimange?
No, Chimoge.
John the Baptist, I think D, the other guy, and the other OG, and the rest of them. KA, just appreciate you allow me on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm still right, K, but I appreciate you allowing me on.
Argue about it later. Make a post in the group. Tag me. And I can go back. I can argue with you back and forth there. John, what's up? Give your final thoughts.
First of all, respects to Kay and Kayla show. Great platform. And enjoy the conversation. And enjoy the disagreements as well. Much of the agreements. I also enjoyed all the gentlemen on the platform as well too. And the one thing I would lead to everyone on the platform and those who are watching is, everything starts at the house, starts in the home. If the home is not right, the community won't be correct. If the community is not correct, nothing's going to be correct. So it starts with the home. Starts with the dad, starts with the mom, starts with the husband and wife. I don't believe in divorce. I don't believe in single parents. If you get together, stay together. That's my final thought.
Okay. I see you out here with the family structure and education situation. Yes, I will always say that, family structure and education. But yeah, thank you all for coming. Don't leave. We're all leaving at the same time. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. Everyone in the comments, thank you so much. Thank you for supporting as always. And be sure to tune in next week. And Chimoge and John, find me on IG because I want y'all to come back.
Your IG is just the KA show, right?
We are already connected. So we can, come together. Like, what's that person that has the thing with the things, the different colors, and they all come together? it's like a Marvel, the one that has like all the different colors that come together.
But Care Bears? Care Bears?
No! No!
I can't remember. I know what you're talking about.
What? Care Bears?